say a Citizen TV Ghana. About 2 p.m. 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. At them a Citizen show. At the Bremo on Citizen TV Ghana. Me pacho over Citizen TV Ghana. There be them na Citizen show. Let them more takra de tardy for you them on tardy FM and area. A very shit. Ashafo, say a Citizen TV Ghana. About 2 p.m.
Ghana Audu Barry Atakra. Yakwani and Fred Jumase. Joshua Tenge Musa. Yeah, former President John Mahama see a kutanu because say Ghana yen invest when you move. Yeah, wa be je wa mine no. Wa siesie wa mine no. Ye nya ni muda. Francisca Inshra. Francisca Mebuana. Yeah, Ejuma Day. Prince Henry Kwao Aye. Eric Nyanju. Ya ufanche mi didn't want no faso. No, said your first. Na edru kwesia da. Enipa di enijie. Enipa di anwokeka kwa sorry no. Eneni hosa. And sorry I want Ghana now will bear with me say. Crisis a see ewa sorry them. Because say enipa wo chire wa ho. Se wo dana wo sorry na wo ninia wo bedie. Our basic things enipa wo hia wo brabo mu. Ye di kan eya wo daily bread. Dia wo de kwa wanum. Dia ya food apafo wo di wuram wo. Se ade abeche wo kodana sade abeche wadwuma sei wo sika hye stress a wo namu frustrations a wo namu a ade the last thing I wo dwen eya sorry after kra no obi amemu e de crisis aba but obisa ho se adan na awurade Ghana oh my Ghana nyamsom man oman ya afikyire baabi a wo befa bia no Cheka he baba cheka Amanya ye nuanum nkramofo efra homachi no num ekopim sa na adwebe se nondu wode wo mo elbow from ekode ba Yesu oman akwakoshe tirimodinfo nsem akwakoshe wicked leaders nsem amo oman na say Isa wotena se na sa wodwin wanyina wa hwe ya wo bekwatu nyankopon Because amano ye Christo sumai Ghana ye Christo sumai we social media so she radio stations anajo from midnight ekopim be 5 a.m. bebo baby a would be to bia ye nyame ya ye tiem ye sufre nyankopon edu anajo ahwe TV so ye nyame ya ye tiem ye sufre nyankopon but eko anu odin e na abeto wo man so Every Friday you come mosque. Every Friday na joy you come all night. Monday you come sorry. Tuesday you jinemu. Wednesday you jinemu. Friday o men you jinemu. Ejenti na kasa enu media nti se ankwenti o my Ghana. Enka enu media nti se edie benti enanka ankwenti o my Ghana. Eti ade nipa da no sorry a wodwe ho yeso obekwa sorry. Seriously. This year me kwa sorry a free best after COVID no COVID ba ya no a afa na asori ko no I say you lock down you share dem for very long time days you share dem afa ye bia ya afa shed nose mask enipa 10 ko nipa 20 ko no ehonum but crisis economic crisis no affect churches no enipa nkwa asori biem I say, and you pay the cross what as well we because oh dana sa wodwene ho a sometimes now you don't get it onti asie se awurade sa nnumi we ye free wo man Ghana aba wo man Ghana so no eti paibo bebrebe ya wo man mu nipa nyina wo mo anyankopon frɛ wo mo a wo mo ankasa fa fom by force at once afre nyankopon prophet for prophetess for reverend for evan yi mama party agrada kura se abosonsom ye kwasa se abosum agu ama agrada kura se nne awurade wo besom wo ne nyina da akire no enome anu ode na abo man no so enti ene dru kwasia da enipa dadem enipa nhunu so wo kwa sorry because nyame tua omuka nyame ntua muka nyame ntua muka enipa no a wugina wona so o ma ye obone nyame ntua ne kan de wo hu wona bra bomu ni say wono no wo grab wealth enipa na wugina wona so say crisis a odi abeto wo man no so no aha wo no ya wugina wona so erade mfa nche wo mo erade tua wo muka erade wo madu wo man ne bone erade tua muka san krofo no ni ayehunu wo mo ne say wo mo ni wo mo yile no wo mo busuafo omu ye yiye omu ye nshira obi getire kakire kura no because of Nana Akufo-Addo Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia can oforiata wo mo policies niema wo ma yenti no obi capital obi investment ahye se ni pakro no ye nyame sumu ni a osumu nyame kire ne yemu kom ebo mpa ye de ne wura ne bibia hye Nyankopon mu but in investment ashe ne capital every ninsa and now bread ni daily bread kwan edin but enipa no a oye nipa boni ni wo ye wicked wo ye criminal no de ye hu ani say omu ye nhira because in reality no in real life no de wo be hunu wo bi say nipa we oye nhira Akufo-Addo say wo ye so ye papo so anya papo there was a nipa wo bo breadru the highest level e wo nipa life wa ye president the first gentleman of the land se brunsamu wo free bedi president yo se free mercy mu wo free bedi president yo illuminati yo se dua ba mu se buo ba mu en wo free bedi president yo wa ye president. He's the first gentleman of the land. Samira Bawumia no okunu Dr. Bawumia ya. Say ya boado se Kwabena kwayo omo nifunu omo kwamia nifunu kwen. Maami yisui. Se dia no omo ye yo, se dia no omo ye yo. Dr. Bawumia be ye vice president. Le yire Samira Bawumia abrantie nifunu, se dia no omo kwen, se dia no omo kwen no. And on living luxurious lifestyle. Designer bags. Designer West, luxurious cars, vehicles, and woman ba. Enti ade a chena se, what na se na odwin we nyina ho se awrade. Sao enipa we mu a, wo gina kire wo hu se, omo ye tirimodinfo, omo ye wudifo, omo ye mambofo no. Ene wo mu hu omo se omo ye nhira. But wo no a wo sorry a wona wo sorry already humobo already Jimmy fasting wo ye all night ya wo kobi wo bible da wanim Quran ni se wo kan ni 5 a.m. na wo tiem Allahu akbar alhamdulillah dua bi alami alhamdulillah malik ya mudina wo ginam Friday mosque na wo ginamu anadwo da suo mu na wo ginamu wo hunu wo ho ano eti dia be na obehwe ho wo de be kwa asori because criminal minded people were saying we are the four omo na erani a eti mi kwa asori dem hwe ho no mo sa mi si no there's something wrong somewhere churches asofo obi a wo temi bia nim said ya mekan 100% fact true 100%. Nana odra say nana we are in an era of Nebuchadnezzar. Nana and very soon King Solomon John Dramani will come and save us alhamdulillah. sometimes you won't hear you. Onti asie se nipa bonefo ebe ya adefo ama nipa papafo abre se kanoforiata finance minister ebe gun krofo anwuma ebe collapse krofo anwuma na wa yare akwaji akora bi 19 years boy kidney no dey atrediem na wa honhon no wa twetwe na innocent soul obi a wonam hono mu a Erade Jimmy. Yes, in the kidney, no wawu. Na no ya Kolebu teaching hospital, dialysis center, omu close to you. Ready pair wo. But any pebia who is a steady power, when you're criminal, when you're wicked, what just any tribu was soon, when you're devil, when you're evil, send the power say no. Ah, Erade. Tiniane can say this world is not fair. This world is not fair. Seriously. Because nipa bi wo hono mu a enkenu kwa so mo tena se mo didi na wo mo nom. But ye nipa. Ntini nyina no agya ya manyankopon. But adia ba akon so wo no mo so ne se. Wo be hu wo mo hire pe hyen. Ya de ni aduro na tisi wo mo busuam. Wo be hu wo mo se oh omo lifestyle designer bags any a week see the abutu bitiri sui any a say any ehwie guni entumai papa mo no omo yerenom cars akese but go to their families ya dia any aduro ya dia ya any aduro ene ye wo mo ya dia any aduro kind of oriata yari kidney ya say ye abusuani mu ya dia wo mo no o ya dia any aduro ene wo abusuani because nyankopon betie Ghana fo sufre Ghana fo sugu nyankopon so yesu moja obeda ka kesiem obeda ka papem obedress ye pie ba ya dia any aduro ene beto wo ni wabusuam eno a me pon asori ena me ne Betty ye wura baabi enti ya wosena na si hagye bi wa ha woso wo pew maame ne ye MPP ni pa okọ MPP meetings nyina MPP constituency executive maame ne di America ne be ba me ye me ba ene na mehia wi nyame nkutaw nyame nka mo ho adwuma mo ye MPP ni ya wakwa MPP meetings. Chesa mami hu me no. So I was like, mati mami nka MPP ni pa. O say, na nadu oye tirimuadenfo. Yama na nadu asai Ghana. Monyire mo ho. Na nyame ka mo ho. Mami na o se nana nyame ka mo ho. E wo se nyame gi wo man Ghana. MPP ni Yard and 2016 ojina mu MPP ni ya ne party ba power obo se na kufu ado a destroy one ne family ne ba ya no ye adwuma kase investors no ekọ ama ne ba na adwuma gu ne ba na ono ne da family ano no MPP ni ya John Mahama cheso a wo be hie MPP fo bi no mu di John Mahama tem ba no mu didi anopa edidi awia edidi anajo na omo ye okay omo life mu no awia so nya bibia but niema kakra wo se ade achi a wonya no wonya na wo hwe de mami ya me say wow the last time me can say Dr. Baumia ni abre so obeye president no agimifo no a omo di machi 2016 no the same agimifo no muhunu bi eneyo because this rescue mission adwuma na ye no enye NDC na spearhead NDC na lead but eye Ghana for ye MPP NDC elected voters ye na ye rescue wo man no because for this lady for this woman say okache mi say nana wo bi entimi nya wo hwe ye bompa ye because ye dru ni de e wo say John Mahama beje wo man no e was said John Mahama ebeji wo man no esa say baby a MPP me party MPP do o man akwa akose no eya emu odin wasi ahantan su etirimodin so ewudie su ena abewura wo mu ena oman no atete apansam ena agija. Sometimes you can say ya ordinary Ghanaian wo basic things waduane a wo bedi wo rent wo fuel no ne ade na wo ye but se nkrofort na se aka wo ma bra bom nsama kyerɛw adia and abaumia ekufuado kenoforiata oman ye Ghana fo a ebeye wa homete intinura MPP ni ma me panimu ose nana me bompa ye ma mu da bia asam nyina mu na monye wo man no enti MPP fo Dr. Mahmoud Baumia Mr. Toilet Facility Man Mr. Toilet Man Ajimifuo na we mo dada wo mo 2016 2015 2016 no akaka krabi ne duachi akaka krabi ene duachi akaka krabi ene atwa anwahia nipa ni ate de nipa hunu ni sana na akufu ado Dr. Mahmoud Baumia mo sacrifice nkrofo kunu nkrofo yerenom enkrofo ma edibedi president no mo sacrifice nkrofo edi bepa awunyade eni sika but NCB enyade a ebesanso asibiem ewo Ghana ha biem NCB afemi ba 24-hour economy so 24-hour economy. Former President John Dramani Mahama. The policy awadi aba. Yeah, just any free so wadi semi two day. Hey, MPP for. Come na. A free bra 24-hour economy. Former President John Dramani Mahama. He won some etu jano. Former MPP for Juma Kasa. Akwaya adeswa kase. Ene so wom akoye adesoa kese ene so Dr. Baumia woni ni team ne MPP communicators emu ministers obi say wabeye vice president wono ye communication expert mu amudi amuso mu ye economist ya mu de economist fo ya ewiase nim de afa nkuntabuo ni sikasem nyina mu na munimu yi wababa ye president wakotre fie economy ni ma destroy no ma say no. Unemployment rate as at 2017 amomo bae no na ye 7%, ehwere drew 18%. Edie be ne ede ba. Edie be policy. Ena wo se yede ba. Ema wo man yetimi stabilize system no. Yetimi enya eya reforms transformation e wo system nim. Also all the 24-hour economy eba. Dr. Baumia mini ye kum. Eti kwa apai. Dr. Baumia mini ye kum. Eti kwa apai. Se ontia se obi se o the 24-hour economy eba every se former president John Mahama the 24-hour economy policy be tu dwai adwuma me to no ma medwe ne sade a chia ye very Ghana have various embassies e hono ma ye ma because youth na omo wo Ghana ha no na hunu se oman no bibia collapse bibia ni wo man nim magu banks private sector ya ekuta wo man no maguno 2022 industrialization yes a decline by 2%. Industrialization a decline by 2%. Private sector ekuta wo man no just say enenam form area wo form asay etidia ne yebeye 24-hour economy oman ye edura najo a na kura yi mu ayedi wo beti deda agese chese ba ena ebonwum agese sorry ena eburu ntwinim osi no ye hia productivity it be the 24-hour economy eba Dr. Baumia say anaju 1 am ye di fufuo anaju 2 am chobafo wo fufuo. Can we imagine? And look at this man. Sa papa will say 24-hour economy ni kura no wo rubbish no. Say any policy papa bia. This is the same man Dr. Baumia. Ya ono rubbish 24-hour economy. na edu baby amunim Ghana technocrat for kra na ya na seriously me bu afumu ya illiterate for sa bi yi kra de enka koi dada ye kwa anka wan dada ye no bi ti say rant for jump num Dr. Lord Mensa num economist akase for mo Ghana ha kra mo so mo fole ye chese sa papa we ni nsanka kakra mo to mi kwa na ya na mi won sa bi mfo yi de 6 months journalism story building kayana mu kra de nko kan ye boye tiri kwa ka doctors ne professors aka mo Ghana ha de enka ye de nka sa de we zinka mo so mo fole to mu bie vice president I was say or ye economist or ye competent enough onim bibia physical something kuntabu hu no obi say 24-hour economy wa de ba or so on tiase or rubbish no and this is the same person omu wo position no watena se no wa ye research no wa ye research about the economy research no ogina podium sahodo ogina miamia hodo na chese A4 sheet pamphlet ne kura no na wo kan na ni pe boy ensem pra de mano Vice President Dr. Kwabena Bobie 2015-2016 conferences akese events in ketwani akese research ahodo ya waye papers ye kura no about kwaye befa so a ye betumi transform economy ye benya economic growth ye betumi stabilize economy oh my say research or copy and paste no de gu ha no copy way no de gu no kan na Ghana for pra na ye boy ensem di man economy no collapse economy no assay there's no fiscal space 24-hour economy yem boost economy no na economy ni ntimi so njira ne naso yem boost in industries na economy ni njira ne naso Dr. Kwabena Bobie the only thing na obetimi agina bonti akache Ghana for say digitalization ti no utimi send sika anadwo 1 am so wani tina so person send sika interoperability utimi send sika Dr. Kwabena Bobie say choba afo operate 24/7 because of digitalization anadwo 1 am 2 am choba afo ewo fufuo and we don't need 24-hour economy. Dr. Kwabena Bobie enam emonte so vice president assembly members MMDCs toilet facilities and na wonpo hu dawru and this is the same man, this is the same person 2016 or DCV Ghana for with speeches research speeches Dr. Kwabena Bobie some man will say and a kura for just say and krata wodo ejina programs asia na wakasa na enipa body ne so maimu professors doctors economists for na omo body gene so he say fie nyansa nimdi adibu man olake vice president always talking about toilet na Ghana for the chise ba umia economic risky do say wizard na ne yire so e ne man yafi pra ne ho pra wokunu ho because the nipa party yensem but kwanya ensem na nipa ne ka no obe implement o de be ye adwuma no yamfa yadwen yankoso enti ene Dr. Kwabena Bobie lead the new patriotic party. He's the flag bearer of Osnokesi Amanyoku MPP. Afeni wa hunu se sani nsem hunu kekano sani nsem hunu ekekano ontimi nsanso njina Ghana fo anim enkeka sansem hunu biem oni bibia ka because of credibility issues Ghana fo anyi nanum nsem ndi biem so now ade Dr. Bobie na mbonti so awo kan se obi 24-hour economy no wo ko ho wo rubbish wo ko ho onim omani abre 24-hour economy former president John Mahama said 2020 manifesto kurewum 24-hour economy 2020 manifesto ewum Ewom. Nesan se Kufuado na memwo fo tanton ni sa Dr. Bawumia no. Na je se 4 years no Ghana fo na nkasa ne onipa bebrenu ani nya mie nti o ma ante ase. Trade Union Congress, former President John Mahama, one delegation meeting Trade Union Congress no. Dr. Yabaye so ye economist ni sama wo kan ye no. Ya wo kire say 24-hour economy no. Eye policy papa enti wo ma somu no. Eno na SNPP for abo wo mo dam. Abo wo mo dam. Because various institutions, associations, groups in United can say 24-hour economy no is the best. Or minor system will not say productivity aba form. It introduce this 24-hour economy no. A better me boost productivity production no. Trade Union Congress for so munu ate so many aje ho no. Ebo Dr. Bawumia ne MPP ministers, communicators ebo wo mo dam. Kwa mo se 2020 no ho. Yentie 2020 former President John Mahama 2020 no kan ye 24-hour economy 2020 former President John Mahama aka 24-hour economy na
Under Ijumapa, we intend to create a 24-hour economy where 3 shifts of 8 hours each day would be the norm in order to meet the Under Ijumapa, we intend to create a 24-hour economy where 3 shifts of 8 hours each day would be the norm in order to meet the anticipated national and foreign demand for goods from Ghana as we aggressively diversify our economy and add value to our products for local consumption and for export. The 3 8-hourly shifts will place Ghana in sync with the world in order to prepare our economy to become an advanced one. Ladies and gentlemen, our competitive geographical advantage is that we are the center of the world. When America is waking up and Asia is going to bed, we are wide awake in the afternoon. This is why I established the Accra Digital Center to serve as a major hub for business process outsourcing. My administration built the National Data Center and also employed 4G technology, which specifically is providing high-speed internet today and has been a major driver of online meetings via Zoom.
Hey, idea what kind of that 2020 NPP manifesto Ijumapa NDC manifesto NPP manifesto they say 2020 NDC manifesto we say La Palm Royal Beach Hotel crime 26 October 2020 and what can say we say we asem we say ya NPP for album mo dam wo krom ha say ya mo ke kansem hunu ena obi a odi dum so ba ye ena dum so eye dan na masa say ye serious o for once Ghana mo me serious kakra mo ya adwene mo bia ne serious kakra for once Dr. Mamadou Bawumia so me issue ni say on my 2017 more general unemployment rate 7%. True one kasa mo flip flop policies. Mo flip flop policies. Ya mo introduce. It is a unemployment rate no. A shoot to edu 18%. O memu workforce youth na o mani kuta wo mo no obi adwane de okwa Qatar ekọ de okwa Dubai ekọ de okwa Kuwait ekọ o mu so mu kwa Europe ekọ kwa Qatar kwa he kwa Dubai kwa he kwa Kuwait kwa he 3,000 4,000 5,000 wo mo je edebe ne betimi ade boost system the economy no was so introduce 24-hour economy. Trade Union Congress say papa eya semode Dr. Bawumia gina honom Rade. Dr. Bawumia, economist, vice president, head of the economic management team. So no wonder Ghana say.
We are also very interested and we are eager to know a lot more about his great idea of a 24-hour economy. I think this one, comrade, you have to take your time. Because I can imagine the amount of jobs that this kind of thing will create. We are also very interested and we are eager to know a lot more about his great idea of a 24-hour economy. I think this one, comrade, you have to take your time. Because I can imagine the amount of jobs that this kind of thing will create. That could be the game changer. I'm telling you that you have opportunities in this country. We work 24 hours, 3 shifts. So if you don't get a job in the morning, you can get it in the afternoon or in the night. So where are the young people? Get ready for jobs. We are also very interested and we are eager to know a lot more about his great idea of a 24-hour economy. I think this one, comrade, you have to take your time. Because I can imagine the amount of jobs that this kind of thing will create. That could be the game changer. I'm telling you that you have opportunities in this country. We work 24 hours, 3 shifts. So if you don't get a job in the morning,
John Boadu Jina Wakachira Ghana for say, Aban Weba be baby Numa, and Menuma be boon come there for this year importing crop for every neighboring countries, Mama Baba ye Jumani be. 2017 and Akufo will take you over. Unemployment rate na 7% and na a shoot to 18%. Our Ghana ha obiso the game changer eba 24-hour economy. Woso ye economist. Woso ye economist, head of the economic management team. Central Bank where ye juma ho no moda. Woso choba for operate e wurade nyankopon. He na Ghana for pa ye for sa. Ni ama Dr. Baumiana wa deceiving ni pada da Ghana for. Look at this man, always talking about toilet. Na toilet vice president toilet the Ghana say mo gurumi no mo kancha ne say toilet kwa de no ye nyina bonten ka toilet sao. Mo gurumi no. Mo ya shada bo mo pass mu gurumi Dr. Baumiana na me president no. Mo kancha ne say papa toilet ho asem kura de pani kura de wo gina bedwam ni toilet say edi ankura sesem so kura no. Ha? Penny mu wusu bia na toilet and asu bia wonu say toilet kwa yenkana bonchi ni bedwam sa ne toilet no. Ha? Eno so ya de na assemblyman so be kan say junior honorable so fonso e be kan say. And this is the same person Dr. Baumia way and ye just say ye describe new hunu ni say on the Ghana Messiah. He's the best among the best. Say ni power ya and na edru no so on Kenyans asam chira Ghana for say adan na inflation edu sam pempensuo we adan tin e debt to GDP nam 100%. Adan tin economic growth no. By the end of 2023, it was a sub-Saharan African countries no, it grew best at 3%. Now you're less than 2%. On China, ya the chrono, or lack ideas, knowledge to tackle this predicament, crisis, our council. Dr. Baumia lacking knowledge, ideas, or they better tackle this crisis predicament. Ya omode Ghana for room no or lack oni hu nim de oni hu suahunu eti we no so waka na asem a no afa de abonebo. Dr. Yalba, I can't ya say game changer, a baba bebuano. A boy MPP for damn. A boy amu damn. Yenti minye. Ye bet me I am an abroso. Sicilia brother pa millions of dollars and what save ye. Yakwachi minister. Politank see the fear was millions. Edia gum. Yase boys in the crown who says can have a kunkum woman. Ye kwaji loan eba ema minister se che ene na po Dr. Matopeku Prempe e vice president edi because ye see ye kan millionaires a wo mo Akufo Addo ba mu a na po ka ho bi na po enya sika na wo hefa ye kwaji loans ye kwaji loans ba e de ko sector ye bodin si ye kwaji loan we e de aba ba ye we e be ba du no Akufo Addo Baumia kanoforiata woni ni ministers akromfo no wo mate. Former President John Mahama, the late president, knows 8 years omuji euro bond $3 billion. $3 billion. na Akufo-Addo Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia ne Kanoforiata because omo na head economic management team no finance minister no any Sahara Bank of Ghana director na ono so na dwene nifie na dwene atifri wa bodam no any Bawumia say power semiensa within 2 years 2018-2019 no maji euro bond 5 billion obi 8 years or the euro bond 3 billion 8 years from 2009 back to 2016 euro bond 8 years or the 3 billion 2019 2018 euro bond moji 5 billion because the more na moji euro bond no more na Kanoforiata etin mfaso more na Kanoforiata etin mfaso more na wo mu service ka ediama Dr. Bawumia be president. Just a year, more the euro bond $3 billion. Obi the 8 years and a euro bond 3 billion. But just a year, 2018-2019, more the 2 years, a 5 billion euro bond. Yet me build o mine. Sikana mo yire no ministers amugu krom hanomo ene Lazarus lifestyle na mu live. Back a sie a loan, a taxpayers' money. Mwakasa properties and a mujri, a taxpayers' money, a loan, and your mind is sika. Say sikano, yet we find your 24-hour economy. Say minister ye pabunini, minister ye kromfo, minister ye wicked, or ye criminal, no be shesika, and ye good damn. Yet me find you, find me your investment in Ghana. Former President John Mahama ye Exim Bank no. Or your Exim Bank said ye. Or your Exim Bank say or the Bible supporting industrialization. Omu be ma omu loans. Omu frase omu manko for businesses loans. No omu dia aye omu adwuma. Akushin omu investment mu. Etinka ye ntimi ye. Ki ya yama na broso ka Ghana hanomo enka factories enka industries enka nopa anajo ewia pu industrialization. Vice President enipa na no kasa from taxation to industrialization. Vice President talking about taxation, say you free taxation to industrialization. 24-hour economy no onjintu. So the question is say from taxation to industrialization no na Dr. Bawumia say ye kwa adwuma 8 am na ya pon 5 pm nurse for doctors dey bia mu kwa adwuma onu akwensem anu wo ka no ye copy and paste research and wo ye ya na until the work can say because a 24-hour economy onti ase dia then some word na free wanu baaye from taxation to industrialization no. The question is say na se kire ne say na ase kire ene say enne kwa mi video no Kumasi man na o say MPP baaye MPP to opposition omu mobilize a fund edi ma MPP na Akufo-Addo Dr. Bawumia because omu sema no omu kana eye de so na omu nim say omu di bibi ba eba be bo businesses and that this MPP Bawumia Kanoforiata ya economic management omu na head no omu collapse omu nyuma nyina MPP ni oti Akuma FM
santi memu hade if you think your party kese pa yenyina sorry na yehu no se wa ba na nka obi ani age MPP ba se say no MPP no ye wa santi memu ha na ye nim se ono na bua ya na so oba na nka sante reja na santi memu ye ho atoye no se say eno kwakoye bed na mai yes
wow party MPP ni ya bed na
yes ya koye bed na ma santi ma nya me nkwampo. All the business in Asante region or across Ghana, Krampo, especially Asante region, is collapsing. You need complain. And there might be why you who say and yet you beka and Francosi baby. Who say MPP buy ya, men find saying ye businessman. Yen ye two bossy. A share say a beboa, I'm a party yaba power. You see, can you hold thing and then ye may be a year. Sanka party ba power bi obi tima ye bibia boye no. The first time you who say ye nya problem or say you started say ye friend ko for yoko Yes.
A frefremu businessman will you
say Asante region. In the D can attack you with Yoko.
Hey, somewhere then.
Our 1 year fro, you see, but check one faso in Yeska.
Jesus Christ.
How fast you say?
You don't mean it.
A be out to I as a cabby and I say, Sikabi. Just say, a yansembe break.
And your Rollins time, and then me.
Men, I'm a catcher. Coffee, young call for any be a phone line. Net fresh said, Nipper from Yoko. It was Santa Region, they will call you.
Businessman.
Yes.
One match require Munya Musikabi.
It's your trust in who said, no, I didn't about Santa Region, MY. It was here, Kaya who boom near ABP. It's here, Kaya who boom near Coach Chiago, race condos.
Yeah. Bishop.
Yeah, the bishop, yeah. Near Twatwa Jane said, no, near my cousin, I'll see you who free. It's here, Yana Sebi. You can't could do vice and then can be a big demonstration.
Hey,
yes.
Businessmen a walk mask can be a demonstration.
Yeah, can be a big demonstration.
Wow.
And yeah, a could do penny for him vice and my Fred O'Warry.
Yeah.
A buy. Tianini shy. And or catcher says, I never managed then there be a winning hornet. And tea a one I say a whole try.
Okay.
A whole try and a dear yam, sabe, and near my cry into being crabium. And no big cranny my bedroom porter, untimini. Taxes are a good near man or so, and easy. Sabe, yea, cry me, so the only sabe into alcoholic and alcoholic beverages. Miami up buying, Miami who no send me my buy a buy ya or some hot tomino. Saban and the big collapse in Majuma. Because Sabi will be in book to advert.
Yeah.
Book to advert that chrome and just will be a coracra be one crana. Book to advert. The who yana say, Yami and Yansa advert. Say, Obi, Akoye Bibi, Ama, Sadiana Wayanti, affected. Yes, sir, Yami advert. Oh, now, a Jumana in you will regret us. Sabi near maybe honest will be yen and ya. Your train is say. Na obi nkoye adebone na onfa ho sunsuaso
Sante region omo keka sika bomu because omo hunu se Dr. Bobie Ansah ma no wo ka no eye nsem a se wosom a ebeje wo man no knowing say na your agenda e na o ma set no mo de aso Dr. Bobie obibini ene ne wo ka say aban ne ba ya no mo target wo mo afa de munu amuna mo keka mo yiyi sika ede ma ya ba power no sika no munya no mo mra ma kire sika no ba bia munya no because omu hu say sankrofo we say ne kuta MPP no it is yan collapse wo mo businesses a the next thing is say omu was sika no be support about Alan you see because omu hu say kumase ne de se oman target womo an collapse womo an crash womo Alan be ebe ha womo eti yengu womo nyuma yen ha womo yen hye womo sika ni yen teti womo ni yen ha womo na omo nko from flat eti Alan no okonkon ho obi antimi mbo chesa adwembone na sankrofo we mu no jidia wo munya kofo ado de 20 onu nya sase ba de na na oka akofo ado de na na oka baumia ne kasa ye baumia ene kasa mu ntwa fa nkoma no chese enipa bitimi ya bronsanfo anu obeju o ma no o ma se no nipa bitimi ya bronsanfo se nipa bitimi wo oba ne ba na wa ba ya bronsam atimi aba be destroy wo man nipa ya nyimo no wo na abosome nkono no wa ye devil wa ye evil. You are talking about, say, Ghana, you have principalities and debede. What, Dr. Bobie, when the principalities need devil and evil, no? You are the one, because when no one sama will catch the Ghana for, and I be beneath a page on we are working. And my businessmen for investors, and your GD or Reshimu say, no, acquiring someone who are working. Hey, and more do. And then someone is talking about, say, 24-hour economy, ye be creating jobs. Ama youth na omu dwane free Ghana no omanya bia ya all rubbish ni gira bonten e kasa ba choba. Can you imagine? Look at this man abobie na wana ma no aka word bi or the F word no the amount say ST no so an the amount. Look at this man. From taxation to industrialization. 2022 in the industrialization had declined. Investors say Daniel Frigana Hanamoko obi adwane ko do okotogo ko madam fu bia no so on Turkish company bi adwuma 20 na do first time and a Turkish for no almost so mukukuru mkaka ne Chad en wo mukoye do okọ Benin ko do okọ Nigeria ko do okọ Burkina Faso ko mo creating mess mo gunyuma system na say obi say dia ne be ye betimi stabilize system no Obema tax exemption. Say Obema tax exemption, President Akufo-Addo. Wo wa konta esini hotel. Tax exemption of 130 billion. That year, na your budget edisha Ghana. Eye 100 billion. What 130 billion tax exemption. Edema Rebecca Nia Oyen Hotel. Obi ayen a private property. Private. Tax a wodi woma ye twa ya demand o first time 130 billion. 130 billion no a whole year na hwe Ghana e mabika. But obi say me be 24-hour economy, me be ma tax exemption, me be ma system no aye flexible, me be ma niam mu ago, ama se ne be ya be attract businesses. Ya mo gunu no a. What one more e ka say toilet. Vice President to toilet. Omo ntiase because omo tenase no mo hwe no mo hu system no a omo gya ho no mo no a Dr. Bobie hu se Mahama bebre Mahama ebebre former President John Mahama say habo na mo gunu no habo no a wo ye expansion nanka habo ho no mo ye ma container si to aso akọ Nyankopani mo taxes funa ma introduce no egu bibia no wo be yi bia firi wono mo obere ma tax exemption attract businesses ama ye tama habo na egu nkama fa so a wo so wonti ase wo ye vice president wo head economic management team na Ghana for sa kwa we na mudi nachi choka na mudi nachi ba mi o na mudi ba mi achi ememe nyina no mo boje ba mi aso emema katachi amakọ school professors doctors economists for na mudi ba omi achi eni mu nyina mo ne just what so ye empty what me say Dr. Bobie Ansah na mpono wo ye empty say no a ontimi ngina bonten aho omuntimi nya research oni team no entimi nya research emet country Ghana for say from taxation to industrialization we've been able to say ya produce way ya ye way taxes way ya ye say ye ntimi nya ohun sasa nkwase asem no ontimi me country Ghana for no say no de aye concept hwe ogina program ase no wakasa hwe concept party concept en woyi afa yemra 1D1F so yemra 1D1F your friend say finance minister kojina parliament e ka kire Ghana for say one district one factory etina Dr. Bobie Ansah abere no because ohun say 24-hour economy no no de enye achi they like ohun say they can't achieve it san no ohunu no because onum say bibia o ka bia ye pipa so enya de ye operational bibia o ka bia no no ohunu say ye pipa so e na o ma twere no o ka no ma no wa na no ya 2024 budget ya kan ofori ata ono bronsan ba ku busuo fa ba ku koja parliament kan we say one district one factory 169 e na ye operational e na ye adwuma 169 e na o ma bie ya eye operational eye adwuma 169 one district 1D1F no was say I employ adwuma for 169,870 80 169 1D1F operational the eye adwuma no I employ Ghana for 169,870 but Ghana ha unemployment rate Moje Ghana no na 7% adu 18% wa bodam so be kwa kojina parliament oyale unemployment rate shoot 2 times 2 kura bi sa aka ho times 2 ebi kura sa aka ho adu 18% okojina ho no mo atwere gu krata so ka kire Ghana for say mo bi enuma afa ni 169,000 because wa bodam oyale you are sick you are mad enti se enipa na omo wa Ghana ha se no a no omo ye adwuma dada no se wo so wa bie factories 169 afa adwuma 460,000 a was say no unemployment rate no ejadwo ma de mo ka che Ghana for se oye incompetent se mo be so na ye 7% dia enko se nka ba na drop ya ba 5%. But more ya mo musi mo bie factories ya afa nkrofo enyina akire no unemployment rate shoot to kosro. It takes a mad person, mad and obedient say on many money penny na moa enti no ono aboda mu ntino one moa na edin kita ho. Yes, because simple analogy your mama ya incompetent bibia say you to nya adwuma nye unemployment rate 2017 7%. Ejamo dia from taxation to industrialization ma be factories 169 operational adwuma. Enti di anka Ghana ni hwehwe ne say after 7 years ya adwuma for dada na mo beto ye no a ma fa bi na komu bi na kwa fankrofo a youth employment agency ma bi afa nkrofo a enti sesi a one district one factory so afa adwuma for Ghana 469,000 enka wasenka enipa dodo na omu ni adwuma ye no sa unemployment rate no ka was 7% 2017 ka was nka wa 5% kan oforiata it is a wokogina parliament na ka kire Ghana for say 1D1F most ya wose ade ayo ma bia 169 ma fa adwuma ye 469,000 you are out of your mind. Enti wo dwen se wanya moa se de mutu opposition a mutena ase hye ye plan ye se Ghana fo ye moa na mo ba bedi wonso se de mutu opposition a munya ase bi agimi fo emoa etwa antoa ne ye bo ye tiri konkonkonkonko no me ka kire mo se ni pa agimi fo no a muhunu wo mo 2015 2016 no se agimi fo no akaka kra bi na di mochi. Fourth Estate Manasa Zuri Awuni omo ye documentary bi about 1D1F. Enti me ba be ye 1D1F me be bubo omo factories existed once bi on be to yo omo de kekeka ho. Any bebre ya eno so aka ewura mu. Me be bubo so 1D1F no. Fourth Estate Adawuruma. Okay, where ye 1D1F. The Fourth Estate. Kwame bi amoma me you baby cry wo. Because omo ye no omo tire babia wo benya babia common user facility ya e wo hefa eno no wo hefa na Fourth Estate me fa credit Emma Manase Azuri Awuni na da romanti e na ye show sa pictures we say na Ghana fo munhunu me nkodan wo munhunu you started from first one. Okay, you started from first one. Enti first one no eye akontombra kwame akontombra rice processing enu na edaso no ana but almost starting free first one be say Ghana fo hunu Western North region akontombra rice processing common user facility was commissioned and also no, it was expected to produce 1.5 to 2.8 tons of rice per hour. But Fourth Estate is visited the 6.7 million cities facility. Its gates was locked. We say a contombra rice processing facility. Yeah, ye bia no. Sika omo de ye 6.7 million Ghana cedis. And at the time omo commission na Akufo-Addo ebia no 2021. Eti ene da ho no no. Kan ofori atako gina parliament. Ka kire Ghana fo say omo fa adwuma fo 1D1F. Omo fa adwuma 469,000. So meaning say each factory bia no I employ Ghana 4,000. Any Ghana for mu so mu ka se o. Ti manya adwuma ya sa na mo so da mo enti Fourth Estate ekoye no sa factory we elesi abusan fa factory ni pe wo mu ya adwuma. Sa factory ya eda hoi enipa wo mu ya adwuma. Western North eniye enipa wo mu a ya adwuma. akontombra for western of for ewia mutimi nka sa factory na esimu na ada ne bosom no ene ya lock no eni panim eye adwuma but why your calculation akwagina parliament ka kire Ghana for say factory bia no afa nipa 1000 factory bia sa rice processing common user facility we no afa nipa 1000 afa utiri so afa mumma min ko next one bia west district mumma min ko central region so next one me free accountant bra mumma min ko central everyone say Canada Japan di obi e on constituency watum juice factory obi e on constituency watum ya kwa asin no for na ma wodwere no mu ka kire nkrofo se wodwere no mu ka kire nkrofo se wa bia juice factory ya watum the constituency watum enti we central region bewaze community ya fa se bewaje bewaze okay bewaze community enu wogomua west district 14 million Casa de Ropa factory 14 million Casa de Ropa factory ya enu nso no which was to serve as a source of employment for over 1,000 locals ebema omanfo adwuma enti adea sa factory we na be ya the factory was to process orange fresh potatoes into biscuits, bread, chips and other products. Enti anu nsunie Ewogomua West District 14 million Casa de Ropa factory. And that's all factory ni yatumo. Perfort estate for eya omo de baye no. Omo se yatu factory ni. Yatum factory ni ya mutu. Yatum. Enie factory eni pa ya adwuma ho. Ene si wo no. State na mani loan. State no amani loan. Enti o economic crisis na wo ni nyina aka ho bio. Wama ona no eye PP partnership 1D 1F for ne private individuals partnership na aye. Na Exim Bank. Ene commercial bank na mem wo mu loan. Yatum. Akwagina parliament. Catch the Ghana for say my factory is 169 factory be afa nipa 1000 okay mama min komanim Durbridge Industries Limited and also 2019 listed as one of the factories that were to begin operational by the end of the year enti enunsu enie okay enti no 2019 okay men koso oh chale abatu opa de Ghana de said ye pay ho na kire se ya ye ho o mai mu yo enti ona no me money din was akwaje loan 10 million Ghana cedis from Ghana Commercial Bank as part of 1D 1F initiative. And though the factory was yet to commence operations, the owner said the bank had been breathing on his neck. So ontua GC before jina ne konso. So ontua hwe enesi on factory ni nesi won. Factory we na kanofori atase afani pa 1000. They say about 3 factories say 1000 kwa 3000. Factory ni yatum. Me mosu bebre me bo be 5 6 7 5 bia na ya to aso akwanim akọ next topic. Me pese Ghana fo mu hunu say kanofori ata Dr. Mamadou Bawumia. Enti manu me won asese Bawumia any message. Because when who say ejimi fo no a o mu deceive wo mu dada wo mu no akaka kra bi. Kakra no so na atwa ne ho ahia no a oyi concept ya no mo boje ne so no. Kakra no na aka no e na atwa ne ho ahia na oyi concept na no mo e boje ne so no. They say when who say onti me dada Ghana fo bi wani kufu ar ne kache mu bie mani. Afa yenkwa yanim na menkwa Commander Sugar Factory sa project we ono ala nkyeremate abeye minister 7 years adwuma kase de enti sa former president John Mahama Eradi. Na beda no me yakunini. She taxpayers money. She Kwabena Sugar Factory. Ya momo ba power no. Na factory ye fras ye ya chese produce sugar o. Me ko mani mo. Amagu factory no. Kero for ya tasa fa ni patazin. Commander. Afa ni patazin. Mumbie mani o Ghana for. Ejimi for ni atwani si de. Omo fire fala o. Wo ba na sa kra FM sa bebre ni 2015 October ni ya bietum. Na me ti radio so nana beba. Sena there's a wicked man be pa wicked pa. Wicked men for pa na no ba bejo man. Afere nkwa Ashanti region. Asamoah ni Yamwa farms ya mutu. Aka nwura. Asamoah ni Yamwa farms. Eugene, mo picture. Oh, ene si nwura mu no. Aka nwura mu. Eno so aka nwura mu. Eno na ba ya dey. Eno so ba fa adwumayefo. Ya mutu. Agu aka nwura mu. Poultry. Na dada no ko mbeto ya na agu. Na de omu bie na enra. Poultry farms akase omu beto ya na agu. Na de omu bie na enra. Agu ti Asamoah. Springbolt Company Limited. We answer them bro for baba de. Eno so wa he. Ya mutu. Agu. Eno so fa nipa according to Kenoferiata. Afra nipa kas. Enti Kase traditional area na Kofi Yamwa, whose nephew worked at the factory. There was low productivity in the company. Oh, not just eno so. Attend to me. Kumasi Fuana. The late president Miss Wu yom ko twa antama attend to me. Hey, Akufo-Addo went to me oh. Went to me ya mutu. Unija Garment Limited. Sugar kragu na garment sugar factory kra. Okay, ade minti. According to the CEO of the company, Mrs. Okay, the government is paying 10% of the 20% interest of the okay. And however, they said that the installment payment okay. And as we need more okay, and also no. I almost said that any part of our mokrano. Okay, although the government says the project has been completed and is employing 1,700 people, the situation on the ground contradicts the claim. Apart from the fact that the building is yet to be completed, oh, not just a horror. Any part kakra 300. Abai no kero for yata sa fa nipa 1,700. Afa nipa 300. Chale ebusia for. Ghana for say dem beto aba enum hu ana beto aba enum hu. Agi munum hu mangi mani so. Say dem beto aba agi mani so, beto aba fun. Akoyi criminal wicked leaders ya ana mangi mani so. Okay, last week ana NDC for years so mukoye clean up exercise. Our former president John Mahama office. Yay, I say yeah, adwuma la body. Yeah, ni asikafo tena bia na ye adwuma. Former president John Mahama office wa ya, mitimi na mteko ho. Yeah, yes ka, ya be adwuma asikafo mo na akoda hia, ya level mo hiafo. Na Akufo-Addo say condemn it. NDC fwa omufefa ensikan apia ne agyan ekoda ho condemn it. Na Akufo-Addo yentie ni na Akufo-Addo 2020 enipa
the machetes and weapons brandished last week at the residence of the NDC's presidential candidate, the former President John Mahama, are not signs of things to come in the run-up to the 2024 elections. It is my earnest hope that the machetes and weapons brandished last week at the residence of the NDC's presidential candidate, the former President John Mahama, are not signs of things to come in the run-up to the 2024 elections. If it is, I can assure them that they will find no success with them. I want to state I want to state for the record that under my watch, no person or group of persons, no matter their political coloration, will destabilize our country nor destroy the peace that all of us are enjoying. It will not happen. I ask all of you to continue to pray for Ghana's peace and unity so we can continue to move forward as a united nation, which is a beacon of stability.
Show your weapon. 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 No more trial. Show your weapon. Show your weapon. Show your weapon.
Malik, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Na any appointment to say?
Yeah, me dear chair.
Hey, na NDC for so clean up exercise kakra ya muko ye se mo wane ma gudan no maka mo di ahye dem ma ne ma ye sei.
Me dear ba me sure say ye ka hu bi ntina akra nyanye the cleaner city. Angasa ne mai ye di pie makra angasa mu akra be the cleaner city. Cause enya ye ko ye clean up exercise na say the see me so say ye ben nam maybe this weekend I come and penny na to fia ko ti o ade channel
osanka there be osam start free sisi la blanda pa fie
na ya ko na be di chire ba me fie so ko ti ho anka me di ora anka we sanitize the system ama I mean the entire system no ye ti me regulate ama Ghana staff no to my peripheral nti se wa boy abaso ye da wa se pa amenia
me hu se obi kura bentoa
clean up na ekoi no ko ewu mu na se me de minim bone a na do edi a sende obi twe fork and knife kra na ne yem hwehwe na ahwa na ekodu bebi a obi toothpick composer o de beji no simu a na do abo ho dewro na no ye se asoja fo bi ye ti face kakra na omukodru ni ma ho na do fie ho se coincidentally no soja for na start jama we go show you you see ade chin na do say mo bi anye na adwen so beti ma yeku e wo Ghana ha no as president commander in chief no na say mo bi na yeku na yeso ye pia ko ye clean up exercise boy flag bearer officer so yanka na do fa ho ben na me de ni minimum no say the only unauthorized weapon make me aka efisu pi say obi de ba ya na sa weapon no yen fa nye clean up no kura wo mo na say na ye bentua because if I crowd this bentua na ba no me bisa na say bentua e de anka clean up the anka if I bentua ho ben nipa na say ono de woni me say anka be chen krantia ne nkotre na ye che krantia na wafa no na me say david an krantia ne aboa papo ne ne ekeka ho aye be che no ye de omu nyina be kwa akoma abatwa because ye clean up ne animal friendly enti the bentu no na ebo na do hu kakra dia me de me hu me so me ntimi nkyere because all other weapons are on kra all other tools ne accoutrements na kra ho no na enema ye de clean up e wo man mu.
Okay, because meaning former President John Mahama meaning no office ho. Ya dua grass ne flowers wo ho no mo a se kan ni hia mo ne betwitwa. Ena broom praye ye kurakura mai no ne ade no. Eye ade a mu twitwa mema no se mu twitwa wie a mo de beprepra. Ena ma hu so obi kura so bi sa no. Eno so no ye de twitwa flowers so ye de decorate no ho twitwa ehye pi ne kama.
Mini aba say oh, Angasa, okay, why you do more forestry down? Because I wouldn't to be any use. Because a Juma, you call Jose Codino. A idea about making a crowd, the clean city. na mo aban mo de to ato ye so sanitation tax wagigi esika saa so muntimi mpra flag bearer office him man na ye as NDC volunteers ye as NDC leadership yes ye ko na ya ko sie flag bearer office ni ma na do so on na se man no me aba clean up exercise ye the same man wo man
me kra de age me nsem
nti me dwuno ho kra me nti ase be do baby no we capillary impo say o de be na ma na do be ka say o be stage cool because on one ka say ni me say kwan ya o de o man ya fa so no enye kwan sa na wa ma amrante ne maba wa bre nti nde we ye mabuno no so what you pick impo say o be wo fia na do trimu no o hu say o pese o de wa because on one ka ta na ho na trimu ntana no o hu ne say o di ehwamo o hu ne say o di abro ama say obi an hye no ho so o bi no say no ho yi a anka na akoye bi a sem fata but there only maybe every clean up exercise no so because this is one of the most successful clean up exercises we've had in Ghana before. Now yeah she ni ma say and she year 7th December 2024 say nyanyama ni ti koni o man ni ti ye fino 7th December 2024 and she ya be clean up exercise and our doors are always open. Then another episode be clean up e won the fie ni ma ho and our Flagstaff house we will come and help him. You know ya the boy the ba umi ahwe na zoom lion phone in straight the fie ni ma na so pese ya ba because nipa na odi bentu aba ya ne de ya tunu for say the ade che no san so ba we on pese kan bi on pe krante bi na bentu ane de ansha na obi akoka say yemfa bentu a enye clean up because me kai for the kakaduro ne resin ne ne yakita hu na shibu bisa ta so de be de so de sankrante ya tunu for say ade che ama ne famba no obi kra de da sai mai or the darasai ne ntos ni adoa also atese aboa papo bi ba na ya chi aboa papo na yetimi dia ya ponchen krakra but aboa papo no mpo wa ba
okay
ya nya aboa papo bi a wo ho
a okay Malik yemra hwe sede obeka sa ho keka ya mujumedie ya mukodi ye clean up exercise sede ya buruburusu ni ema ya mudi koye wo bia nkuratuo eye ni ema ye di esie ye clean up exercise. Yeah. Na president gina event ase na wa address omanfo na wode mu issue mu clean up exercise ebe mu ye hwe ne ma asisi e wo Ghana ha sei ya yente se president Akufo-Addo or kasa or condemn or raise issues and answer concerns about eniema asisi and then clean up exercise obi kura ne se kan ya wo gina program kese we say yase no kasa de fa ho no enro te ya no fa ne sei
you see mimi mampenyi na do no suban ade ana Kofi Kumsim eka early before the 2016 elections no na ya ade ame Malik Basentale binim ade ana Dr. Nyahuta Maklo eka yese Ghana for ansa na ye dampo ye nkata ye ni so na ya ade aye nyina ni boko hwe no tunu na pan efiritia udi me say fa asa papa yi oka all die he truly meant it yet mari mo has 2020 tanya woka ye na you could nipa more than 5, nipa more than 8 in an election. You could do Ododo, you could do Savulugu, you could do Zabdugu. Till today, the president hasn't shown any interest in that electoral violence. You will mind have by election. You could boss and continuation. You probably go for both Ebudia, Mampini, and Kalibia, and Pasasa. No, the media by me, make a simple method. And another F100. So the case am I destabilizing the peace of this nation in election 2024 and I say, oh man, what of MPP yes. Peter appear here. Or your MPP communicator. What the knock to the electoral commission. So now what the not also here, with opposition based party Yanka Nuntum, Nayen. That's appear here now where communicator of the MPP, the research director of MPP in the Bono region. No, Yentina says, no, you will be about one move in a free and fair manner. Many of us them we catch so we are ready. Now, if birds learn how to fly without pressure, hunters will also learn how to shoot without pressure. Into pair, for appear 1,000 for electoral commission. So, just to say, I am born home by within the remit of the law. And community, MPs and Negara for Dinadi, and Tinanado, Maybe they tell you, the DP are masterminding the killing of the then Major Mahama. DP are no one in Churubuano. Manpeni Emmanuel promotion as the Deputy Director General of the Ghana Maritime Authority. And then he is Deputy Director General. Double our commission, Eka said double according to Yamrasem. If you ain't double a song. Now my young disbanding of his involvement or his participation in the national security of this country. No, there are many workers say double. One of the bodyguards at the Flagstaff House. Man Penny Kenolopoku commissioner said, and Nam to trust them be Omuko Dia or no day in the Omuria Sinano. Man Penny rather promoted him to becoming, I think, the head of one of the departments of the Ghana Army. There is a repeated, there is a consistent display of the fact that man paying an ad water way. The one for it and Jana Mamun Shiamungamua or you be or the peace and stability of this country. Now this time here in this is for the end high. Then to know my mano and found for a equal bonus.
Okay.
Amma Yama you protected the stability of this country now. Yeah, because why but if you clean up exercise any bit to me, any team Mampenyu to the extent of big granite, Aquajina baby say, yeah, clean up, and on Tiasi and don't Tiasi election now. You should be ready for many more clean up exercise. Neme Baho, Mahu, to be act will be for act and now. Yeah, I just say next rank for next clean up exercise. You know, act them, act may chant them, and would be an acquire breath, one of the root a year too. Now, time you catch it. But ask no the cow wants a fiat neco. Fulani for the Wagogo, Yakumo, Motomoma, a training creature, or Motombo donated by 200 Yamaya. And we are not Maya will be able to clean the city. And the city will be neat, not done a crowd. Where M. Mabulu manager and the other also STS your minor. Now, December 7th, 2024, we are contemplating if care is not taken. That's why my no cost so a year fee send ya or mine a year fee in the year. You better clean up exercise on December 7th, 2024.
Yada say away adagye abusan for Malik Basintelli Deputy National Communication Officer. Ono ne kura ne blanta na o de co cleaner on wine say ya wine say ya wine say ya wine say ya. That is simple say. And I'm at na ho ama o man wa ye fee say. Kan one say nka mutwitwa na mutwitwa na mutwitwa sa na mutwitwa. Clean up exercise nanka mutwitwa na mutwitwa na mutwitwa. Chicha free sector ministry na mo de basa. Ya hwe mema mugu kremu ase. Ezuma ye slay kings sa na mo di two opposition. Madam mu slay kings. Ana mo di two opposition. Okay. Eti last week ana issue for France so ebaye about new LIB my ya say enya executive approval enti dia kan say ebe call parliament na parliament so dia omo beye enti na akwa ya say eja omanfo mo wo kura mu a omo dwatire kakra ka omo nsem omo import ne maba no say abani the restrictions eba ya kira say ne bi ono mu a so obetimi import the abade a ene wala yo restrictions ebem na trade union congress for guta for ene ada groups no ensu ebu ache se emboa wo mo kwan bia so me kwana me ne Joseph Obein or your president Ghana Union of Traders Association guta akwatwetwe nkomo e de afasa ensen wesewuti say mo ama johnny e Facebook ni import restrictions product to be affected rice the guts bladders tribe poultry animal ne edo aso abusuafo nti wo de
ya wa de taka
yani mene no kwankodi nkomo all be good afternoon. Na apom ti say
yes I do.
Okay. enti we say eye nhyehyɛ foforo a abane de kɔ parliament e de pe approval sene ebe ya importers enema hodo bi a mu import e de eba no restrictions ebebemu o limitations ebebemu o mo si ekwan bi so no ebe hamu ekwan be so na mo mfo so ebe hamu
nukwe ni obi anu a otiri for asempa kodo senka ye ka se ye no ne ye mpam ne ye ni ayeni e de senka ne kwa so anu no na emom no wo ye bibi so no anya ne kwa pa ne kwa so a wo se botai na esu edi so no na se wo anya na emom no wa be ha enkofo so asebe komo edi omuduma so anything that yeah say and the man you produce or memory no ya ya to some producers and manufacturers no many stores ya ya tom no ba ni na ya tom ama Ghana for consumers no na shortfall na ewom no ya enso no ya kofa every abonte asa de abeka ho etire say ya hu hia pa say ekwa bi aso no edisi will be every our abonte say be a year the cause of the country's problem. There be and this yes you were very important role you play. It will just say be for industrialization and I say I did be able to local productivity. Now one 5 year input. 1 year over here no now wunya results about open. Now LI over there bay. I say this year will be a car LI whatever will be a car import restrictions. We patrol and training. When objectives na editi ya de airline airbano as a training when we tire is by any so why ka say measures say e na me dey to akwam say sa more e bi adodo say e na ye kraba na the ye kraba no so the TV produce of memory e say it dey fear that ye me person ye increase production say the also say the bedu bi a efficiency no na afi de ya self sufficient say ya no ya nsa aso yeti adware sabe bibi say eni ho editi say wo ka so ye import restriction na say gina so be na wo de wo so a wo de be stop be say be stop de bana be krado wo ni gina so bi a na say akwa say afebo ya wo restrict abro so a is say bi edi wo mo a ebema local production also akoso ama Ghana for ediye ama eniema bo a ewo omemu a ya for your homode ama etia stabilizer no etia stabilizer ye di ejise be na wo ye sebi a wo bo company ba ku bi a wo no ye manufacturing wo Ghana ha no wo bo no ho ban no kwa be no emeye monopoly do ma prices bo enkosoro na edito quality crowd yes do be
yen sabetimi aka Robbie unim eti say ye portrait I can remember last year mu ho na me ne portrait farmer bi wa hanom ye edi nkomo sei ya na oka bibi say first no say wo free be say wo free ase free Accra poku ase amasaman ho na wo kwa kodu nkokwa na obetimi aka portrait farms ebe say 130 but say no obetimi aka say portrait farms no 130 no na as at the time I mean na kasa na o se aka 13
just imagine no ya me important no ma ye and say wo na wo de measures beto akwam amma kwaya be faso abeja sade o take no wo de aba abo mo atmi aye wo mo ana elu a wo de mema wo mo subsidies a de mema wo mo de entities wo mo mpata wo de go begum wono no e na so wo ye no aka say oh me yes ade no some ye too pon chicken production no ye nyamu be 80%. Etibujai they are not the buyer or go to Nigeria no abo mo de rice importation no rice
production
I pay 80%.
Okay.
It's 80% as I said no. That's so omo hold importation na ha omo. That's omo do akakakra atakuma no omo do. Enti na the answer omo ya dey say owo meta importation no so kra womo de afimu e da ye yo who say and ya afi enaka o metri dia wo modo bai no eja the ese komuja media ba possible possible eja possible so di afimu pe o metri ya say ya stop importation afimu di ya tuya da ya production ya pe debi so afi pepe no metri the target no because na o mu ji sha wo ma ye no na abo wo ma du ho abi ye ni say bia tesa.
Okay, now we can be about shortfall. Say bia the production the to me produce wa ha say no. Na mo ma import bi. Na mo the ababa be so. But the ye hu say wo kwa market na. Apart from local foods produce kakra banche bode no me bia aburo no kwa say na import bi free neighboring country. Tomatoes kra free Ghana. Be ye ni free ho no ma. Who rest shops supermarket mo ne ade ye hu say eniema na import no. Eba ni teach you food. The import no edosun esin the yankas ye produce wa ha say and in percentage wise no yetimi ka say to sell poultry rice cooking vegetable oil no ni ade no the mu importers mo de ba no edosun say the ye no wo Ghana ha say na just enya shortfall because of say the ye produce no wa ha say no e wo form enti na ama na kosa enti say enti ano no
your produce wa and your man, you produce no Ghana now, and then there's an you need production company, you need factories. One more produce na ya to ya na shortfall no ya kofa abuchiaba.
Okay.
It is they run side by side.
Okay.
Na the other you produce na ko yekuma
import
to the no akamase. Asawa o kana se tra no no enti ya dia na en no so enti mo da ye fa ne se wo so mo tre cement ka ho cement no na hu ya so mo be tre cement na ka ho because cement no ye nim ye dango ye nim ye jata cement and ye nim ye diamond cement and ye nim ye gasem
ena jata so abeka ho
jata na beta say ye jata yi
okay
so the beta be ye jata that's what do ye see abo say ye ni aye dia
okay
oh I know I set wo bia eto assessment no wo say wo bi be so da ye kwa say be kofa this bia wo bia wo no be kofa bia de wo mo de gu ship mu ba do bo abaye no wo mo de be gu silo sumu no wo no de ye mo asade some between a support sample for but Ghana for the ye jidie wo ye local cement lu ye jadifo so wo de wo pa to car the yi atala any one more to cement is the ko hu so be hu for arrangement bi ho and no ye ka say industrialization say ya ye ama wo mo no abedu eho she biscuit local biscuit say wo bia do na wo ka na be nim say bia wo nim biscuit no so ye Ghana for to power biscuit production no am say so ko supermarket ko one fear wo so ye no so we imported and we Ghana there if you one more can see no one can we no and then we would me see one more pass ye kofa biscuit no do after beauty one we look at there no e be mo abuka and no say one more look at ye biscuit factory one more who she say papa we would me produce e more cost no e competitive so dey come it is I don't know how the mama sanya example kwa tissues solid road mu no ngika ho so we want to be after brocha e dey ba there's a be our coffee be to say 4 tiles oh it will for 4 tiles and that's we for enema heavy duty enema na ya na container need to be load do menyama because agent me lift it okay it was upon permanent na da ho what say be for toilet training kakra and shasro no na be ba me dia tmeka sani e dikta toilet but sani many na so see the production no akwa anim ya frame bi pharmaceuticals enu aye the Ghana hey in Ghana for adia to it enye no say we don't patronize our own but so one year say na e betimi say bia emo na bia mo no we say you know bia ya kra ye di eduade emu a ye di minimum figures and with the mitrim na eka bia yes 1.2 metric tons 1.2 metric tons so they ye produce no Ghana ha no bia 400,000 metric tons 800 no and ye shortfall 800,000 metric tons. And as you say, media you say, the restriction ba yes starting see the year Juma. I fear the year ni member local production across 200 about 600,000 metric tons. I fear best out to member local production across 800. Nebia what is nebia bedu enfiansiano. Na afei wo yetimi produce 1.2 metric tons no ha. Ano de na ye no kasa ye nsagina bibi so say okay they say ye self sufficient and who here cross say ye be importation ni bio. Na wo ya de no wa ya de tra ye holo obedi better the holo when you agise bia wo de guide na some bia me ye maduma na be ha me keke. So they say anything ye fa share no measures no ya de to akwamu ama ya edit timelines no to say the market we ya de to akwamu na for ya boy no ho ba say permit no kwa ya be de no won ba ya na bia ye ni 1 hour won sabeka na enye se bia permit no so be ya obi so ejapade ama eno ko pe bia na ya boati bidi na bureaucracy ne bottlenecks ne bia corruption na ebeka ho no that also aba say your jadi kra.
Okay.
Be trade facilitation. Trade facilitation, it draws on time of doing business, cost of doing business, and ease of doing business. So you permit easy say no. Any no ekotia sa trade facilitation. Elona ema jadi. Okay,
Mr. Obie, my memory so. Say, make me say, yeah, importation, importers, I open market. Yeah, restrictions be and shed that any musa. And they say, no, say be a Dutch be a Kwabase. Ella, you cray your mukaya. More resisting say a bemwa restrictions bemwa. Said the okay, kwaji permit, run idea. And what could didn't pack a crabinson. Se kwadi ni paka krabin semensu so ne dey o how bay ene de bebra wo man no e ma ne ma ne ho nya scarce de e ba no ni paka kra na e de ba no enya competition e ma ne ma bo so nye den wo market.
Oh what be any tia so America na America business one say one nya exise na wo be ta se e bia de say ye wo factory ba ko pe e de wa ha e bia bedroom fie de sia no se de ato apam any facilities ya di abankofu bi no ebedu samre no na bia factories re e be 3 and 9 omo capacity of production no e be so ye na ya no so as the same ni ho that one get side by side with importer that wo ye no tra to say the wo ma ye ya e be ba ne ma no asho to odwa so de ma no go be ye den yi obi pebi kura na wo nya bie that one don't know what they are the consuming public. At the same time, no one say only a corner and also import to Kakano and the best the Busia for. Now, and she said, my question here, Mr. Flo, say, Sunday, why you don't know. You will say, why you're regulation beer. What the best the partner who protected all because who was said the partner protected all 1 year baby a mana. That one also, I dare your friend monopoly. Now, in. If you buy them, what shop we are and farmer. And so you come what here, Sadia Dipicra, what you block of family, some India, distributor, the whole distributor for a sole distributor. It's not a work I want to crack off forward the other after who could pay Bicra, Aquaton crowds, or would ya, or work of need to be a yes, someone yes, I said it answer by ya. Some of the politic unit that will be free Saturday.
Okay.
Yes, I said, one yes, as you said, don't know what the party are. That's a pair of Payabia, one person over the importance of Regiment. But yes, so you roll that you play no, and just when they cry, I said, there be our person Ghana for it was a supplemented, work, local manufacturers and Womusin Tono. That ya crab your mission. Eti
Robin said the awo kan say local manufacturers yi omo ya mo na mo kofa na maton na short film makwa aba no the ekosi nyina dan say productivity e wo form production e wo form eti na just say 24-hour economy no e kan bi so be boa o man no
yes so say 24-hour economy you o ma pani that adi aba no so utia the all can tell ya me say Midian Mumia Fankwa Jimo, na yewo anajo, yewo time, and yewo space, ewo. It is our time where yewo anajo, any space there, anajo. Ye Fankwa Jimini and ye Emma Faso, Embraso. As I walk, I know. One car, as someone a yapody. And say, you shed near Pepper. Also, businesses in the Upa Manaji. Ma asori bi nkoye convention wo ebia osu ada la hormone la trefe ho na ebia adajo no mo ye convention ubo se abonfo bebe de edema be ko ho akwakoto esu obko ya adajo so because we create opportunity that businesses here traders we are not time bound ojadini bia no ya time bound Eliti 24 hour economy no say yes he said yeah that's a person now first no me so bi na kumasi be bia tena nkofo ye do bombless any one more we aduama eduanaza who was a cast the woman before man ajono and the pano man be see wo mo and the you may be the gugu so we shakra na dan see mpokra that transportation go be a tukwaya or Babediga was surrounded and was so be took on a jona. Baba Benduno, na Adiate, number but to Tommy de Madame Pop. That's what will be traffic to Mujashi. And another country, and I'm Robino, Nidano, a free hawk. Social filling station, and a pharmaceutical shops. Saja are Robino, who get Kawa. It is on my penny, about was okay. That's the whole part they say. Be a security, or be provide the security 24/7. Now, one creating infrastructure. Now, a bank for the Jumana, a good one, and say a shift to be Babu Bebrina. Not only a taxi, the Bebede Guya and by competitive.
Okay.
So when you're competitive, that will nobody at all. Yeah, if I top 4 air top, Nigeria 4 top, Burkina 4 air top floor because of body. And you have been a better rather shift. And she says, I'm pretty so yeah, the policy now. And so what they come up, they say, or what they when you wanted to others so the local manufacturers, you more incentives, I'm more with the man for a pass. That's a what creating demand. For a goose, demand nobody. That's a woman, so one woman, yeah, you 24/7. Yeah, private sector. Yeah, private sector. You see, yeah, the engine of growth. The engine of growth, so they all you Google, engine, be one by engine, and they were, yeah, you 24/7.
Okay.
And it's, yeah, we are waiting for any opportunity that it will create. And I'm in for my consult, so I'm for me, I drink, so I don't pay a card another network. To say, yes, I say, the plan papa to hope, and you may be a young nuisance in the, daytime, no. You bet ye, Sadia Mano by legislature, they are called Anajo, and to say, and the man to say, downtown to say, Ukanshi, Cantamanto. Now, Adopada, ye, dear Jana, Adopadia Viano. And one after you about 4 years and the amount contained summer. It will want to win the crowd walk or so, Muka or Tanya. It is a better said by legislature, and you bear another district centers or the business district centers in the Yet we need the amount another. There's a first thing you say that ye body, so what Kubasa, the idea from everybody. That task no back a Humatino. No about the India man, not a man, I'm sorry, bear 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. And no about tossa, food sauce and that, you different class and a man. And the man do no Siano. Now, one more, I got to talk with the about the court, maybe I hope to talk with no man. Now, and also you're free for trading in the morning. If you bet me as a Sunday, many days, she said, about your 3 and your Vaso, and one I do not at that whole
yeah, that's it. And
okay, this with that.
Politicians engage mu pa o may be kwaso nso o mu hyehye kwa na so sa de abeto hobom na je agu that's awie abusuafo we say Joseph Oben president Guta so hu nsem a wo ka 24-hour economy na regional minister bi gina baby ka say 24-hour economy na anadwo no yere na minister Akufo Addo ni ministers nso de yes am adwen pa de asayi ye di crazy na me nkwana me ne Edward Akron ono nso president Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders for na mini ni nwie na afe no Uncle Bernard Mona join me na me no mo entra say Eddie good afternoon. Hello Edward.
Good afternoon.
Na pom ti say
you who do me we
say de tamahabo aye mama na no kra meti fie mi hu say na Akufo Addo say second phase project no project na akomensi a wo mo ye Someone na ja feed forward for am me em say why you ma busu nti second phase ni to aso
we dem wa sheda fa
sheda say de ye hu ni say ho no ma ye empty say why you empty dia ga second phase project nke de ye de
oh no dey it was part of a plan into no and the omo bi ko adim e bia debi no ma be ko yi into no
okay enti yema restrictions and yema ye import e de bagana e say no wo ko man Ghana ye market na wutimi hu say yema efira mo no ne ba no e do so sin de wo ye yankasa ye produce lititru enuane any sa clothing apparel you am so omo e be restricting ni importation no majuma no na wo hwe se de aban ne pese wo ye se wo pese wo ye e de boost local production na
right
e de na mo ka de afa ho
okay me that see when it could be obekoso no wo me hwe sector because em fans that deal we aduane bia mu obeka so emu de ye self sufficient mu ya yetumi di ayemu na emu no brace kapa nti yem protect fa sector no eno de ku bia obekoso bia obehu na mum so wo share ade realm de because what for 22 different items na wo share items na and we am so na aduma ye normal ye crania and ye the friend saying ye the restriction no better so no but first of all she say and the men at first of all the bureaucratic process how because say who come and sana wa register permit fee sa committee na e be hwe sa de no so any one thing secondly no so wo ye nipa we ye there ade we wan hwe ye na kodane I said, bring back a monopoly. Mini monopoly chimo. On am John. There's an uncle could be better. So no name and for a panel is no con was okay. Men one of my class idea. Let's near the sense of no there. You know, why you on no bekra. But Ghana no, we talk about trade liberalization. Trade no, ya what to say, ya finding several international agreements, any WTO trade facilitation agreement, and Ninia ya signing on. And want to me Munano say obi be yebia, o say o we the changes my mouth permit answer. Nia yebi when 1984, 85 no bano, and ani be a friend special or numbered license. But say we knew the horrors of it, say no more be come and sana will start permit back home. And you know why would we want to do that? What you say? And what you need to say, what shall listen one? Let's say, what person will talk, what was it say, the who can also make a cracker about the year. Just walk with the permit for committee. In any case, no, what shall committee now form no crana? Then you begin to wonder where is the angle? Because we are committees are AGI also, but traders know they one way. They are not on that committee. The trader also crumple M1. AGI no one more so not say AGI remember beer. Or produce BB. I was now over just permits now, over me the amount. In any case, I'm saying, why do we want to do that? Sugar, ye need sugar company be our Ghana. Bakuya mu be ye cry, and a sewer ye produce she. Ye need sugar company, and then I'll catch obian to me crack and to me yadi. What I say? I don't know. I idea is the tax bit me a creative monopoly in there. Who papa.
Ehu ewie mamenda wase abusuafo we say ye Edward Akron or ye president Ghana Institute of Freight Forwarders ade na omo ye no ye say ade na omo ye adwini omo pesa ho monopoly che se omo pesa omo de sa permit ni ma wo omo nkrofo kakra bi no omo na che se omo import mo omo na import poultry omo na import you force use ntade ya eja yetugusu enya bi shei omo pesa che se oman ni bibia ekuta wo mo ye wo mo dia so ho bibia mo limit bibia oh but Ghana for there are how many months to go? How many months? And aka ye dey ko. Ediwe yi restriction ni de omo chirete. How many months? Naka ne ye ko ye nim. Na ya je ye man. Na ya je ye man. Ayemi Fasidama Tabia Herbal Center. Or the Tabia Herbal Mixture Aba Ejaso Tabia Herbal Mixture. Obia malaria how, fever how, general body pain. When you want to know wunti dia, Tabia Herbal Mixture. Yes, see ya dear how, Obia yam time how, Yema Eddie do sisim. Oh ya Tabia Herbal Capsules. Yema Emma, woman Kodano for. I pay for when you're 18 years, I don't know. You can add into the life in your father. Yeah, you free yourself many much way. Hey, Eugene, so dear. And say fast Sadia on ye is a cry. How can she drag lady does a pombenia be her? 0243 686861 0243 686861. And then Jessica Sika Dial star 413 hash star 413 hash star 413 hash. Get choose to Accra FM. Choose to Accra FM. 5 cities betmem when you sika pudu. After quick credit so HM sika. Quick credit the ode bo bosia. Ye wo hia na Ghana card. Wo hia putupuru mu loan bi de atwitwa ho. Wo hia bosia de awura wo business mu. Wo store ni mu ahehan. Wo Ghana card de abomode a. Na free number yi 0596 920833 0596 0596 920833 0302 20 0390. Quick credit Bank of Ghana lances near the year Roberto and the lunch is Imboost Herbal Mixture. Imboost Herbal Mixture. And you drop a pay boost to immune system. No, I'm Unipediano and what is from Co Abemo. Yadia do crow. No phone. Yadia she show home. We hear Imboost Herbal Mixture. Imboost Herbal Mixture. A busu Ghana have baby a tone will be a benya biato. Pay to 4 Fred 0246 208496 0246 208496. Enche na enkwano resource ne eba. Ope school papa bi do ba ko. Ope school papa bi edo ba. St. Andrews Senior High School. St. Andrews Senior High School. Form 1 admission the hall. Form 1 admission the hall. Junior High School BEC resource no. Say o twani mu kwan na entwa computer placement. And for two ban two school bi a won pay. St. Andrews Senior High School. What admission. Form 2 so any form 3 classes nyina ebi ewo ho. Vacancies ewo ho. Yeah general arts course na me kwen me ye geography, history and I'm here economics. Papa ka say me elective maths but me de ka hu say ma hwe ya madwene bebom. Enti man fa no anka ho. Aha enti ya sound so ye business home economics. Ye agric science general arts. Ni nyina visual art ye bi ho. Ye wo teshi Chibler last stop. Teshi Chibler last stop. Bomadian friend 0546 048332 0546 048332 0249832015 0249832015. But your anchor bana mona mama trans na yen trust na divine mo aba yentwi amro abusafo yentwi amra ya ba Bernard Mona former Chairman PNC Divan wo munyina Divan Nkroma no mo ebeto aso afia.
quick credit siasia say sikape ennafom intina yaba say ye becheche wo yam bosia bon hyehyɛ yɛn ho wutumi babosia edifi aso ye fee 1500 Ghana cedis edeko na nea wo hia ne wo national ID card wo hia sɛ wo betu susu wo hia awowa yɛn giseke bia nto ho wo nsanso hia sɛ wo ne yɛn bebue futuo bia quick credit ɛwɔ hɔ ma o sɛ ye dwa na wo pese wudi ana wo pese wo hye edwuma foforo ase ana sɛ ye school fees ana bo eyeye wo so me edwuma ye fo nso ye wo bi mamo na mom kai sɛ ye mmobosua ɛwɔ internet so afei so omantic akrobia batan Bank of Ghana nsa wo dwumadie yi mu enti tutumri kana frɛ yɛn wɔ 0302 200 390 ana 0596 920 833 quick credit lending made simple kai sɛ dwumadie yi nhyehyɛ kakra wɔ ho.
Hey! When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huaden.
Refuse to grow, and young offense were back.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and your ready pediatric Samoya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a peja immune system Nabribia, Yarientimu. Sasa dear, a month for the one, the Imbusaba Mesa, Jordan Hua dance yes, and Yarwa who Nipa and Nina Etimi Banaso. Any Yarwa Cassian Kaya within D and a home car. Now Yamwa suing no, a boy who buy every home. And now one pa, one Yarwana dada, no monum doctor in Rono, and num imbusaba mesanoa, and more who are deep pinty. Ya womuntim pose, Yaria Esomo. Imbusaba mesa, a walk Kashi, and you may move bia your toe in row. At to 0246 20 8496. FDA, Ashisha said, the encratry, Jatu say.
Get ready to immerse yourself in a tale of bravery and resilience. Journey into the heart of the Kwaman Kingdom, where Nana Akoto, a young prince, is captured and sent to the formidable Dintra Empire as a slave. Nana Akoto faces a fate that threatens to erase his identity, but his spirit remains unbroken. In a quest to rediscover his true self, Nana Akoto must navigate a path full of trials. Will the power of Dintra keep him as a slave, or can he fight to reclaim his heritage and restore honor to the Kwaman Kingdom? Don't miss Nana Akoto, showing Mondays to Fridays at 8 p.m. exclusively on Aquaba Magic, DSTV channel 150 and GoTV channel 102. Dial *759# to reconnect or stay connected to DSTV and GoTV.
Hey, say, dear Mako, who ever Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, no, who crave me, say, and Nuntino Mania Award, a word bestie, Obian Transit Emma Dumpemia, dear Casse, and as a boy, dear, and can to them you.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, as son you want to say, near Kro Etuno, near Anka, Awanum, Obana, Bemo, Power, and Yarwanka. Nancy, Mamika say, and the Spana Cod Ekayano. Greenfield at Arumanti, and was our selection and also APM. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic, our ultra modern laboratory. And a diagnostic machine, sir. I should share the pediatric one casa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. I want to go Dogon, Estate Junction. Last stop. Fre was 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898. Greenfield. God is our healer. Greenfield. Your last stop.
I believe. CMGC Cartadio. Yeah! Here say, Ubebo *413# ewo MTN peso. Amunum no one saka watadie. Aye CMGC Cartadio promotion. Yeah, afi yesu ye bedidio. So peso when ya CMGC Cartadio bia, and your kwai we na befa so. Step 1, but *413# ewo MTN so. Step 2, chusu Accra FM. Na we die, the prompt nechi. Esu awu so asikamu nyina, ebe kwa na wie yama. Sika Chadia promotion, eye cash in and win big promotion. When you dear what's our year, win your share of 24,000 bonanza. Shannon Swo, do be our taxi, and your cost for promotion or so. A year cashback from Class Media Group. Kai Huna say, Sa Jumedia Way, and she shared the home, the National Lottery Authority, our Caritas Lottery Platform, and a boy chidom. When young fisher don't watch it, Equa, one card Jumedia home. CMGC Cartadio! Yeah! Ghana media some dabremo. Sisia de wusi danya. Any coins over hukra. Essence Alu Africa. We got you covered. Alu Africa. Aye jumekuo kasia. Ebon in chance papa di kudaso. Any trusses are. Ghana ha. Any wiasia fanenina. Yen ye lidie. Yang any topo. Alu Africa ewa bakwa somewhere dimu. Ebon roofing sheet. Any trusses say ye papa nkwadia. Aye honum. Ena benya pa ye quality. Sanso ya affordable. Bedroom fish ye dionuni. Edanya bru 2 million. Ena Alu Africa ekruso. What a news! Yan chance ye di crew dance no. Nia money dimune se emwodu. Ne bani diswo ni diswo. Fit is 0.35 mm. Echo says 0.5 mm. 0.35. Echo says 0.5. Alu Africa trusses so emwodu. Na a range fit 0.55. Echo say 1.15. Enti enya fe na wudi dua kokru wudaso a very nache. Emfotie berie. Alu Africa trusses no. Emfotie ntimere. Enre nache. Eye good for all weather conditions. Ne boaso da for mwankasa. So beto dua pa de enkato Alu Africa trusses. Na bokwa ye bretu no ho ban. Alu Africa products ni nyina so ye ma 40 years warranty. Emfrishie dua 9 warranty. Hwehwe Alu Africa. E was Spinters kwai na so. Ye ne MTN office no. Ana di nhwani mu. Ana say frɛ 0574 2862 92. Se wudu takra de so a ye branch ni bi wo ho. Frɛ ye 0545 446852. Na edwumeku bia. Wo pese wo beto Alu Africa kwal ni bi no. Wobetimi walk in to your branch bia. Ye beton dia ma wo mo. Na wode akodi dwumadie bia. Alu Africa, building made a sighting. Hey, hey, hey. Kwabena. Hey. Koda. Hey. Emano siden kwa.
Tabia takum wedi emema yeduro no eme yenya hoden ane hoden ye ayemema dro anu ti na banma bi ahia bi no etufo ane atofo ane obi opedidu atu aton bia enko chemical shops pharmaceuticals ane herbal shops bia e wo Ghana hanum be bia anase frey e wo 0243 686861 ana 0245 749206 sankatwe FDA fo agiatu kai se tabia takum ye bemma bia ye takum
Not recommended for lactating mothers, pregnant women, and children under 15.
Basam sunyi wama batan bra kwa
na wana no rejijiwu ye
enya hwana wo hwe school nsɛmsɛm dua wo safi ahwana wo fi JHS roko SHS1 wo betne fia chir papa
oh iyantra ti asam dawi St Andrews SHS for say sabo from the results mbampa akonya ohode wo befa wo be wo start SHS1 da waiting result na hianyi that index number baba echi results no ba na za ba chira ho na wo be yintina
aha private school
eh St Andrews SHS or your grade A private school and you be able to school and you go school or what akonya so ho mbo from a open wo be SHS2 only SHS3 na safi no be SHS1 na the results mbe impa wo be je me see one boarding house ho a ya kono de teachers no so force mo from em wo suadinti wo pass wasi no easy e pede wo be general arts business economics agri general science visual art for be St Andrews and main campus no asin for su wakra hadze ye woteshi twible last off 0244 696911 St Andrews SHS we are always in the lead
na asmafo ni man say
Mafia. Hey, nade. Wobinam ne baby so na wohwe ne han se de ase de sen.
Na hwan ni obi no awoka no kwakofo.
Kwakofo ben. Yentem kwakofo no wachi ase bicycle wo so ne ma wontimi no. Wo se ne na ye no.
Hwe, ebe na kakra ni na mihia oni abu a na wo te so. Se won sisi ye won ya. Ana bu mpo de no se koko so ha no ka ho. Enti ontumi nya adwuma bia na nsan. Ana me ka se onko ba me odobo herbal center. Eni se abu hu ato no a onanam ne baby no.
Ma me odobo herbal center de. Oya ade o.
Me say ye koko sisi ya de. Low sperm count oba na so be ma won wo afichiri kuro mu ha wo ne ade gise wanko
diabetes ne mpamu mreye ene koko na menim se oteso na menim se sisiya de ene afichikon ha nso otumisa
etinyigifo mpo age maami odobo herba center tum
kana shi maami abena odobo herba center ebe pro credit bank no edan ya ni na salon ewo mu no
ena shama nso o TMA office pom ho a official town road
fre 0244 284 728
ana 055 ana 0509 043 539
maami odobo herba center na
agisi wanko
CMGC Kachadio.
I was off for Accra 100.5 FM Sunina. Afe yemre fiena yemra meye ejuma. Bernard Mona, your former PNC chairman, convener, Rise Ghana, Divine Chroma, director of Operation PPP, ena meni womu eshia ewie. Oba me da be mem. Yasem kitu Accra. Agaben, good afternoon, Divine afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yeah, me ya Uncle Ben.
Say what sheda. Na oya uncle na chere say on person men trespass.
Yes, ma sheda.
By cross pollination so
cross pollination should be very. Divine boko there.
Na me adom bi ai boko.
Bi aboko.
Na me adom.
Me hu Dr. Pakwesi Ndumachen ayi. And the former president for ne wife no. Mama test him who no na you funeral grounds when I'm say me who no. Me mo papa.
No cray.
You nyame asese ade nyina mu wa ahoden.
Nyame nchade. Nyame de nkwa ache ne ti no. Ye hwede nyame be ye.
Ade nyame ase. Okay. Eti when the young cry ye share about 24-hour economy and then matters if you mu eba. Minister bi say obi ti say Bernard Mona say ya ono ya farmer. Okoni info so radio so TV so no sa ya san so ye farmer. Was one 24-hour economy whether naja. Any issues former President John Mahama, Vice President Dr. Mamadou Bawumia about 24-hour economy. And compare what we when we say wakasa from last week na mitife na me tio. But question I am bisane say economy no ebetimi asanso afa fufro aka hu biem like the current state of ye sika wo share Bank of Ghana ne ye futuo mu a ebetimi asanso absorb additional workload see ye tua nkrofo ka e de aka ho
nana me chia na me chia menua divine nkroma ene botanical mena omowechire and yenua Bobie Ansah watu kwan. And of course a tiefo ene ahwefo because nipa etimi hwe ne ye no ewo Facebook and other social media platforms na menkase obia enni ewiasi onim. Your friend is saying how the kitchen is hot than the cook who is in the kitchen. So to me, I say, you cannot determine the hotness of the kitchen whilst you are outside than the one who is inside the kitchen and is cooking, feeling the heat or whatever. In this instant, the cook is the Trades Unions Congress. Omuna omoye employees. Omuna omoye aban ejuma. Omuna virtually they do the work for the employer to take. So what I say? It is a Trades Union Congress. Omuna omuni baby ejano ehye efa. Na obi abeshia omo na wachire ne policies. Say Ghana for emanu to me. Na obeye president say ni say ena obeye na Trades Union Congress ankasa the representatives of labor in all its forms etimika say 24-hour economy is a game changer no not only say labor numbers will increase and strengthening the labor union so when say as the labor union every year na ya retrenching nipa every year na IMF ka say job freeze netresemen for nipa. You are reducing the strength of the labor unions because their numbers are diminishing. Now, so it's not only in the numbers that will get the jobs, but say it will also reduce the dependency ratio. Yebusuamu se wanhwe ye na wo wanye ejuma eba beyo na o papa o maame o ma bia waware na o ma mienu miensa o ma beka ho. So you become the single person that have to fend for the others. But Ghana yebusuamu no obusua nya o papa ne o maame ene o yire ne o ma o yebusua no eya extra eno. And evidently the dependency ratio is high. To say me and my uncle's children are with me. My uncle died and left kids that are younger than my children. Because of that, they should become pariah in society. So they are with me. So it means that the dependency ratio will become higher. But say yetiminya ejuma na nipa bi tumi ye ejuma more than a certain number of hours wan hwe ya ni ketua bekoso. Number 2, other people will get jobs to do na etimi abua, so the income levels will increase, the dependency ratio will reduce, and above all labor numbers will increase. I was surprised that the vice president will take issue with a 24-hour economy, which is the policy pronouncement by a contender. Any debate na mokoyo wakoka na de amati TUC. Say TUC no say also ochro letter ma mo na say o ba be hia mo na wo the policies o pese o benya president o de beba no o ba ma okwan na waba. The Trades Union Congress will not refuse you. So why would the vice president not go and give his policy prescriptions and the counter? Now wako generally I say na can't say the 24-hour economy is not well thought through. It's a bad idea. Time now obeka say a bad idea no. At the same time you are saying that the 24-hour economy is in operation. So if there is a bad idea that is in operation, what do? You stop it. Into obeka tire say ye mobile money interoperability no 24 hours no. If it is a bad idea to have a 24-hour economy and you are citing that as an example, say it's in operation, you should have stopped it. So say say pharmaceutical companies, pharmacies a year juma 24 hours already and it is a bad idea, then you should stop them. So you see the contradiction in the pronouncement of the vice president. Say bibi I will say enyano o manju imuno. At the same time o ka kire say sadie no krampo no is already in operation and you are in government. You have the authority to stop something that is bad. Why are you not stopping it? Me as a politician, and I say this. One time I left Accra. Na me name team I say young co then Bono I have regions. So we had to leave Accra to meet the regional executives in Nkuranza. Na yako ejurani yako Atebobo. Yefi hoa ni yako Kejeji. Yefi Kejeji ni Abapuru. That was our itinerary for one day. But yebe wieno na yese yembeda sunyane. Then the next day we can pass Brekum and that area near the Ako. Inti me sorry ahomache. By 3 a.m. we had set off from Accra. Yekudru Nkuranza north and south near Ko Ejura Atebobo. Pum yako Kejeji. Time na yekudru Kejeji, it was already past 10. Yewi Kejeji to come down to Atebobo and go to Puru. Yewi Atebobo. It was almost 1 a.m. Na yefuel asa. So the 3 vehicles we're using, fuel was red. One young to me and Drew Wenchi Crampo because we couldn't come back to Atebobo. Na yesa yemfa kwa mbiso ni nkopie Wenchi. Fuel stations no omapon. me could do Gwel station na Pro station hono almost say my lucky the attendants have even gone. I had to beg for them to take me to the owner's house. And I make a bob and a papa nanka say be obia or say make us and say yes, me say papa and yes, only me. Oh, dear, Miss away dear, your cars are short. Any na parky war of fuel station. Say young, near fuel in Yumri, and a pay. Baby, I kono, ever high. Papa ye a buyer and gave us fuel and said, hey, Bernard, at this hour of the night, I said, what options do we have? Into Yesimu. So if that station was working 24 hours.
First, it's not a
24 hours, but lack of security. Say,
Nipa robbery.
Na amot attack your mono. Into Sesiano. And when I got the Nakas baby, articulators any newma, yeah, normally they are supposed to even drive through the night, no. Nina paki waho. Because almost short here, I say they should fuel, but they have closed. Into Papa no be jinaye. When we finished, because we had a police officer. Nti ye jina ho enomo lucky omo eyini nyina and Papa no Kwabena Ansah ye timi esimu. So when we were going, ye drew your friend saying Sunyani at 4 a.m. to sleep for 2 hours and to continue our journey to the other places. Evidently, a 24-hour economy would have shown that Nanipa engine station, just fuel station, say okako fa petrol na diesel na wakono na enunti your journey and plans will have to be truncated. Nti omuka 24-hour economy, margin eco fuel station say we should intensify security. But over intensify security, you have to employ more security. What you say? Over intensify the security and fortification of these places, no. You intensify security. Number 2, street lights baby jumano. You have to ensure that all these things are working. Now, the darkness that surrounds us as a nation, in spite of the fact that electricity bill, for electricity bill, ube say what you street light, yet they are non-existent. They don't want to come and connect it. They want some contractor to come and connect it for you at a charge. Meanwhile, you have been paying for it. Until a 24-hour economy will ensure that electricity has to be generated. Until street lights now, they have to use the money to do the work. Now our town will be brighter because the people will do these kind of things in dark places. Until fuel stations now, the lights will not be around. No, I say yamfa lights on call. So electricity generation too, we have to add more. In generating more electricity, HSA ejuma subekoso. Beside that, they be me you see National Passport Office. Ahomachi. Sorry, around 3 a.m. Nako Passport Office nakoshe. Obekono nanipa asalai. Waiting for offices from 3 a.m. to open at 9 a.m. Omobasa line no sa eba bebo 4-5 no na offices no omo pon. If the offices are closing, na wentimi anya bia ofi your friend saying Dodowa enebaye, you have to get back to Dodowa and come back the next day at 3 a.m. Sometimes you follow this for more than a week. Now, so because there's a lot of backlog that has not been cleared. As at June, Nipa or more appointment with the passport office. So a 24-hour economy betimi say, Nana, why be your wejuma, wapong? Us kono na meso maba. Mabetwaso from where you are. And I'll continue. Ebebo be say enyumre 12 a.m. no na obi fufuro eso abel so they will continue. Some people want to get their passport and then just go, because once you get your passport there are countries that you don't need visa. They are all still here. Why is the passport office not able to function in that manner? Until you fill passport form no online, but the other processes you cannot get your passport. Next, I said the online application is of no consequence. The final pointer, and our last but one, and they said, Cecilia Vice President Ekokanyi, my view, is that it was not an attack on John Mahama. It was an attack on Labour. Because Labour Neka says it's a game changer. So to come and say that it is no brainer, nature say catch the Trace Union Congress, any all other employees say Omunji, they don't know what they are about. And so you don't want that as vice president or as a contender in the elections. You have already started a fight with Labour. You understand? Kwashe Professor Jampo, representing your friend saying University Teachers Association, Kwashe Chalak, and all the other Labour institutions, even the Economic Institute of Economic Affairs, Obia Ekase, looking at 24-hour economy, Ebebwa. We should now be looking at the numbers and the institution, because the 24-hour economy and say all ministries will be functioning and all employees, the same number of people will be there. 17% of the Ghanaian population that was not working can now get job through the other hours in the night. But the 17% etiminye juma ekahwa. Who says that it is no job? Who says that is no brain? Then yawoho and Aminia Stephen Yakubu, Upper East Regional Minister. Wakodi ma atem. Apart from the childishness, if you are a proper farmer and you go and do your farm and come and you are tired and you even want to have sex with your wife, then it means you are useless, because a tired man doesn't have sex, or a tired woman doesn't have sex. That is one. Number two, when a catcher say your women have nothing to do, they must be in the house for you to go and work and come and pounce on them. Unyejuma, mame. Nature say what a minister who is supposed to be promoted inclusive employment, you know, a catcher say the place of the woman is in the bedroom.
After kitchen.
That is if there is a kitchen, because he never talked about kitchen. He preferred sex, midnight sex, to a 24-hour economy. Some minister no, or prefers sex, midnight sex, to 24-hour economy. I find this very ridiculous. And so by now, the appointor, President Akufo-Addo, any vice president now, or person on Kabi and Mama, one can you, they should have called her to say that the place of our women is not to go and lie in a bed or to stand and make love. Women in this administration, chief of staff, from the apex level, start from the chief of staff, come to the vice president's wife, come to the president's wife, then come down to the ministers and deputy ministers, come to the MPs, and to Mo Moye Jumano. It's your place to go and have sex, the comfort of somebody. In any case, now 24-hour economy say madon omonka. Don't we see women's security in town? So, and now no make us say when you bend down, you want to look at somebody's nyash, then your anus is wide open. So, Professor Jampo has advised the Vice President and his team that instead of coming to say somebody's idea is a bad idea, use your energy to bring about your ideas. Because who no can say, Unyanya President no, Odi Wadwin Abwa, and therefore one village, one dam at the buyer. And that you have ideas and ideas and ideas. You can ideas and ideas now see one village, one dam. It is not true. How a kumsina ankasa catching say 250,000 na mo de man no per dam no entiminya dam. To do a dam, you have to get about 3 billion. And at 3 million Ghana cedis. On one or kind.
I say 8 million meaningful dam.
Into acquire dug out and so back toya as egu. So we wasted our money for something that you are still praising for. In fact, say value for money audit. Now the vice president is still talking about this, but for the fact that the constitution gives some indemnity, the vice president needs to be caged. In this era, Mukachine say Mubaba year agenda 88 before the completion of the year 2020. Mwentimi anyo Mabel Kase Mas Susano Akwa agenda 111. And that is an achievement, something that is work in progress. Now New Year and Omoko Kate sword ewa dentain oti ukaye. Unim sword cutting. Unim sword cutting. No mafa pickers. Any shovel. Now minister Akwa Jinaho. Now what is shovel pickers no boom bako. No master Senyano. No must say we have cut sword. Not one block has been laid. You are now cutting sword for agenda 111 and it is an achievement. You are talking about 1 million one constituency. Since 2017, no constituency has received its $1 million.
So that's okay.
Still, you are still talking about it as an achievement. In fact, the last time I heard Babeka Sansem no, mo kachire yen say enu na mo fa koto ambulances. Okay, most $1 million ekoto ambulances. $1 million per constituency. Now, must say you use it for the peculiar development needs of the assemblies, of the constituencies.
Toilet.
So, see, I'm more say toilet, any ambulances.
Toilet.
It is a koto ambulance, any toilet, $1 million. And yeah.
Say every year.
That so no moka say every year you get the equivalent of $1 million in cities. In Tinkanadoli.
Ambulance banana the first day.
Yes. Yes. But the first term, no crampon, it was in the third year. Yeah. Third year getting to fourth year, no, and a buyer. So in the first year, no, number, second year, number, third year, fourth year, no, and a buyer. So the 3 years before the fourth year, no, now the $1 million, no. So now, yeah, now, catch a young, say, one district, one factory. Yeah, can also you go around the district. Now watch the your friends the local needs of the district. Namudi ayejuma enunti and Akabo was motivated. And Oka says a Kobol Gatanga district. Ye kwa ye Kramai factory wo. Na say ba ayibe your friends say who ni abaye your friends say Jarmwa. Ni abaye no so factory. As we speak is the cat factory in the Volta region. Is the dog factory in the Upper East region. See or say upon feasibility studies, they realized that it was not feasible. So you spoke before you can do feasibility studies. So the one district, one factory is non-existent in our factory, in our district. Now you about the car, now I cover digitalization about or crampo na ye hinu. Because as young as I was, now Edward Salia was Minister for Transport and Communication. Nami ye juma wa Internal Revenue Service, now Ghana Revenue Authority. Mama, now you see your friend saying manual typewriter. And now we ye wa him be wa him a1. And so na electric typewriter buy electric typewriter no buy. Now we thought that was the biggest thing to me ye bibi na nya now what type na a cancel na watch continuously. And so na your friend say computer desktops buy with floppy disks and those things. And you see, transformation in the digital space is not done by the vice president. Internet cafes, buy. In fact, now those days it was phone booths. And yes, open say on your caller. Now what koto your friends saying card. Now what on the phone booths SCC. Now what kojina na masaline. Where you are now also akwaye dear. And then we don't use those things because we have moved.
Com center,
com center.
Ya frost when you call.
Me say com center no krampo no internet cafes. Yetimi sorry. Ahomachi ne yakoda busy internet. Now what to o cheap o voucher. Now we try say nipa mpim asa na also wakotena se. Busy internet say they are converting it into a hotel or something. Bibi. Go and check what is happening there because they see your internet or phone.
Sniper Kregu.
Busy internet.
Busy internet. Look at the businesses.
Busy and Sniper.
Yes.
Okay.
And so Sniper no tiptoe lane.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you understand? Yes, Sniper. So evidently, transformations in the digital space, they are the vice president of your family. They will come as and when. As far back as 2006, Nami Yejuma were Kenya. They had started the mobile money interoperability using the M-Pesa. Did the vice president go to do that? So, all of a sudden, when our economic whiz kids want to say that Ghana card, no, they buy, but don't forget that one Ghana card is better than 10 interchanges, according to him.
Yes.
The policies are not working.
Okay.
In the midst of the confusion, no, you just have to attack. But Niamey Mesre, vice president, said, "To now, Odikasa is Adano." So one show ye, and he has to continue that way. I can assure him that he will not last 1 month in the campaign.
Divine also.
Yo, Mahima, me da say. Didi kind of my minchia etie4. Baby omobi omuti enka. Na minchia chairman Bernard Nso. Ana minialist also. Unim
say yami mami kunu.
Do way.
Listen.
Say.
Listen way yami mami kunu. Intimi ya neba.
Ampala. The bravo na say.
His mother's husband is used to work.
Munchira mu say. Na blatie say na say.
What do you say say list to say oh yeah you nyina say old age.
Dabi o mami nua eya o mami o.
Mami nua.
Nti say list to wala fa mi mami nua. Me mami nua no ya me mami. Nti me mami kunu. Okay.
And yet that old your old mother na
no,
kasa.
No.
Okay.
Divine nkona.
Nti unim sasem we beto ya about the 24-hour economy. As you see an agent train ha che say Ghana fanan na baby abefa bia no. Obia e kan wasem. For me, any baby amete no, I believe say a policy bi abeto dwa emfa ho ne baby awugina. Esese nyina no ye discuss it dispassionately. In a manner interest say bi awugina ana bi ugina nifa ana ugina benkum. Na woni ngenti ankomo we no me de. Esan say me ye bebun.
Okay.
Me youth. Na the man ye interesting and say about job creation. About how you be to me are dealing with the upsurge in the unemployment situation now. Ha o mine no ana say my youth edwane youth no enya adwuma nye. And na me no ka say say obi ka kire say o man mu ha say da na oboa unim say emegbu ni bebre no so mo sori anopa na o manu su ti omo a so man kai so mebo mpaya dedi kan so young person a obe check say the bets ako true and I go true say nyesa na ode no akoshe munsu na say oyo ababa wa kakra bia na che say she's checking on her phone to check on the next person or available or ya branch ya ohwehwe no ebia ono ni bedi agorobo ni bi na wanya kakra edi. And I'm not kidding about this. Before I'm about studio I see na me take care mu na me classmate bi a me ne call gempa ache
oba
na all this I thought say oye adwuma wa Ivory Coast.
Okay.
And me wo ho na me share ne say like me nya the message or sending me message say maybe you're done in. And no and then them the bachelor the evidence the bachelor now or sending me message so I ran me number on Facebook. I thought to say scammers na until I didn't want to later I'm saying no let me find out. See unim say or see we lose na juma since 2019 e command the nama when ya yale friend no also na isi am no ka say ya ginati ato private hospital na private hospital honum no nipa no ahwe na for some time or say medical bill no ye de beche no na duani mpo sika no ade beto aduani mpo oni ne family no a breadwinner o sisi an family enso entumi support no. This is what we are talking about.
I'm sure she must have been one of those bank.
Yes. And ushesenia all kasa no na teams are rewo na minimum no na chi onyo bi a oye basabasa mpo utimu se osra de no kra no ofere ni nyina ye niama ekoso na unim se ne bia meka se ade a Nyankopon ehira ede ama adasa no ye nyina na se protect esese ma nipa bia esen no anase odnoa de ni nimdie edi denigrate saade no de di kan eye adwuma a divine institution o nyame na wahira no konkron ya ware fi wono mu a adwuma because fiti abakose mu nyina wo de traditional religion, Christian religion, Islamic enyina de bomu a there is no point a yen citing say so be aye adwuma itina wo ya kola yenya wo wa no the first assignment bi e de be ma say wo nanti bia no to wo se dachi bia no ba be openya be ye adwuma na society enya so mfa so me wa ntina Nyankopon bo Adam any Eve to edin trum ho no wan kan chom say munni di na munda na ade sa mabu atopa sebe
said you minister na
o say mundi di na munya asase no so adwuma na say first commandment ye adwuma sounds that even po o sounds ko kan 1 Thessalonians chapter 4 verse 11 na o say ensa nya adwuma no e mani ndidi ba odin say e mabu no bebre nye o munye lazy o e bad governance bad leadership mpanifo a o mundwi o man no ho no ana o mudi hihye ato akwan mu a ama mabu no e bra ye ho kire yen nti no amasese ya no emabu ni bebre endidi entimi policy bia ebeba a edi nyuma say yes ye discuss pragmatic in a pragmatic contest edi nyuma beba ma emabu anya bia ya I'm telling you say see and found say fi sasabon sam enum na di piafa see our support sa call no I won't try to find loopholes na David nipa no ka sem papa ye nyina adwimi wo no mu a ye fa mo ano what I say and now me no ka say we are talking about event saying 24-hour economy matete commentaries ne remarks ne be from ebia political players be FNPP mu any government officials be mu no mu a I find it quite preposterous and like and in a very disingenuous way amu person omu undermining this discussion sure ya ka 24-hour economy ya mpanyifo na omu a person omu nye say omu radical this whole policy no unim say omu ya beneficiaries of a 24-hour economic system in other countries bebre no a omu ko amanone na omu ko school ewo France UK US ne yakeka ho no enye boja adwuma so ko 2 hours a ekopra wa hanu ma wakopra ye waiter ana waitress adwuma ewo another place owia wako baby city no agi 2 hours ni nyina hourly no ogi hu sika mebwa aden na sa discussion e koso amaivu for so anko benefit ya ide aba hanu ma mo pese munye say in our system no baby ayo sisi ano enye practicable enye feasible enye ade a ye betumi aye it's because someone do your mind wadwe mo nkua nipa didi minwi ana no refi ni nua ade no wako bi close ye mpanyifo atiwe omumu kwan I can count not more than 80% of them wa omu nyina ko school amanone why no show a Ghana ni akọ school amanone ane papa enye president minister anasikani a osi wa anye 24-hour experience 24-hour economy ewa obi man so 1980 simu 70 mu nyina obi otu kwa ekọ amanone bia no oye boja na 24-hour economy ni mu it is if you are bringing the discussion home na yes you discuss ya esese nyina no ya upload na endo sese ebesi de ne bema no aye adwuma hwe se asem nto a uhu bibi so faso dano mekai na metai apai na apai onu ni me apai wa salam down na migina onu mu a na ebesi mitrim se iti nkaye wo baby a organizers bi o mo operate a eye 24-hour nanka obetumi afre na obetumi akọ no masenka metai baby a migina nka me fix you ana obi kire me se me nko North Kaneshi na nkofo
salam down
yes North Kaneshi apala me ko e no obi so operate na okohwe nipa St. Teresa's ampa okohwe nipa asaline e wo ho no mu a even sometimes anajo de suom wonim say obetumi akwakohia ebia o legal advisor ana lawyer bi na osi o yehia document bi anopa tututu ye de kokota anopa upe ba bi cry photocopy ana aya print na unya because your system no ama ye believe say 5 bo 6 bo obi anko fi nkoda nya sa na te but you know 24-hour economy ya ye kana asemi the encapsulation and amalgamation of the private and the public sector I be mani nyina ye adwuma na ye tumi de create nyuma ma mebo ni bia ye se eba no government institutions na any public institutions no when we talk about inefficiencies any operating at the full optimum near level no we know say many of the institutions no omu ye adwuma no mani nsi intino obekọ na adwuma esese ka ye no within 1 hour no nipa okobna ne betena se a be say 6 hours not on way with one person here but you see adenti na 24-hour economy we say obi eba no pa because nyina no ye shadow ene ye hyehyeye no enye pe o ti ase obi wonu mu a the free time ye weekend obi so de ne ye normal days anytime bia ono abenya opportunity so I'm asking say adenti na these public institutions yet to me yen such that baby to say passport office one mu a obeko obe sorry no akakodi wonu mi wa na kabaya anajo time no obi so for so akakogina mu eye adwuma o ti ase enti no sa discussion we aye have we no ye woni ma bebre a ekokokoko so a ye nyina no ke be benefit yes ye kasi operate ni allow 24-hour economy na mana operate ya ni ehun say yes se share sa na ekoche last week me call here university na me certificate arrangement of me name no na asama ba ho kakra na me call almost exams office na omo kire me particular desk bi ti o must fi akra no patututu akwakodu onum me kodu onum tena say almost like 3 hours nipa no be attend to me no yes your my na me share that say on fa mo fa na mama me friend wo phone so say my bet na say me pese me din no issues wo me fi akra na aba no see me nja me pick form bi na me nsesa no me nsesa e no me see me follow up with the call man tin nka ade chiye me friend no from 8 to 11 me friend no say o me do office me do a me also friend the third day o see me do office here this should tell you something ade say kire on say owo shadow bi o na adwin say sa from 8 to 11 na nka say o ya adwuma mo bi nya no so fa so no onya available eti say kai o 24-hour economy e operate a na nko bi for so was free time no obetumi aya say no usika na say 3000 na obi ji mu 200 no obeye from 8 to 10 na why free me boa this 24-hour economy na ye kan wasem no ebem easy pressure on crop so even krano is good for your own health adwuma no oye kakra na wosi wontumi ya wakoda obi a ndi obi aka na isi
na se mo run shift kra na ti se wo ko night a e wo se nipa ne bebe yi onim se by 6-7 am no e wo se mi koyi wei e ma ne koma ne ba on nam hono nka se 11 am no on by office
you see
because your bad night no apon into also oba
nti ebema system no ebe easy pressure system ni mu yankasa ya pomudin kra no ebeboa nti ena hu se nyobi ya na o pesika gidigidi bi obi wono mu a oye adwuma kakra na kakra ba oye fine obetumi akọ nti 2 hours no nya na ebi asenka ye obenya no 150 cedis bi a day na 80 cedis bi a oni mo any calculation asa then o dey call nti no sa na ma we ni na discussion we e kan we na ye but see adaba ko so important I say na have it ye dey adwen ko ho no the infrastructure ebe masa 24-hour economy we no around yi any say see am no ka say on say chairman can say security my filling stations for operate street lights any de keka ho sa nyama we mu na no say you put in place all these mechanisms ebema sa 24-hour economy no
but to operate 24 hour
operate
and o good no
ni na ye
yeah
iti sa economy ya kan wa say sa presence of structures ebema sa economy sa 24-hour economy ya operate mo say ye hwe na ebetumi amana ya adwuma bampacho me de ma no besi no nim ora bawumia any some of the government appointees no omo comment omo send omo kasa no dedi kan utie ora Bawumia senia oka ne nsem no a opese onkyere se adwen bia emfi ni ho a efi obi foforo ho no enya adwen papa mimi tnai mimi nya MPP ni
so no year 2016
menya ndc ni ba isi se obi di ade ba na se adwen wo mu afa boa no omu buy omu different SHS buy se nye party asem ba ye boa utumi ye konongo kaya enka se nye party nti adwen no se sebi asem wo de aba no nyansa wo mu a obeka se
no mo de free SH buy onkuruma de free SH buy that
yeah I'm saying say like say omu discuss here in 2016 no am I nyina support and
I went to school and free senior secondary school
boarding because they school crano
me I went to school free because school free and it was not introduced by Akufo-Addo. Na me buy no other people had gone through it free. Inti ni amobaye no is not a novelty na da hodada.
Yeah.
In fact,
you can only say that you expanded it.
In fact, during their time, university was free.
Yeah. Akufo-Addo omoko kunye free because they were supposed to eat beef and they were given chicken.
And egg, egg. So they fought. They demonstrated. Say more egg instead of beef.
And omu demonstrate
every weekend. Be a mama
job. Universities na baby and now more friend cafeteria no. That is their dining halls.
This every weekend be name mama there.
Your mom George wa pens and be the mom just so that you be happy to go to school. Cigarette. They were giving cigarette for free. What I say? And so if you look at your forebearers, it's a mucha to ho. Me Akufo-Addo no be benefit e na hwe omo na omo benefit e omo abrabo a na obi ye MPP na Akufo-Addo so am afresh
na wakokan
na we are happy of the limping policies of Akufo-Addo, then you are very sick in the brain.
Dabi utie Edward Mama etro book.
Seriously?
The New Ghanaian, a mandate for change.
The New Ghanaian.
A mandate for change. Edward Mahama.
So I remember list to so.
Let me read.
Me chire bibi ansa me say New Ghanaian mandate for change, you know. Edward Mama ka kire yen say oni Akufo-Addo. Atamils. Any Afarijan, they were in the university together.
Okay.
The same period. Yes. Time now no Edward Mama okofa nantwie ka edi background na Akufo-Addo na Ochik Benz ewo university.
He was being chauffeured.
Na no Ochik Benz wo university. Na omo sori a ansa na obeko school no na there was somebody na wa be polish wo na mpabwa. Oko school class eba no they lay your bed for you. And ne policies now you're running no compared with what you went through in order to study. And even your academic records are not the best of standard.
Well, we need BBR, we need third class. Third class.
The today Medema no see was asking well. Now me can about Dr. Bawumia Ansah say. You know, I think say I'm ready to say before I be allow Ora Bawumia say obe kasa obe mount platform be say obe campaign. Didi kind. Ne promises are etwa mu oda so aban mu no yes say oye modest enough say obey account to Ghanaians say ehefa no aba bidu because it to me January keke say onya so ya no ma promises no meye we meye say no abra doti aban mu ankasa no ankasa to pretend over na ogina mu pampe no onye bi aye no sa so ne obi compete over new ideas ah ye dey ba na dey mi yakra ne say unim so asanso ajabo no ho safo hini e no see digitalization no esi dan me catch us say this so called mobile events saying interoperability sadewi
it used to be there.
See me na me adwuma me wo GN Haptel I operate 2015 with GN money with Pay Global even foreign remittances na I was sending all the banks and even Vodafone dey keka ho minim kwa pass wa all of a sudden yes Bawumia na see or the buy ya hu bi da
o da so ye adwuma wa GN bank.
No, I don't work there again. So maguno
okay
maguno
you see you are unemployed.
Yes, I'm unemployed.
Very good.
Enti say yete hase na se ne ye kasa na se obegina na obeje fans se wa yesi ya no you see yen say e draw attention say yes the odi ahwede ebe fie ma once na ba no say nkrofo ba na so munya omunya dodomu yale ne ya de bone diarrhea say e bisa no adenti ana niama wa ya asani de ompeso bete opeso ontwe ne ho free economic mismanagement no ho no de onka sisi ade digitalization no on de abon no safo ni for me and say
obi see office no wo buy office do see wakra ha unko see bi wo bogatanga unko see bi wo western north unko see bi wo baabia de obi ye eno na wugina ho na wo de yo no but on san ka be na wo kan bibi say era bia
na so kan ka ben
on list to well agent to say on frame anka
so menya era bia ne de eba digitalize de eba to boots com center no ni ade nyina ade eba me refi say ono ne era de aba sa digitalization hookups.
Yeah, I think you are right. Hookups, papa. Yeah.
Hookups. Eno na aba, eno ni ade a ono na era no, eno na aba, de omo de ye no. Eno na aba. There's nothing like this digitalization there na said the muke interoperability and hwan hookups because unemployment rate nurses graduates crofo bebre ade a omo hye dem na do a omo ye hookups. Me ye niwa aba starting
here. Yeah, if you go to all the Facebook and other platforms.
Dr. Bobie, who are ready abeni?
Well, Charlie, they lose to work come there why. Na me dey we make am home tea. You know, ha me.
Abi kwa na epokuso nana.
Da bi ho. Me nua na me nim say oni adwuma biom.
Oh, say wo adwuma no de egu.
Nti ono kura mpa onya unemployed or you redundant.
Ya semu.
Enti na wan share tie no.
So one so na di change ya di Dr. Bobie mo abosumfo yi ba ye yo abusuefui list o yenko
Tarama mamenchia empempem ankuma omo agibreti so me bana me ye interview kasafiri efufro so na
okay
me drew traffic mu biara na it was very loud and
now kasafiri no so na ye louder
there be unse na me drew traffic mu it becomes louder me come me be media ni kitu and obi so be ntina obo sa fam na nti afekura de me do de me ready you know it means a lot of people are listening to me che obia me chia the chief of Sankana best ono so be me chief and chekra
oso be ochi
am I no him messi no him
na me chia me nua divine I don't hear ne de be ma me yo ya ala ka se no me kwa koye sanko fori bia I want to be proud Sankana chief you know na me na mana I like their regalia no am fair Nana, on a more serious note, I don't want to discuss Bawumia because I think it doesn't make sense, and I find it difficult to discuss people like him, especially when I know he's being puppeted by persons that omuni nimdiebia omudebe buano ama they refrain from a very intolerable behavior were put up for a very long time. I thought say in Kanipa Wunyini no nanka wusu nyansa. But the more Bawumia ages
okay.
The more buffoonery. Me person me discuss it. Then
Yanka about Akufo-Addo condemning that clean up exercise.
I don't find any sense in that also. Both of them don't make sense. What must say? Obi ko any clean up exercise, you condemning clean up exercise. Kofi Akufo-Addo ni fie hu fi.
Or condemning machete niema ne kura wo mo a.
Are they not things? No, me pacho eno yemfa no. Ena se no krampo no. So omo de kwa akoya de bi e be incentivize and I say be ma enkofa militarize that. I support it. What you want papa penu Jimmy. No, sometimes no. Who go job be can say all die be die. And they win election. Now can say what can say about the mama Ashe Akufo-Addo say omi wi abambiem. James and so for no na post for no omdi na ti no. Omi wi abedwane. Who dey pa, omu pa. Na say na adweye ne say we can condemn. Me I support it. I support every one of them that went there. In fact, I did it.
Stability.
What is peace? No, what is peace when there is no justice? What is peace? Although I don't know who peace. We will show him where the power lies. Or the upper on there. We will go there. We will match them boot for boot. We will match them. And nobody in this country can do anything. Peace council cannot stop anybody from doing what we have to do. We will take power at all cost. We will resist. However, we will use whatever. However, we will resist it and make sure Akufo-Addo and his chorus no. If that is what you want to do, we will make sure we get them to that Insawem. Because from ready. I feel Obi Akiseka Usu. What is more dangerous than Obi Onuye Najuma? What panna ko tlefie? We can't see to the to aka we ko benya faso wa samado. Onamia se na brabo nyina say. Na wo te wonu papa penu ka se jimi te say wo ne wo ma na mugu fie onu. We will match you boot for boot. You can't do foko. I encourage every youth to be encouraged. Said your course one. Let us all be in unison and practice what we have seen.
But as now as a we inciting.
What is maybe you can say incitement? Akufo-Addo is inciting me to be incited. I come to me. Me first can go be a feature say me kodo. Nonsense. Moving forward, idea me person me discuss it. Yeah. You see, baby, I drew as on mine. And who be here? Say, Obia Sebio, Obenya access to opportunities are across the country. No, Obe utilizing ye. And ne, anopay. And I'm a me fupa. Oh, there are things that happen. We allow for empaniphobia to think say they are lords over us when they are supposed to be servants. Look at who is preaching peace. Hey, Assemble. In fact, just by the announcement of say before the city boyfriend, and I say
no preach peace. Mo Bianca say no preach peace. Nipa na or ye peace probably is the Minister for Defense and the National Security Minister, because wa appointed Obi as a communications officer for Ghana Gas instead of concentrating on his job. Now Wajai now also your deputy communications director Emma Opati. Now I see our petition Eddie Ma special prosecutor. Or the petition no kwa. Now I say I'm going to demonstrate. On nipa no nsema wo kwa petition no. So if you could go directly to your mama, why petition the special prosecutor? The answer na woka no. Te say President Kufuor akotena ne fie. Na waka say President Kufuor efa Ghana sika ekoto hotel di Wawa. And because of that, you are protesting to his private residence. If you have a case, you petition the court, the legal process. Don't even call it fie. What do you say?
If your brother, look, Ben, Meba, if your brother, the IGP, will not find wisdom to go to court over such thing, and will go and allow for him to say he will go and picket or demonstrate at John Mahama office. Me na beka change this for say, mo allow no man nko ye wia, ye be kwa IGP fie, ye be kwa obi afie. Dabi. It's a Pandora box no be. It's a okay floodgate no. Ye be kwa obi afie.
Okay, papa drill ship. Drill ship. Etikube no. Ono drill ship no. Na say you see what on Ghana drill ship and all this ikanu e share polythene bag o petrometo mu e fi London e de ba ya. Enti you have committed a cardinal crime against the state of Ghana. Into your bofie abeye demonstration. How will you think it is? Now say Ghana police for eka say oh kind of homobetimi akọ. The Ghana police service permitted Owusu Bempa and an Nkrofo say homobetimi akọ to be private residence. Go into Mokono and any party for say okay say mobile yes so that now mobile no sa da no ye be clean up
you yempefi
enti this thing was foretold me call your friend say TV3 sa da no ena basintale e ka say oh no no krampo ni akranti na okọ ye say omoko akopesi kan ya etimi twa sei na twa sei because be chicha bibia wo. Then I said only that now omoko akoye sa protest on the 16th of November sa da no so ena na ye ba be Mama Teresa me state funeral. So I asked, if you are a true MPP person, the first person to bring political glory to the MPP is President Kufuor. Now you want to go and do protest. Now Moso, the first person to bring about a change of government from one political party to another, President Kufuor. If we are celebrating democracy, more NDC for why do you have to go and do this? So Omochun Esanye. Then they fix another date. And Kenya National Security, any the Minister for your friends and defense, Dominic Little. And Amuba and Amuka say ma owusu bempanen in Crawford no nkohwa. In Kasika no betra. Because if you are clearing weeds, say weeds they are unwanted things that are grown among us. Now say nipa bi ebegina ho na omo en move you cut their legs.
Don't you see Apapo is a weed?
So in that instant, the president was enjoying say, hey, nanya na ekwakosinu and fata, but is it the first time? Okay, rally now moko ye ewo be personal. Ensida. You remember what was the president condemnation of it? Say yemfa power emma to me emma obi ensida. The president never condemned it. So we should thank God. Say, but me I laugh at them. Only baby the NDC flag bearer in the office. It's not far from the vice president's house. It's not the be at your mama in the office. Any vice president office, no, a bang. So I'm sure that the cleanup could have affected the vice president house as well. And yes, sir. So we should just be careful. Provocation, on provocation, even in law. When you can, your friends say you can justify provocation, your action will be admissible. So, I think that it was unthinkable, but Ghana for Abre, and they think that BBR it says for President Akufo-Addo's excitement. But Bibia it's in the excitement, you know.
Because Ben,
so and I think that
they see you what Tachiman South. Civilians in a baby soldier 42
and you think we will sit and watch Ghana for so what do you buy a quack to 2024? I saw the 40 baby. We will make them book for boot. Oh, that's all. Look, how many police are working hanging now? Only 52,000. How many 52,000 can you get in every community? 52,000. Good was saying, and in every constituency.
List to
we will match everybody boot for boot.
Practical example.
You kill us and you become president of us, and you think we will be fools to watch you be our president and be. No, I could not be because or quite what could you be condemn? We condemn your presidency first. May God punish you and never fire you.
Only Burkina Faso, Blaise Compaoré, fools, now your president.
You don't have
the day that or mobile to Blaise Compaoré no. Now yes, they started from the political party office of Blaise Compaoré. Now more Parliament House. And now on no one soldier force instructed the army commander say they should go and take action. Then the army commander said, my son is in the protest. Or no army commander no neba ewo protest no mu. What action am I going to take to save my son? Meba ejuma na ameya no and so me because my son has finished school onye ejuma yet. and they out. Now they want to oust you. Then you come and gather us. We should go and kill that. So any army officer that is coming to kill us, why
not? Now, I will remind you of what happened.
So your children will be part, your relatives will be part.
Military general.
You think you kill other people?
The military general at I think at 4BN in Kumasi, who went and by the command of the regional minister to go and kill demonstrators. Oko enu ako defend say asoja for na de no mo ye ne yare papa. Nyankopon wa tua ne ka. Atua oni na sefo nyina ka even into their 10th generation. Nyankopon be sa koso atua ne ka. Me be tell studio na me say nipa wa ku omo wasa kogina TV so defend say wa ku nipa. Unim say America ne mamienu oba baako be ma baako. Ena be ma na kokum oba no ena Nyankopon asame ache be ma no so akwakotum. O de nyamitini ye. Yakopon wo twa nkwasiafo ka seni omunyuma tie wo kunipa wo twa be president. You have a mouth to want to condemn what is more condemnable than you and your presidency?
No one will kill anybody for anybody to become president. Let no youth use and incited. Say we will defend our democracy. Yes. We will fight for our democracy, and justice must be done.
The best way to defend yourself, the military will tell you, and I won't repeat it here. The best way to defend a attack. What now? Na Akufo-Addo be ku na koye yi a. Wo abusuafo na be ye me yi no. Na sojafo na wo be ku no so abusuafo nya yi. Etina omo de besu enyansa sani ekwasempani na okọ soja pani na ono ne mamienu ene sese ne ma no oni ba akokra Yakopon na twa deka. Let Akufo-Addo learn that we attack one civilian na o ma no ye ban attack obia. We must do that. Na politician de besu enyansa se John Mahama ba be mampani na o ma say etuon kasa san o di mampani anase bibia. We should be able to go and attack the family. That is what I preach. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. A good for the years, I don't catch on command ha on an Ghana, on an free. What could me appeal for? What more painful by my penny? Most of your colleagues are 14 years ago, judiciary. Sir Rollins, when did Rollins do that? It was in a military junta. Was it in a democracy? You kill human beings in a democracy to become president, and you have the effrontery to come and condemn what? What is so bien? Omukodo aya no omuko e clean up exercise no Akufo-Addo we fitire ho nyina fi huni yakọ clear John Mahama fie wa and also so say you don't want to be encouraged come na ko posesa ayi zoom live for no ko pra ufie ho fi nyina mo ko pra now let me go to the very important topic. No so nyansa ba kokra nim. You see, I have told you that they have never made sense, because you see they have not become a government. They have not formed a government in the interest of the people of this country. Akufo-Addo became president because he wants to be recorded as president. Now only and this that is the only reason why it was not his brainchild. For example, many Alan Shematin Ayejuma as an aide. Probably so it helped me shape my trade and industry mentality. First, no, na ma adwene me say kotobeton no eno ana yeye Kumasi for there. That's all that we used to do. In fact, because school me ton and that had been how I lived my life to survive. Aside from the Oledi de Bemaone, the Ankilone, Popi de Bemano, you have to be a good trader on campus to survive. Enti me force matun bida e campus. Obi oni mi bia no mo frame life man. That's me. I will make force like aqua consist force. Ako laundry e wasafu. Me londa na me de ba wan hwe kura we dwen say broni enye wawu.
We storage jet.
Most of them. Yes. Most of UK. Tie ye the rubber share tag ne ho. Now you call laundry bar still you see it new. That is how I used to live my life. And it got to a point me who say I say menye juma and it was not a way of life again for me. I was getting a good salary and all that. So I left that. But me be Alan many Alan be juma and I may understand what industry no so ebe boama omane tumpon. In fact, so we discuss trade and industry e Ghana ha. I cannot praise my boss because I know he has a lot that he could have offered. Maybe he didn't have the opportunity. And you know, sometimes I think say Nejuma or you know, and most of the proposals I have seen a Bwebra like a opposite. He could have done more. But you see, for a trade minister,
current one, Yana.
Yes, who has succeeded no less a person but Alan Martin to sit and write such buffoonery.
Near Okoton, your dreship, no.
Dreship, no. Well, not the Okoton dreship, no. Crawford, you see, they have become.
Katie Hammond.
Katie Hammond, look, let me tell you the experience I've had with all these people. President Kufuor, sometimes his silence does not help the cause of this country, because the most criminals in his regime, the most thieves, the most deviants, or more and are form of this government, and Akufo-Addo is the leader of that brigade. Shosaf Mafu, Kromfono, one Akufo-Addo advisor. This whole policy is about one thing.
Okay.
Look, me, I used to we say why suffer. Akufo-Addo wo fase baako. Na meni ni dia gropa oba. Na okasem bi kire me. Say they went into a meeting and all they planned was to make sure Akufo-Addo becomes president, to execute what the Japanese is executing. You know, the entire facets of the Japanese economy, you know, is under one family umbrella. All the facets of the economy of Japan, one family pen the control. Mitie Gutafo, mitie players, no industry players now. It looks like they are still thinking that Abano has had it wrong. No, it's deliberate. It's a deliberate effort to make sure one family, that is the Akufo-Addo Crawford Sakawa Tutuboto for family, armed robbery family, you know, that family, you know, monopolizes every facet of this economy. I don't think winning. Share trade facilitation agreements under WTO and the World Customs Organization. So, Adam Mubesa Emrawi Yatumra. That all the international laws are against such stupid laws. We don't allow monopoly. Time my role is still Mimi Papa, no monopolize a slate at the border. So, our role is corner. So, Kope Bia Bebo Ghana school. So, my father used to work with a company in Togo called Sototole. And yet, Toto as in there. Oh, so Togolese company, no. Me papa pe. And landlocked country say what the sub-region. Any a friend is saying Ghana and Benin on 6 countries on a supply the sole distributor. Only is this one TV that, and truly me papa can't as a chairman. Didn't tell me papa had to go on exile. I told my father that, no, but daddy, that's wrong. He was making more than 200% on a sheet.
Because onunkwa.
The Ghana schools they are born dance. Rollins Ehunyansa where they were for Etuaba. Wama Harry Uncle Harry Sawyer. And Papa Kushia say yepe slate they are born Ghana schools so. Especially the coastal areas, no, because how they aluzing Nekoboa erasting them, you know, slate in so they eche. Me papa, that time no. Na UP ne CPP the dignity. Rollins, shia me mano. Wakashi the trim. To a buyer no. Company ne deje 1 cedi. Set for the transport back home. To the aya 150. Me papa so to ade no.
1,000.
Na omsa busa ne say na ne the obey discount for their corporate social responsibility where school die. Well, person only share aban jije to say aban jije to no timi fanya. And it was something that my father deliberately decided to do to make sure say aban will not be successful at getting the slate. And the Rollins is who say if persuasion has failed, then let me use force. What must I say? It caused my father a whole period to have to go through some very, very, awkward areas. No, my father is very okay with. My father is just like me.
Okay.
He's blunt in life. He's on farm in Asipobia. First now, to me, Yakabati Sekra, one me Yakabim. Because who say, one age mate a goof. So, baby, are you free back as for mine? We don't have to ever visit. And your ma Sabrano, Yakasa ya Bejimi Breno, Yaka Bejimi Brena, ne Yasanio many be. Just a war or be important, your ma. Eddie Jessica, Unim, I'll give you a classical example. Call all the frozen business men and women, our more Ghana, Opa Africa and Japan. Obekacho said, La Bianca has monopolized a business because the family is behind La Bianca to take over their business. I don't know what you know. I don't care because me frozen business and my bida. What must I say? Who find your money bar when you for sure a be a 2 cities, 3 cities, but because you are always in business, no, you can make more money even after container no 40,000 4,000 pieces na egumu no 4,000 no wo dey fancy ba ko bia wo dey 1 cedi enya 4,000 cedis wa bra yesa wo dey 1 nya fe kra nya 1 cedi enti se ko ba se nipa ni business na wo ya ban na wo pese wo boama de na e champon e preach no e baswa obi any one more oye trader wo Ghana ha farmer kodo na afu a minua Bernard do afu ko here ni farm very na say kwa untimi no be fertilizer untimi to
ne boy dey
he cannot buy. He used to do how many hectares? Now he cannot do even 1/3 of or one, I might say 1/3. You cannot even because your land, I've seen that you have left the whole place, you have not done anything to. Yeah.
At least you are some female
trade industry no to say good for no traders no say Ghana for them more farmer no no the bekwa koton mo so they will end up the chain no wa on kon fa no money farmer no ma o magine duty a obeton wa haya no akoton abage ebi krampo be ko FD am ya ma no ayi ama na bage ama onu anya ade brands e free abotire ba no Vietnamese and Thailand rice ne we na eba no e dey no mo ye anya bargain pe bibia e betimi aye na se okuje to kofa machines buyer order farm order rice farm yeah who the difference between Thai rice and local one you can see it because a machine no mo dey man mo no polish neat what must say wo buy ye no obi aye sugar factory Obama sugar factory na ye adwuma na nke bia wo de emfa 100 of the percentage of sugar ye kra wa anye o wa gu no e koton because the family wants to take over the sugar factory. All the other year now diversity now more try my best to take over. Now we be here na juma. Now sabi. Oh, and they have nanama. Oh, fumu a opiano mother. A fumu ya dia homa so ne kon. Na watwe nneoma finachi. I don't know more focus say don't put the cart before the horse. Which one first? You must make production go high. And a free fat. A champion there no. Operation feed yourself no. We were eating what we were growing.
Okay.
We were not doing much of importation. Okay. And one by itself no. Ebe generate your friend is saying debate they say okay I feel cry there. E mo na ye won Ghana ha ebu ye so. Adan ye kra mo a ye di from on neba.
Me wa mu ni bi kura.
Ebi ni ho enso to.
Poultry na nkasa dada na egu ebi ni ho.
Se wo pa poultry farmers are na omunya ya. Nanama.
Chale mami divine.
Maybe I have to take time because it's an arena. Poultry. You know that was Oman's business. Kubusa dientia Dako farms eguye. Kubusa dientia it has been problematic for years. Una buy na so wa be ni ye. Okura de was send cry.
And akufa require the asay
cry.
Family there.
Then you minister way una aka say obi ti se kube wo so de ase kube aye twa so. Na uba be jwa ka che say wakoye sa kohweko policy we.
Si ahwehwe ama no.
Yes, I will be broad na ma monopolize a whole industry, the trade industry ni na ma monopolize. It will not see the light of the day.
Ya dia so aketi hamod. Divan.
Onim the
Ono so end time minister nti hwehwe sa na na ja execute.
Onim say sa asema akufado e kan say se kan ne niama amotwetwen wo former presidents Mahama Fio no ya dia on so no na unim say kasi mi say bribrama amaniemba
atwitwamini bia so
srai ya na and say bibia nkoka papa
enyi
twere da enyi didi kan say efi hin ebedu ha hwe unim say sometimes wo hu say unu obi di asem na say oye no ho say oye patapa nti obo abra usua unum sese oje won enjedu ba bia onso odi ani bre
opa mo hufu a woto ne bema
yes unum se onso odi ani bre efesi no it's the same thing hwe unum say under this government won senior some people ewa ba mom we affiliated associated with the government in power say no mo feel pompous no mo feel so big say omo de bibia aye illegal unlawful bia no betumi aya form ho adi free ya kan de ye ne law abiding to the extent say obi betimi no obi anya asem o no etra ne dem no take decision na ke ko sen enua ne sen na ben say osu bempa unim say meti asem no me buafuo ma che say me dwin wa menti ase say o say o asem against a private citizen and say former former president oni no asem oni obi wa asem ani vie ne yere ni ko bonkuro ni vie ne yere ni ko di ekobonkuro eko kire wa adwen say ho na wo
mi wa Ghana gas na wo ho no ne ka over $600 million da ho e ho no ho asem ni ho no wo
o ma wie ska ni nya
Ghana gas ya dwon ma ha
eno so kene Japan ka ho
o mo ye na gas na ye ton sika e ka $600 million da
no what sorry say what competition special prosecutor awie aho anson o pese wo nkire say wo ye be ma chan obi nti no o se wo gada wo ho e de akọ mampanyi fie me de na me twan showdown yie sa da ne say omo se omo wa akokoduro pa no metu amache a omo go fi onko hwe because disrespectful say e be ba otrimu krampo say wo be sa because aban we yoti sui uni mabufo won krofo mu ayen kona na kufa do fie mimiti hey misika akamu aban entua mekaye mi road world me kwa abanji sika me boa se me chance we se mi chance police be che me wa no misika akasa mo say the so called banking sector cleanup exercise no e wo aban ho banking sector collapse e wo aban ho e wo ho misika ho mi ma be ko obi me sorry one day e krafie se me ko adwuma ba me ba no na me de me nsa pan me ko no yin se me wo sika o me account mu me balance ti say unim se me ba no me lusu majuma
investment in so
me investment ni me sika nyina me lusu and na me no kasa go cost customers and banks customers na lusu sika be bro no mu a unim se nde so aban se omo invest sika for 5 years for whatever unim se na me no kasa se osu bu afumpo na se osu kwakọ inkwa se usika no edu hifa ana se ten na ekoso kra there is no single office space e wo Ghana hanom a obetu akọkọ bisa se usika we hin ye po abufu ye emba na na kufa do ye nkọ kene for tafie ye hu amukra pa ye hwamudin na ka unim se de abufuo e na ekwese nkrofa I'm telling you tell me one day
na me ndc for nya adwe
unim se me ni fie
ja mo anwo ba
unim se me ni fie
no e bia flat
de emra to honum se me ekufuado a picture show TV so na kene furata ba so na wonim na wo hwe and ye wafi bi fie nti me obi anim say me say ye program na live na ho no ma me meter no me tua electricity medum no this say obo fi na hu e bi ni mabu fo me mu nso me ko bu obi aye nti ye democracy and bra and ye ye respect ye hu obi anim
Medama say enumre me fast dama seahorse engine oil seahorse 50-50 engine oil ye
cool to 6 p.m. Them Citizen Show the brand on Citizen TV Ghana me pacho obo Citizen TV Ghana app there be them na Citizen Show ne dem mo takra de tadi for ye dem on tadi FM na area e be she
asetena no munye
ade
enye on se nua ade kra nkedi kan a ka budgeti a fotosanfo de tu dwai ade na edi kan na se nko yifri okra COVID-19
yeah we will come to that point but adwadifo ankasa omokofa beton anyone momoto omugusu to wana se bia jaya na what is happening to them
eniema ni nye January so on se wodie se de me ka kra no wo mfa be se bosumi be enan mu ani ena ayi GPH boss director general of Frey na se mo kan nyina papa no to bi na se mo kan nyina ni se wo hu se volumes are buy import no I reduce kra
sir
na omuso omagigi
I want a GPH boss
oye oyikuta Mohammed bibi dino ba na the ohun ni say won say omuso omay investment kakra na to recover their investment no AI say investment no ye na wo creative facilities no nom ne ade na eniema na mefa ho na needed revenue no nya
ho kwafa no
untumi ntua nti wosre ya obisaye yeso onua na say obisaye ade watu afichire ye wo mu an say taxes ne doso because ports no
obusamo se monye den
say bibi wo ho aye so ye betimi aye abo a
the question was import na so Argentina
Ako.
As if they didn't know what
but say omuna say ehunu there is
Argentina me ba ye catch no say the main idea no because one say port no tema port ho uko Cote d'Ivoire omo port ho Nigeria for port Togo obi enti enye wonko na port na wo de hwe interlands no like Mali Niger no ne ade no ohwe na se ba bi a taxes no wosoro no ono wonfa ne niam mfa ho
okay so mo ka kire no so say
ya ka kire no se ni obehwe no aye hu bibi because ya ka kire se to no na ama na basa nti to na ama na basa no won se odwadini bia edigwa odigwa se ja ono so benya bibi kakra na ode abo no ho bra afi so na dwadie no ya na me president guta president otaka o se bibi a emfa consider emma dwadiem
okay
se adwade ne chenchenchen na kwansidie ba mu a na e de atete ma odwadini no o ni sika sika no obetim de akoto bank ama bank na man interest die ntina se o san kofa ha akoto no so na odwendwen na odi atipui na oyesei nti odwadini na afa ha no na saa niema no na de akwansidie ba no niema asan ko de fatema ebeduru a efiri ekotema say kwanwa enso wo de befa kodibu a no afi no okofa ka okoda ho akope hotel you see nti these are some of the things but ni nyina echi no so odwadini ni fi say odi niema ne fa Togo na say odi ba na oton no onya bibi kakra na so mu nwono a ada say ne ko de befa tamahabo
yeah
nti na che say enye
my Yenzumi encore the main issue no mu, and I'll start with Pradima Metraba and say 2024 budget reading. Can Oforiata de buy Guta more thoughts on budget to be ready and say
yeah bibi a chafa bi anim consultations or no nsem a ye kan ni bi anu odi adwuma because the kan nyina ne say
ajaba ne ma bisa na mka
ye kan say eto da yen dwumadie so no e wo soro one enu akire so no ekwan a ofa so gige to no ekwan no nye kwan papa so ofa kwan pa no so a needed revenue eso onya no ne nsabeka ene de en me ma o emfa to ho emnam omrenti VAT nko a
o de biem ene de biem
won ko ba bia wo wiase mu ha VAT ya discriminate eto no je ho won ko wiase ababia mo de mo nche mi wiase ba ko mo na mo ye media adwuma hesisi a otia obetimi afre ayi South Africa no obisa babia ni ho VAT ba ko Dubai 5%.
Okay.
Minimum 5% across board. Yenim Ghana nko ye o VAT chichemu be se miensa.
Yeah, flat rate.
Ye obi a ontua bi kra. Oton de kro na. Ye o de otua a flat rate e na 4%. E na de otua standard rate e no ye 21%.
80.9.
Yeah, fancy upon 22. 3.9 necessary.
O de 22%. Enti e de na kire yen. Nipa kro ton tomatoes. Ana se oton tomatoes e wo konkom. Ena wa bie stock kese ena wa fa nipa ena wa dom yen nipa kroton ebia adododie te se minua eti hei nikoi wo mo ton drinks no ne ade the same drinks na obi di bia gutro go so ton the same thing ontua hei the same drinks na ye nsuo na no obi ton a ono ge 4% e di asem na ka kire yen na ye pese ye che se wiase ma so obi adwuma na wo fa nipa dodo a eya na se enye because you see the chance ye nyina ye nkoye trog so adwuma ni enye warehouses enye sa na kire enti ye ya kire mu se ekwan ya ofa so ogege to no enye enti no onya sa revenue but no e budget yi ba yo kan wasem hwe ma menka bibi ma mo nsre wo ha ewiase mu a ehin fa na ohiani chade mu misame ewiase mu ha Gigana nko a hwe ehin fa na ohiani chade ye bai wo kroma ye si ohiani de wonwe akokosre anso Ghana de ye hiafo anso ye chade bisam se de ntira tax exemption ye de ma ye nuanom parliamentarians omo ana ka o meme nko hobi
yeah
omo twe ho daare no it's almost $500 million. Tax. Meanwhile, exemption
companies.
Yes. Almost $500 million. Meanwhile, no, sika ye hia no mprempren ya anti IMF obaka che se wo kwa konum so kura be ka kire no nkire so kura anom no. Eno so ye $600 million. Enti die na ka kire. Ohia ni o chade. Ghana for that is how we are. Ye sika but ye chade ena ye mumu ye kobobusia. Why? Then let us keep our tax exemption and then be free. Ni nya busia na ebegie no ene how de be mai. Oh. Me no wo beka wasem, meka masem. Nanso asem a wo beka no, me ka me de.
Yeah.
Eno na minim.
Yeah.
If you say ye kan ko nyina no de omo kan say enye ye nko aya dwen e na omo befa hwe wo de eyi kakra bi aba e fa sanitary parts very funny.
Why funny?
Funny.
Why?
I can say chiro o si ade no you are yokroma and as zero tax no
how many companies produce it in this country?
But build your capacity to a level a betimi aye effective ade na o de ba no na ma policy na o de ba no aye adwuma ama nipa
o kasa build your capacity meaning what?
Meaning say hwe that person na wo hu ni sa no
yeah
omu industry no very huge na say yenya problem bi aguta ye solve ye na won say omu package ni say bill no beduru a na oma are package na yen loss no kire say wo ye ni sa na wan hwe ye na contaminate nti ma no na na say yen kura ni bi to hwe kura na omu to ho agun sawa no me ade
oh ye na cause sa de
nti say wo ye ni sa o press ni sa na nti na omu ka say wo de ba wo de lebo no na se ne wa pack na no hihye ne sa amum ne gya no na engugum na ba momu ana uyiyi aba we mu so enam so open numbers because bibi e light nti open numbers no o press na watimi afa dodo ahye container no ena ne ye ka ho asem eye big industry na se wonim se omo de ba ne enta ade bia eni atofo bia ne yemfa makroma wo enti me da bia na manfo ka se na ade kra ye kra dodo adwadifo kra de dodo bia bi wo kroma na menton ojadi ni de so do okoto amode no maja
so obeso ka se a sanitary parts diapers industry no and no so ha na say production ye low why
enti me miti
why adentia
oh minia ebia minia no beka bi o me companies no mo yesen ba ko bi na minim o ye nsuo ye bibia ono na o ye bi asa dia kan nyina aye packaging omo de ba and o packaging
omo manufacture no
daddy
enti kofa ba na bia no ne company din brand
no dia no asise no dia good rabam eno no ekosi sen enti ade no de beba e ba be fa ase enti obetua to no otua to na be na ade no bu aba fom ade kan no mo to no 5 cedis 7 cedis say 20 dia for 20
means one call parliament akọ read all right but they didn't faso bia
oh asama me asam tenti me chafa na wa bisa me na me kan o me nka ana dia odi ama me no na me kan wasam me nkoka bibi wa akiri
no this is serious
dabi me kan okra no
this is serious
enti sa ne ma me ensa ma kan kire o enu nti guta no asam no ka ye enti no wa but make impact bia me guta ni a me ye dwadini no me so me consumer oh yes so
we free studio how kota de
me consumer me ba se si abetai e ba ju ye 70 mi nya tai eti me fa ba bi obi ye tai wajim kakra na maduru ai that is how it is eti me say oh asam na ye ka no ye ka eti edu ba bia na ye ma ye dwadifo no bi adwen se bia ne ye pese ye protect obi ne ye bibi keke ma me ma ade ba akoso ya ka bibi aba electric cars aha so me can say building infrastructure na me can na obisa me say na electric cars any ama hu yi electric cars no yi Britain for any America for come ya advanced nations no wo call electric cars na do percentage wise no do say na okrum you see there are some things na laws na ya ye good no aye good but laws no ya ba say 20 years 30 years ahead laws na ye ne na 20 years 30 years na me no ye why no about you say bia na gu form no ani achi bi kura na ni nyina efita but as a certain pray ye wo problem I see so wo hwe na no me jam pimpie so bi e kan wa aboso kan e na me say me ba aboso kan ba 32 33 years ago no na anopa o pese o ho kire na o de o si usika nyina wadi awie me especially say mako weekend na Monday no a check kura by 4:30 na mo aboso kan because na Cote d'Ivoire fo no beba Burkina fo no beba Niger fo no beba enti kakra omo ba omo to ade omo pentem o sa akọ enti wo di o manim na sa wo bia de oni bia wagigi na de ama o wo ba wie no onya kakra na de ahye ho omo ma bio de enti na omo ma because omanya baby omo kofa niema no eno ne boa no ewo fom ne nyina taxes na e de ato so no enti na masem bia na me kan se uko Dubai sesi a me de omo ye nhweso de Dubai asase kura ni wa ye de kwakoye factories no ya na mu niema e kofa ba mafo fi se ye manufacture no Dubai few ones are manufactured there bibia no e ye ho e ho ye transit point. But they have created all the facilities there. You have hotels, you have a place, nice place to sleep, a roads, but the economy is times 2,000 years. So what are we saying? And you know, penalty or Coca-Cola, coffee be free, a baby never. Nestle, only a man far, and you can free.
That's true.
And in Nigeria. And so the company no be wa say
I'm a production coffee.
That's what I'm saying. Because you intimi am from compete. Hey, ya babai na ban no can I say? You say tax after production. Ye nyina ya ni tax after production. What are we producing? And say the tax. We are producing nothing. Totally nothing. So
I'll come back to you, Commander. Is it true the Speaker of Parliament residence has been sold? Yes. Natural about to Facebook page say, Daya Speaker of Parliament Timoma Tuama, private investor.
How?
Yeah. Oma Tuama, private investor. Everything is gone. Your friend say, in France, Pima say, Yabecho Monkaniem. Abayin timi ntua ti o ma fra wo fon so munyi gisika no mo fan kotua taxes. All right, so we have Nana Yajima here on your Facebook page watching us live from Texas. Nana, that's bebre. But over my memory also budget, food and beverages industry. Budget here can kai mo chefe wo me say.
Yo, me da say. We share a presentation. Ni Fariba ni your friend is saying no. In fact, ya my specifics. Asama buying the kind is what ye soon. Traders, your friend is saying manufacturers, your cassette taxes no was so. Intinian shani you be bintino or more share. Now, Modi, your friend saying document be to parliament in him. You could do on one summer woman, parliament, baby, any at Nafino, quite on Befa so make me some better so some better tomorrow, and the intino Yakasa Yanshe parliament in Nemuno, let us say, whatever parliament will announce, be it in the trading side, be it in the manufacturing side, whether they are going to reduce their friends and some of the import costs. They are going to reduce some of the taxes, and as some kwakoti, your friend is saying, some better to Maswa yenim, some better to Moyenim. In Jahono, we are still hanging because which budget no there's nowhere that has been announced there. Industry may say amount, Mati says so apart from giving announcements, say certain manufacturing components, a beba chromono, a big wavy taxes, no. And electric cars, a bit with taxes. Sanitary pass, a bit with taxes. And your friend is saying,
no, component base,
the components are your friend is saying sanitary parts. Or some with VAT in also. Now, which may produce more.
That's the raw materials on the back.
Until not just a production, a better form.
And I say,
let me tell you, the cost of electricity is almost about 40% of your total production. And you know, if that is so much, now say who will be VAT now? The VAT is about 19.5%. Me will be how much am I left to contend with? So deal with the issue which is more fundamental. The electricity cost. That is making
but right now
unproductive.
But we are paying high tariffs because of the IMF. You know, so it's part of the conditionalities.
But you see, Tembia Mika say you cannot sacrifice your children because you want to borrow money from the bank. At all. How? You have children that you have to feed. Bank in a culture say, "O manu ma okomondi omo 3 times a week, so that I can give you the money." Now we see my job to make kwakoye. Now okomodo utime mufo na. Then what sense does it make to us? We don't need that to detect.
But when you need options.
Now options now you don't have. No, look, bring down corruption. Reduce the size of government. No. Now think of more unnecessarily dozing out your friends saying taxpayers' money, the leakages.
Yeah,
that is going on. Bring these things down. When you do that, you will save enough money than what you are looking for, so that this country can run on its own. People will come in here and trade. I don't think there will be factories, because you per se nkrofoba no be didwa wo kroma. Na ye be factories no, na say only the 30 million people can buy. And that 30 million people no, you have already deprived almost about 21 million people who cannot afford certain your friends say basic amenities. Into only the 11 million, that's 9 million people who are within the middle income class can still buy these things. And when they are choked out, will the manufacturing go on?
Obi send them a message, but I don't know whether it is true. Or say, in the US of A, that's America, 98% of Nestle Milo is from Kenya.
Okay.
Is it true?
That is it. Because for them, they don't produce cocoa. So they will import. But if Ghana, Nestle in Ghana is doing well, we can also export to other countries. You see, when you go to South Africa, they have almost about 21 different cocoa products.
South Africa?
In that country. Yes. Chocolate. Over chocolate. One chocolate in that one, 21. A beer kita different flavors.
Say? 21.
21. Over now, so with the 2 tables, you can tell how many of them. The same chocolate now, may find cocoa tree, a cocoa tree, but then it has been designed in a different way. Something has been added to different 21.
Okay, so
you can get it from one brand.
You need product be abeka say product we ye no Ghana ha ni production eco high and amount for consuming in the market.
It's only the drinks and water. The drinks and water. Look, once upon a time.
Yeah.
Nido,
yeah.
Sir, a fence saying 80 grams was a sachet now. How much was the price? It's just 5 years past.
No, say.
Near ton.
But you use your microphone.
Near ton, 1 cedi 80 pesos. And a kitty pano is around 50 pesos. So, and then you have to buy it for 4 cedis, 80 pesos.
Kitty pano.
There be need this one.
This one, okay.
So, you have to buy it for 80 pesos. And a kitty pan 2 cedis. 4 cedis 80 pesos and a 2 cedis.
I see.
Nido Milo. It's also around the same price. Ayeto. Na kitwa no so 2 cedis. Into be bisa won say nemana keton 80 pesos at the same weight. Na sende we are buying it for that price. Then there's a question mark over there. Me I always say look, we have a president and a vice president who have lied their way through till today, and they keep on lying.
Is that what you think?
Yes. Why am I saying so?
And now, does it reflect look, the opinion of the industry?
Look, let me tell you. If I'm a businessman and you come as a chief executive campaigning so that you'll be employed, and you tell me, say, me bar, in Siona, we producing 1 cedi, no. Remember my 150 pesos. The dollar, a year 3 cedi 20 pesos, no. 80 pesos by then. I'll bring it down to 1 cedi. So then I ask myself, the one who is propagating for the 4 cedis and the one who is giving me an assurance of 1 cedi, no, which of them am I going to take? Obviously, I'll go for the 1 cedi.
Yeah.
So when you come And under your friend is saying the authority that has been given to you. Na say when to me anye na say cedi no enam 12 cedis. Now the cost of Nyama and Kayetono 50 pesos, 80 pesos is now selling at 4 cedis 50 pesos because of the taxes that you impose. Am I to clap for you? I'll tell you are a failure. You are a failure, total failure. The vice president, on one they can say, the city has been arrested. The city has been arrested. They keep giving to the IGP. Na sende se city no key na yira into the wejani. Now all call are from 5 cedis 70 pesos at that time. Or yes, I comment no. Now in them may turn 12 cedis.
12 cedis.
As a businessman.
Ah, I
12 cedis 20.
20. So what?
Oh, Debbie.
It has started again.
We are approaching that time of the year.
But you see, the import is not coming. So what are you telling us? If the import, we are not bringing the imports. What are you telling us about the city? So what is making it happen like that? So if you tell me, say the city, as against Weno, I've done something about it. If the fundamentals are weak, the city will expose you. And these people are still in government. They should have resigned by now.
So which means,
based on their own words, they should have resigned.
I want more industry no. Now you need cities, baby.
That is the point.
Now they are covered dollar kakrabi because ESL copper raw materials eba. But I say Obama tax exemption. Our port.
And then tax exemption.
I said or say raw materials.
Waiving of friends saying VAT no.
Yeah.
Or yes specific. He was specific on certain commodities that you and I will not even go for. Sure?
Bobby chair so that
one was sanitary part. Go down beyond Accra. And even within Accra, the small villages that we see, just Shashin here, go there. When people get their menses, their menstrual cycle, they don't go to school. In Kwalano,
yeah,
they don't go to school. Now, so we are obia we were adwimpadema nkrofoya. Nanka sanitary pad neighbor duty crapo there. Nke I say yes specific. Nkrofo to just 35% and 40%. For these things, pay only 5%. For these things, medical, you select and say it's a medical. In duty need your 40%, muntia 5% and not 2%. Then the people will have your friend is saying, share your friend is saying other problems are also the emissions are can say cars never chromono is creating a problem. In Tibia, I dream Pemono or say Monfa electric assembly, what the bar duty free. What the components in the assembly were duty free, no taxes, no offense saying VAT. But we are with tax no better. But you see, by going forward in this area, Nanka, if it's geared towards addressing an issue, all the 20, 25, 30 years cars, buses, take them out. When you are bringing the buses, bring it for free. And then run your business and pay the taxes that you pay. By this way, cost of transport itself
will come down.
I better conform. But you don't tell me to maintain my 30, 40-year-old car. And then I should bring electric car. Who buys the electric car? It's the rich people.
Of course.
And it's them who are going to buy them.
Of course.
Because you are creating way for you to bring in more cars and sell and make more money. So that we the poor people will keep on being poor. Anytime you introduce a new tax, what it means is that somebody become more poor.
But it seems say I buy no Karimu next year or the more. There is no way or
next year no anything that you do at the time of your policy implementation will give a reflection of how we're supposed to go. In the trading community, if the finance minister has announced, say, I'm going to increase VAT and I'm going to increase the cost of particular tax. Inka that no we any presentation.
Yeah.
Oko marketer when the prices are But he was silent on that. Silent no, yeah, no. He said, I'm going to recoup 11 billion from the market. Mm-hmm. How is he going to do that?
Taxes.
It means taxes will go up. So, a smart way of making the announcement, but then we are going to suffer for it. Then on the next day, I hear Parliament, 450 something million is being asked to be waived. Sasikano. Sasikano is half of what you are looking for. Exemptions, no, is half of the.
Companies.
Some companies genuinely would have to be given that exemptions. Mm. We must give them. But when we make it a blanket as a business that people must benefit from, and therefore you do anything, then there's a big problem there. The question mark is who and who are benefiting from. So I there no. I sat here in your studio and I told you some time back, says most of the 1D1F factories na you asked me to bring you the details.
Yeah.
The details is what the finance minister himself has announced. Konakwaji's figures, I always say most of journalists in this country, they don't work for the information at hand. They should go out there. You go out there. Send people out there.
But when you say that, you are not being fair to us.
I said most.
Yes.
I'm not saying everybody. Yes. But some are not doing what they have. See,
but even with them, look, they say Chroma assassin information, very tough.
See,
look, Joy FM,
in the budget.
Not Joy FM, just information on frontiers. That a company in Nigeria came to Ghana to work or make a profit, say. Ghana Benya say. It took Joy FM to go to court.
Why should it be so?
Why should it be so? Me make up information about public. Mm-hmm. Then as a media house, just me bought a car. Echo court.
You see, over 400 your friends saying one deal in the factories. Munji list, go out there. I'm telling you, almost about 40%, and I say 60% of this manufacturing sector, no more say, or maybe they are not working. Some of them, sword cutting, acronym, flamboyant, your friends saying display of your friends saying putting up a factory and everybody is happy. The very moment now you put the up, now you opening ceremony, you go back there and find out when the factory was open, how many your friends saying, and I say capacity of production, and on my year so far, some of them are not even working.
I see.
You see, this time I'm telling you, the list has been mentioned in the budget. They are there. Go and find out one by one and tell the world. So what they said, does it really exist on the ground, or it has been said in there?
Winning, Mama ran down, baby, our boss no bill. I want to.
Most of the 1D1F na here can.
Yes,
it doesn't exist.
You know, Sky-free Exim Bank, no, mewa.
And
so why are you telling us
and
that?
I'm also telling you, so most of the people who opened up these facilities, some of them have closed down. Because if 100,000 is dispensed to you, $100,000 is given to you, they will give you $700,000. 30% goes into somebody's pocket.
They give you 70,000.
But you still have to pay. No.
Hold on.
$100,000.
Dollars.
100,000. You take 70.
Uh-huh.
The 30% goes into somebody's pocket. You will still have to pay for that $100,000. How are you going to do it? So those who took that money, some of them have hoarded that. Are you going to ask them to pay? Or that money is gone, taxpayers' money gone? We are paying this money at the port of entry. They are taking it in.
This is crazy.
So this country, we are being shortchanged for whatever we have done. I don't know. Journalists, you are the medium or the fifth axis that you people can put information out there. When we come out here and say something, you are supposed to tell us whether what they said is true or lies. You have to do that. So that when people are coming and they are saying something, they will be sure of whatever they are talking about. There are so many things that are going out there that has not come to the public way.
I'll come back to you. Mamenko Miniam Ponsaso. Your friend say importers any other front no. So this budget muhu
may assure say at this moment may too different from opinions that have been expressed here so far. The Ukraine say me as an a freight forwarder, me as a business person and importer, me as a freight forwarder, and I say where they are a bar, nimpa be clear. Obi be clear, obi benya bibi kakra akofi. But the long run, I say, ye de buy in fason kobaso Emma Obiano. Na name my en faso bene woso. You see, a clear cut, many a penny in an for Casan. Diapers, ye ready budget. Me who diapers pattern I'm starting semester. In this country, it is only one company into production of diapers.
One.
Only one.
Abosa?
May catch
one.
In this country, it is only one.
From Accra to Boga.
Anywhere.
Boga to Bro Savlugu back to Cape to Vota.
Only one.
Oti. One company.
One member company.
Oh yeah, of course.
But Kaswa Kwanis.
Don't worry.
Oko Kaswa Kwanis. Oye diapers. Oye nsu. Oye sanitary pad. Inti whatever.
And not even 2, 3.
No. That is the only thing they do. They bring in rice. They bring in soap. A lot of things together, but their production house, Sebano, Pantila, they are the only people who do it. In investment, government, and now waiver government who saw them man. Why not them man? Why are we tickling ourselves and laughing? Why not that?
Okay, so let's pick some figures here. So local industry 1P. What shall be to me? Are your production base?
Oh. The production say you cassette to feed Ghana on to me. That production cannot feed this country.
Greater Accra region,
Menya sure so be to me. Menya sure so be to me. You see, I sit in the port sometimes. Me shame about 3 or 4 months ago. Many a bearman by engineer Eric Wadafor.
Yeah.
My friend around 1:30 a.m. Na Bank of Ghana be first car port. What share the security detail that came to pick 2 containers of money out of the porter? There and then, me catch a poor security and say, Ghana is security services, Sebi. It is not intelligence driven. What be far container unmarked at 2 a.m. and then you run into the port at top speed with 12 V8s to pick 2 containers. What are you doing? If I'm an armed robber power, you've given me a reason to stage up for you. This 12 V8 are running into the port to load. Me no yesika na de bufu legu. Eka Bank of Ghana for debts. No mo de brain so mo aboka no. The fool na de makas no. These 12 V8 came to pick 2 containers. Eka hu bi. If we are supposed to take the share over here, this information I'm de babema minya on Ghana Port and Harbours Authority for a page. In the year 2020, Temaport received 1.2 million containers. Temaport alone. In the year 2021, Temaport received 1.5 million. And this growth, if we all remember 2020 COVID importers bebre. So in 2021, a lot of import was done to make up for the things that were not brought. Guess what happened in 2022? We went down to 1.2. So 300,000 containers are nowhere to be found. They didn't come through our ports. But yes, I'm back on more.
What 2020 before 2020 figures no?
I have it from
2019. Yes,
2019 containers.
Okay, so give us from 2017.
Okay, so from 2017,
yes,
956,000. In 2018, 1,000,007. In 2019, it went down to 1 million. In 2020, it went up by 1.2.
Even in the COVID time.
Even in the COVID time. The COVID time, it went up because now you have pharmacies, pharmaceutical companies, a certain opening for them to ship in a lot. So within that period, nobody buy massively were pharmaceuticals.
Okay.
In 2021, that's when you be a coin for importers and beverage companies to start working properly. They made up. It went up to 1.5. In 2022, when they say that the economy was taking shape after COVID, we went down to 1.2 again. But from September of last year, we had already gone past the bridge of 1 million containers. In November, as I speak, you do 1 million. People are bringing in things, but people are bringing in things not through our ports.
Through the other,
they for other places. And me say we didn't say me can't because truth is me catch obe pan wa kwa kochi ma fe for mu nye adwuma. What sense does it make? Say you did duties, and me, I still don't get it. 3 years after COVID, we are still charging COVID as part of our taxes, and this COVID now you're charging your port. VAT you bet you flat rate. More you bet you 21.9, which is 22. COVID. What is COVID doing there? What is COVID doing in our duties? I've sent Kwame a summary of the duty charges. Put all our duty charges together, and as much as 80 to 92% is what we pay as charges. Why am I paying? What is AAU? What is AU doing for me? What is ECOWAS doing for me? What is Ministry of Health disinfection fee? What is it doing there? Now what charging we now we are here? You will pay VAT. You will pay VAT on network. Network na yedi ye ejumano. Who cheer for the network? Yes, I charge on network VAT. What kind?
Okay, Kwame. So put the tax components. No, put it here for.
What kind of country are we building? And what kind of business, baby? And last time Obi catch him say, "Oba radio or kasa, you speak against the government." I'm say, listen to me. We are in our core hospital. Yare be anyway a subscribe to NDC member.
Yeah.
Yare be anyway subscribe to MPP member. Yeah. We are. At where I sit as a business person, and whether you are MPP or NDC, unless usunyes can be at the share one pass. But so far as I'm concerned, minyes can share me pass.
Obia send me multi choice for receipt. Akoto remote control, COVID tax daso.
Yeah. Remote control.
Okay, so we have the tax component here. We have the import duty, import VAT, processing fee, ECOWAS levy. Yeah, ECOWAS levy now come on.
Yes.
ECOWAS levy now, what's it 70 for how long now?
Oh, it's from Jerry John Rawlings time. It's
but they have been increasing it.
It's ECOWAS levy a part dada.
Yeah.
Part of ECOWAS, but I don't do the common man as a state.
No, that is
but
that was the apprentice process. Common harmonizing ECOWAS taxation. Send a pay in across West African zone
to use the same currency.
The same rate.
Yes.
Okay. So we have,
unfortunately we don't know what is happening.
We have network charge.
So far as it's benefiting
on your okay.
And you know near Kosrokra or Gia no. But the question is how many countries are paying the AU levy and then ECOWAS? Ghana was the first to implement it. Has the other countries followed? If they have not, it's better we take it off our books.
Anyway, so let me go through the other ones. So we have network charge, network charge VAT, network charge COVID-19 health.
Yes.
Till taxes no your network charge.
Yeah.
Network charge VAT. Network charge COVID-19 health.
And there's our network charge.
NHIL.
Network charge get fund levy.
Inti yewo jo srenum gra srenum fi srenum.
We do your kind of Joe srenum. Oh free.
Gra srenum. Okay, so we have Ghana Shippers Authority SNF fee, import NHIL, network charge NHIL, 1% withholding tax on import, GHS disinfection fee.
That's for Ministry of Health.
I see.
Ghana Health Service.
Then they have Ministry of what? Multi IDF fee.
Ministry of Trade and Industry.
Ministry of Trade of
okay.
IDF.
So IDF special import levy, 2%. Ghana Export Import Bank.
That's the Exim Bank
levy. Ghana Education Trust Fund import. Network charge get fund levy. Inspection fee. African Union import levy. COVID-19 health recovery levy. Okay, so taxes we know one financial kabakokra.
One financial kabakokra. And you see me as a business person, I've just sent Kwame, your producer. I've just sent him the rate for each of these taxes. I'm hoping we'll project it to now your calculations now. These taxes are yeji. It's amount over 50%. Into trading in we could dija or banner. Kaka no de ban wujin 50%. No. Or yeah, or best is CD back to dollar to go back there and get these same things back into the market. Into a bank is saying na ye tumpon will grow way. Why do we do this to ourselves? I keep asking, say, waivers. It looks like they don't consider menewon ye from ye. Hey, no credit say Cocoa Board for scholarships a day man. Mr. Bissau. Cocoa farmers and him they enjoy from that. It is a rich minister be a bushieni, MP be a bushieni. Cocoa farmer no da cocoa Diana Sena Ordon. Omumu semba nenya sadewi. More the electric cars eba na mama waivers. Good idea. What is our power situation in this country? How many charging avenues? How much are you?
No, but Obeka say, if the more they allow people to bring in such cars, then which means a Bema for so a business idea to create charging centers.
So you see this?
Then you are creating jobs.
No, the point I am coming to, which I'm a melody and kabeti me say, wo about the create charging avenues for cars to charge. Me fear me team me wabontin the whole day. And you may na ebia me yere ne me ba bedu fi. Ebia buy 5-6. Meanwhile, I am buying power every 2 weeks of 500 cedis. Intinin pro cracker na onam kwan so no. Ahin no betua.
Embassy and your ono emfa no. Una also betime use as all the aba.
So this is the point I'm making. When the finance minister was giving the speech, he made it look more presentable to commercial cars. Into lorry fare beko for man beko so. Let's be honest. Nimpa say ne betumi ato an electric car what the be man is on use
commercial car.
And when our roads itself lorry kwan ankasa enye road ready. The last time many police been a rough interaction or stopping me road ready certificate. And unfortunately for him, baby are not stopping me no. Baby on no jana or no are stopping me. Ebisam for me road ready certificate. E quite no jana to me bisan. Does this road look road ready for you? No, now what you mean?
Is it ready for that?
Is it ready? So why will I pay for road ready certificate? Why should I pay? You see, In the port, when things happen and we start talking about it, your unions and your movement, into be or why, yeah, my young crime to me kind of credit that in paying our duties, one charge a year, I still don't understand. Ghana Shippers Authority levy.
Okay.
What are the Shippers Authority doing for importers? And this thing, you and I have discussed it before. If shipping lines put together in a year, ransack from Ghanaian businessmen a minimum of $550 million. And yes, see this so $550 million in legal payments from our Ghanaian businessmen. Now, Shippers Authority, to me, why are you there as guard dogs? Me kaka minim say guard dog no obobi mi fie enemy my brabo ho ban na guard dog we ya to no ono obi epon ma man for mom be wiai. Why do we pay you to facilitate a wrong job in our midst? Why should I pay Ghana Shippers Authority in this thing Amodiaba, which we have paying of your friend say Exim Bank? When importers are the ones literally sponsoring Exim Bank to work, this same Exim Bank seems not to agree. Thank you.
Obi answer new message. Musa say, "You talk electric cars now. You charge ya ni betua."
Listen, you say you will pay more. You will pay more. Say, yeah, they are charged, but betua more. Betua more. Was ebe you who say rated the those electric charging areas might be a little higher than what you and I will pay on an average. It's other than cost when you see before. Me say when the government was raising all your taxation wage man, me name adrian no margin. If I am paying VAT on a commodity and I'm paying as much as 15%, Bonnie Bang.
Even with the VAT component,
yeah.
Me make I say, with the kind of import arrangement now you want, we say we want to protect industry. We charge benchmarks. That benchmark no, and yes say ebia defining the sources of our industry. Nyama na wodi aba no.
Yeah.
Aban eto free ho. No asan aton ama. At the rate that they find on the internet.
And nyama wodi
aba no. Obeto no the rate.
Nyama be sa.
Import no wodi aba no.
Import we are the
bia.
A benchmark no e affect no. Ono check your internet no so. Uto we $1. Na say internet no mo ton $3. O say that na uto no $1. Intino sadia it does mema 2.5 and I say the same $3. Forgetting say manufacturer no at the amount at the price because of the volumes that you are bringing in. So they buy and sell it back to you. That is the essence of the reference and benchmark value. That's the way I can explain it.
So
now,
which means
if that money is collected,
so they're okay no. Then it's another form of even stealing from the people.
That is
yes.
It. You see, it's an
illegality. Because me mark source, it will be a China. Me call China. No, it's not me mark source. Nintino. I'm able to get a year $2, $1. Because I'm also taking into account say me flight in a bar, me flight at the Abama and Yamano so me treat your home Kenya they are shipping any other. So they give it to Ebedura what I say we work online ko say e 2 cedis. Enti e say me tua $2 e say me tua $1 and ka ho. Enya sa.
Yeah. My member a very good example.
You pay and then they do the calculation. But you see when that money is taken, my problem is you said industry is suffering. We need to safeguard them. And we need to take this money so that you cannot compete with the local industries. When you take this money, it goes into consumption.
Straight.
It doesn't have anything to do with industry. So why are we doing what we are doing? Offer medicals. Uncle for hospital. In droning ton.
Yeah.
Even when you go with the insurance card, you bet throw a drone it doesn't cover some of the medications. and it doesn't cover some of your friends saying treatment number ma no. Intino, what must we do? In Kasa, 15% na year charge no. NHIR percentage in saying take 5% from there and put it on HIR. And let the cost of medication goes my friend saying medical insurance no and cost through. And everybody can walk into any hospital, get a fair treatment, get the medication that is supposed to be given, and walk away without paying a peso.
I see. Remember back to Aposa.
So there's this pattern. I mean, I wanted to give you a classical example. Obito, it was a Cadillac, or torn accidented. Unyana $12,000. Or abrocho, I saw to the transfers and it went through the bank. When him say Cadillac ne buy no, they use the benchmark value of how much that Cadillac is selling at $55,000. Oh, no, modi ye duty no.
Matter accident car.
What ton or
$30. Cars, Japan crackers or the banner. A BO $300. Cars are no. Yaris no money no pipe so many bo. Ask them the cost.
So the problem no
no. So you see, no crane no why yeah mouse akwan na wonka. The duty me say that's 55,000 me the receipt e ka ho me ya appeal.
Matter accident car.
Ya yen fi me.
Me bedru ha. Now wa call like a car no name state no.
Thank you.
Say dia omo no turn name state no.
Sometimes
na e bedru anim na esam no.
Almost the dealer's value. Omo no e fa say bi aka no ye manufacture ne boy ye bi a be say ye si from tier rubber no ye bi a be say $90,000. No ma say year na wo de buy no omo no ma devalue kakra.
Thank you.
Sometimes that is what we cry omo ye. And yes, I benchmarking po.
No, but
so benchmarking dia
so GPH boss now our frame meeting now or catch them.
I was about to go there.
Okay, let's go.
So some meeting now of frame. I said the papa shed them. Na ye ba baby sana se. So deka. Na wasuma ne ba. Okwa catch and say papa ni ho. So na papa ni shed them. Why would you call the importer? Say I then and your man koso. When you who sits at the and when him the funny scenario after the omni importers no meeting they have rather upped the GPHA charges to up to 60%.
We meeting in time.
It was in I think August there. Yeah, about August, July there.
I know Mubusa mo say e dey na ekoso no nti no munyo musika ni no. Omo happy
up to a maximum of 60%. Based on what you are bringing.
When you sure say GPH boss now you don't many field. If we be in common now.
No, but see so you
because it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all.
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense at all.
I think they must discuss is where ukra wa values amawa values no odwen say ebro dia wo senke de mouse na o pese wo appeal enye ba bia chi abon nye ho ha na esane no enye de o ma o values na obekọ ne ho
yes
o sisi men ko ho kojiyari
sisu bia the all kinds
makofa me no ma ba bedroom port enu ma ni duty esen customs for any determined duty o mama me values bi me se there bi enu ma no the way am ye calculation no mo anye ni yie enti mo akire na mo sisi ni yie na mo ma me values ametimi ene me nuama ne nuama me kofa ne bo no ese na me ntwia o se there bi se men concepts hobiem ko GRA enye GRA kra ho ko GRA board
adendia
board na otena se bi a once a month e bi a watena se a doso a bi a twice a month
adenti
omona
no adenti why the board
no so na omonye technical people
they are politicians they are
thank you enkwasi afobi ni asese omakogo then only pakro na odenu importer no wono kra asase me de asem na ko board no ho no ebi a making
abejo
say e be frɛ okra say bi a odi otram pattern say su shefa yemwa yem frɛ no
Once I'm the Rebecca.
And
I'm Shadayo.
Mean China no.
Anyway.
Well, let our could do board. The wisest thing that should have taken place. You bet they will hold on to your things. Would you agree when demorage that or container son? And also change because shipping lines are charging you as much as $180 a day. And almost rate no any Bank of Ghana rate too.
I see.
Bank of Ghana say almost rate you see 11.9. Shipping line be charge you about 12.5.
It is demorage charge no. Only ga we dey agro. Now mo say ayi e dey aba. Yes.
Thank you. You be auction no. And you see that's the part I can be no. That is where my pain is. Said duty na ye de ma wona wentua no is the same duty na de be auction container nkan ha adwo. Say container na 100,000 when you say bet it na auction you turn the be 25 and 30,000.
In some cases 10,000.
So wouldn't so bet part about last 4 or 5 years. Papa be the next 5 buy. Or buy no. I'm so one now the calculation.
It's a serious conversation.
Time or year ready. Or didn't see come man agent no. It was normally I think the 58th day. You be a system name be. By the 65th day, Gapoha now be a to next 5 or day. What yaton gate the new no board ya. Akwana ko no sign in the car by. Because the diabone kana to emphasize. And there are a lot of Ghanaians who have suffered this pain. Last month, one man at the Mercedes S class by due to your board duty man or sign order you shipping the car. Almost sign fanko. Because would ya go no jawaha obi befa obi betri
obi omo brother.
The man asked that they return his car.
You see those guys, some of whom are our friends, drive. No? All those cars are cars.
Auction cars.
People sweat. Yes.
Auction cars.
All those cars.
Some of the young and no be because obi papa free. I said this thing when the papa you say yeah. What's she paying the car back?
This is too bad.
So within the port system, no, the issues in them. So if it is only tax, they be ni ebe mo maya ye ya. Ka Dubai e yekrubi enye ye da.
Nanso ya na VAT by the way.
Only you know.
VAT me ma go Dubai for almost 22 years now. We started to go Dubai 22 years in it.
Really?
Go Dubai krono na new half. Ni enye half na ho nyina ya nya.
Omo duty system no for.
I 1% to 0.7.
0.8.
0.7.
And the other no have
duty. No, money duty is true. Next thing.
So I had no mutimi.
So you see,
I don't steal the money.
No. Baby, omo di akoshe no. Omo taxes ni nyina was service mu. Ukodidi. Uji wani, baby a uji wani awura fi ho no na watua tax no. But baby a be ma adwuma na tumpon no, you don't pay anything.
Oh, they don't.
Mami Central. Bibia obema wa seripa. Me call Dubai. Some few years ago. Now who you sue landline internally. You don't pay anything. Eti una mana timi wura san kama wura mo hayi. Mitimi fa mo telephone na mitimi dia call bia. Internal.
Yeah.
But who ye kwa bagana. Fiu na sa. Who ye ko baby fiu na sa. But internal no to facilitate trade or to facilitate adwuma no. Sa na o ma ye o system no.
Business and communication.
Sa what ya.
Yeah man.
Enti telephone enti say ukwa udru hotels are front desk telephones this is yours you can pick it and make your calls internally e bia na wadwuma bi person niam na mra emegu yamfa megu honom ne o fire na o kasa but who ya kwa outa na sa
anyway but members, so at this point what is the way forward? And just 1 minute, what is the way forward?
So
because
you see
it seems like now you guys are stuck. Dollar no enya de eba from na ba then the port duties emba from beverages for them go 20% excise duties taxes be year free then good for also say oh kaja with me airport woni ye maya
na enema no ye de ba krum beton no so no. But yes, the situation. Yes, you can.
Just so that
yes,
a conversation very clear.
Yeah.
Oh, say na boxes no friends container no. The friends statistics no.
Yeah, statistics.
The number of containers about Afibia no. Oh, as at the time 2016, 2017 construction no to open the air course no. Na nipa na omo de shift na omo de nioma bagana ha no. Na omo ba ebi wo no ma in about 2 weeks na untimi medok here.
Yeah.
What choky?
No, and not just the choky, so now your debt no.
Yes.
To receive larger vessels no. Now it's so what they do is they base at anchorage and exchange.
What you say?
You be ye go kitu emu.
But however, na bebre no egu ho.
Yeah.
Okay, to enum delay.
Yeah,
delay. And His Excellency John Mahama ehun say no. Ade we ade it's a cash cow. Why don't I open the port widely enough to get many ships dock at the same time? And now, yes, our contract, there were so many issues. In fact, I picked him on. If you Google, you see a petition to His Excellency the President. Me and petition. Because at that time, not MPS. Because we saw the contract had so many issues. But that notwithstanding, no.
Mesre, this MPS conversation, Kwabena Mesre, say Benya Bre, I can't wasem. You see, truth is, Gapoha was the one leading the bidding. He had received, was shortlisted 2 companies. Omubesi, the same term but with higher quality and a lesser cost. But suddenly, it switched to MPS. And MPS manages MEX. MEX is the biggest importer of way into this country. So when that switch happened, a lot of it had to be signed within a very short period. So one area of difficulty as a freight forwarder I still have with the contract is if MPS is not ready, Gapoha on its own cannot establish or expand any other port in this country. These are things we need to look at. Gapoha na collateral for the MPS contract.
Yeah.
It is a 30-70 contract. Bobe J they say MPS amwa Gapoha. Gapoha cannot receive Gapoha for workers echo strike. They are receiving less than 10% of inflows of cargo into this country. Meanwhile, a contract here 30-70. So it would only make sense to say, Wobema, a kind of Gapoha for him a meeting. A kind of Gapoha for him because MPS is not giving Gapoha what they are due. Anyway. But Gapoha can't talk.
Anyway. So, Kwabena, I was trying to mean, say, so after the opening of the port now, now, due to nonsense, no crana. I said that but now escalating to baby Adri. Na ubia ni cheha. Kwabena him say in Kofu to me the Neoma Bedru airport. They pay nothing. No my goods in transit. The court. Burkina. The court. Na
wa kofa furu odi aba.
Pacho we enti we o ka check no for that say onko sua nyansa. We did nothing.
Anyway, I'll come back to you guys. Of agreement, Messi Aba, me yeah, Jumat to Abiaba. Live on a 100.5 Citizen Show. Make our man for say, CMG Sika Achadie star 413 hash. Na me first win our hello. Ja.
Yeah, Commander Boham.
What for the form?
And then my phone form.
Yayi, Shegobe. Shegobe. Aboma ma say
500.
This weekend here, emuye. I need to offer the form. I need to offer the form. Your friend say. Yima. Oh, hefa.
I'm Ablukma.
Oh, Ablukma. Ne Ablukma for offer the form. Ima da se bebre koswana etwa CMG sketch there. Me pa cho Kwame why na see adibio. Why na see adibio yanko last one. Star 413 hash star 413 hash. Na the woman say Friday ya de Friday big bonanza no ebebrem. To be honest, last week Friday the football no near ntino na yantimi anye amamo. But monka hunu se we de ye gyina na so pa ye beye e de amamo. Me pa cho mamenka wango energy drink and one semencho. Wango energy drink and one semencho. Wango energy drink. Ai na o say ni padua ne hia hoden. Wo ye adwuma wa bre. Eso boosti eye ahoden ne kakra. So na uhia energy kick na wango ene ye answer ai o say jata kese symbol bi da ho wa hunu jata no a enye wango energy drink ai o say kwajo energy a drink na enom ye no adrobafo so ho adrobafo a school for mo amoye mirikatuo ball boy munumbi na emamu ahoden pa wango energy drink was it say de ye no a na adwumefo akuafo atuagu so na vitamins ni B3 ni B6 ni B5 ni B12 ni nyina wa packet na a good sporty silver bottle mu ya ofre wango energy drink ai Ghana for munyi biai FDA agiatum ye de omase bebre afei eya school kase pompa eya ye friend St Andrews SHS omoje enkoda form 1 ai omoje enkoda e form 1 enti monhye den so wo form 2 form 3 no so wo mo akwanya da wa opese oba ne ba omo edibeba no na wose akwada wa wie GHS ye opese osua general arts, business, home economics, agric science, general science, visual arts, and in the kika hono. Baby eso do any call St Andrews SHS. Or so omo ewo teshi cheblo. Last stop from 0546 048 332. Me bosso 0546 048 332 na 0249 832 015 na also wono makasa. Afei de anika na akono na efe your friend say Seahorse 50-50 engine coolant ya aba was a ball engine no buy from overheating but engine no buy na afei de radiator tank na go fasem amre but engine no buy nentimi nyini enche ema was a ball engine no buy na ofu anu wan to bebre bo engine no ban na car na kwa su nya fe na o ka kwa ye se mensa na ekono prada me pa cho ni nyina ne ye eya Seahorse 50-50 engine coolant ye na Ghana faji atum omo won Grace Maudo 3367 coolant ena 1090 coolant wo se Ghana phone tuturu mi kai mon kwaji bi o maimu asoya wodom tonton cars won yema de obenyam de afri ho wo say lubricant shops ko na kwaji bi from 0244 577 559 tie 0244 577 559 and 0540 424 386 onsa ebetimi akomo mamemfa wei ampeo so na menka say Tabia Heba Center. Oshola sembom na daswi. Na the entire American sembo meka amanfo agiatum Tabia Heba Center ne say no wase wanum ato honam ya untumi ni dia Tabia Heba Mr. ya numbi. Ena afesu Tabia Heba capsules ya wodi aba say ye no na wo mo constipation ye mo atuo etimu na usisi mu kaodwe unum bie no wose na eboa pa enkoda woni free shedu godwinum mama tan so ya mama enkoda no fo mama mfa monsa enka okanshi drug lane ena obehu omo from 0243 686861 and 0245 749206 na mesraw enko mankrofon kase ebia mankasa yi na Quick Credit Investment Microcredit Limited say wamugusua emo bosia no hwe ne fe na hwe na kono na tu fie ne de bosia to awo wase de na ohia amanfo pay startup loan ebi per emergency loan ebi per salary loan working capital loan existing business loan hey omo ye ni nyina hwe what is ke baba boa si won ketu abi enti ya from Quick Credit was na dem no fra womo ewo 059 69 20 833 tie 059 69 20 833 wase na eye ni tua no eye flexible pa omo nsori ahomachi megina wo so de ohia ne eye o ID wo di abanom no akasa ukro Ghana card eno anu no wate yamfu ya ni nchire hoy ma back to the studio live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show but of our agree na person can say me quick one then let's deal with the 24-hour economy near running it up but quick one now I'm so person be source on this budget issues
your friend saying other presentation in the budget for the farming input I'm say you can be say okobobusia na odi kwakoye farming na yenje your friends say interest bia ntu benye sika no akwakoye farming asan ababetia mrepem am say eho no very good your friend saying caption or mention here no na fe no ye hwe poultry sector no so a o say ye behwe na ye ma uska na odi aye sa niam no ayenje hu interest bia no but there are other issues ekuma eno no say yan hwe ne ya address sa issue na ebeboa ebeha adwin pa the feeding cost and the cost of chicks that they buy before no they were buying 80 pesos at most 1 cedi 20 pesos per chick and then you buy 12 cedis per chick intino say you're very careful. Depending the type of birds are whatever. No? But the normal friends saying broilers we are so yeah, into the cost of feeding and a big issue among pharmacy. And this facilities are who resume birds and that's way out of war. Nka bit me a slaughter ko keep you know. And no ho. Into no say we birds ninya 3-4 months na saa time na so ton omo a na se went to me anton pe then the cost of feeding start going up again na saa chicks no babet to price no wesan say o more feeder na there be intino me can be say e say enya storage no the cold chain no is not there. We need to put these things in place. Say farmers no etumi yes anema na they can then go and store at the appropriate time. We take it for within a period. Now, you know, won't pay your friends and akukwa enya no still ubenya and freshness. I can say my imported ones in bay. Then there should be an alternative friends and solution to that. In Tihono, a social no omianina oshemukana because I just idea a beharding and I never know course I feeding no nina bro. We must up our production. So, and I say in your target beer, you did see and say in the next 2 years, 3 years, no, we can do these things, achieve certain targets. Unfortunately, no, we have announced it, but there are no targets set for certain implementation. No. Into Ube when they say, oh, yaka, if you also cancel the timeline to 2 years, may yen for 2 years, into 2 years after 2 years. No. What then happens? Oh, if you say, into we understand before some implementation, the crab starting. Now the next budget is coming. So whatever you announce, obey. then it has come to naught. You know, I'm saying these are some of the areas.
Yeah.
Now, in Kwabena Moti, a friend is saying, departments and agencies, and look, we have very good qualified people there. Qualified people. But when the politicians come, they begin to think different way. I don't know why.
Are you serious?
So, and you know, they should give them the chance to do what they have to do. Womunim, Yakokrom statistics is geared towards only one thing: how to improve people's life. Now, unfortunately, no.
But the politicians pick the figures and they massage it.
If they massage it, a big problem. Recently, this month, last month, statistical service, Omuka said, the inflation cut down 35%.
Yeah.
I would challenge them, say it's a big lie. It's a big lie. Because at that very moment, now, yes, our figures, no. Brewery prices have gone up marginally. So why do you say it has gone down?
Really?
Well, the very things that you used in measuring your friend saying basket, tomato, how much was the price? Onion, how much was the price? And other friends saying commodities. You go there and it's not.
But they will tell you that they pick food inflation, whatever inflation, then they do a total sum. So a bit then a drop it.
There is none that has dropped.
Okay.
There is none.
Okay,
that is
another point.
See, I don't know Kosra Muma Yanka. Say a big na hona Muma Yanjina. Internet say we'll still be at one place.
Anyway,
we are not going up, we are not coming.
Man go for the prayer 24/7 economy. Buta. More opinion on that policy. And say 24/7 economy.
There's an economy or there 24/7. Dada. Atiwe Numa running a fan, me ba or ye Juma or NCA. Or run a shift. Or a number a year, non dua, or banopa. Now, Bako, we are no mean, so no upon no do. Or quite upon no sia, upon we are no mean. Yes, 24. Oh,
so if our system that, then we don't need to cry for anything.
Many are may can't be. Now, mommy and she say, there be they are not near Kikaki can send wait. Mammy Abdu have been I know can I send Nijina. And what o my son ye na ye no and ye tum. Ho CCA Toyota Corolla. Yen you are more crackers. Make sure against Toyota Corolla 2018 to 2020 model. Duty a year 55,000. I want to start it, which is 550 million. And the car no. Can any attorney say, Sasa any talk no. They say car no duty sanity. Me boa would be so bia.
That's the
no, but sir, wait there. I think
minimum.
I think we have said this in here.
And yes, sanity.
That's true.
Oh, they say Yaris now who's our system. No park could say Kobisa Yaris more.
It's selling for about 110.
Me buy me the Yaris ne buy. Yaris ne buy is your me in 2013. 2013 in duty me try. It 50 cedis. 5,000.
Okay, so Pepra, at this point, if you have a government that tells you that look, yes, port me pisca, every port, but the more I may reduce duties, taxes at port, the more the more I'm running 24 economy at the port.
Yeah.
Don't you see the sense in it?
Someone ya can na so mo asa no mo ka see e widen tax net no na obi atua kakra inflation ya kan e be kofom because automatically
so then adwadifo adwadifo no would demand from whoever is talking about the 24/7 that look, we need these taxes down.
I say me better me 217 na make And na me say me kan no de di kan me si ohia ni o cha de o ma tax waivers and also o ma tax exemptions
so kwa
me wa also akopɛ bosia and na figure no e ben bosia na akopɛ ni jaye na wo de na wo fie na de and so me na yesa mbaka kire o
obaka kire so ebi a enyuma ni bi wo wa obi ba ya eye so man incentives mo timi di say enyuma no ba system no
etimi ni sika they say me wa ahunye hiam etimi ni sika me de be ma nti ye ntwan me ho tom ya me de be ma no susu ntimi nga
yeah.
You have a fight. Me practical economy. Me nya mu book mu de ni bi. Me ye odwadini. Me passport mu trader na atwero. Me man cho businessman no. Me tro trader. Enti me ye practical economy. Me see me ho hia me. Na ma ba na ma hu me nua kwampoku. Ota de say di me oba na me mama 100 Ghana say kwa me 100 Ghana say ho no me de man o si o emu bi wo ayi nima ho na de pa nti me kwa koto bi adi me say kwa me koto be say o si be statistic na say kwa say baka 40 pe o say ai say eni ma for bi ka ho e bi nu o hia ni ono okodi mu onima me so me da no mani mu onima it doesn't make sense. All what I'm saying is that now we are in crisis. And we are trying to manage ourselves. And to ye manage ye hono. Nasi ye see a better idea. Yen chaye. Ya unju ani yen chaye. Emra ye ho achire ani ye chade. Ana tu mesi eto no. Ekwan ye fa so gige to no. Enye. Menka se fa bitum. Menka se te so. Na mo mesi yen fa kwampa so ne gige to no bia ntua bi. Ne enya no dodo. Ye ne sa because tie hwe. Bobie, Mami can say, the AN say, all the signals we are sending, say, and so obi be juma, no funny pa.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, no,
private
sector, no, and their funny pa more.
It's the engine of growth.
May you some generation say, obi be a shop, what funny pa or package ye, what funny pa or share, what funny pa almost yes, ye home, what funny pa or taggy. Eno muni ade sa shop no wo so onye VAT aye 22% sane mo ka kire me no fair enough ade a oton commodity na oton merichi maka ni twi pa o merichi sa merichi no ebisu bi eno tax bi ana so enti bo no be den be kofo dia signal na wo send ya ne say e ma me nkoto ade e wo store mu bieu me nto ade e wo table so why the whole table so wafa obi. The egu apampa so no wafa obi. You see, it's not fair. That is all what Eguta is saying. Yes, tax no VAT ni je, but uko wiasim ba bia VAT no ye ni chichemu ho. VAT a valued added tax. A consumption tax obi obeto ade na tua. Na se nipa kro obeto ade no, if there's no compulsion, ask my boss, there be a okano. Na se bi e wono so se ono kra beto ade na so je krata no. Because obi ho ono oto no table so the same thing. Omo na no obi to no table so onye VAT no. Obi so wo so kituam oje a flat rate of 4%. Obi so a ono no abo pa afa nipa wo bi shop kese no a otua ne tuo nyina ye bibia no ono mo no wo do osago akoto no so se ontua 22%. Na ade ne bo ade
so ade no na ema me encourage you mo say mo big shops no mo sha se fan emunio mangu apampan so fan so man kwala
afa wa asema obi wa adwen ode ba
now me trust
no bobi eno no ebe ma yetimi afọ
o ma no nyeye
debi yetimi afọ obi
debi nya nipa no afa no so apampan no wa fo obi adwuma we nya sapa na mde ama wi
me say wa hwe
aban to na oje no oje kura mfa nkoya de papa penkwala fani o ma ne so omo nkodwom omo nkotomra store no omba o say ya je tax what
hwe ensam a ye kan nyina no ye kan asamwa mo gigi atuoi mo kan se ye ni logistics dia ni logistics eni ni pom be ye adwuma no hwe ye ma ba isu no awie university omo nya adwuma just give them a target say oh wo dia fa area ha wadwuma nie wo ya dodo na wo ye no eno ne be hwe ho atu awka enkura ya bai obaye
commission obeji
enti won asema ye kan ye nka asem bia ye yi o na eto no bai mu na mom entum na obi entua bi eno so nti obi antimi nye
guta
yes
mo try to engage Kenufuriata one-on-one.
Oh, ya engage no na se eto yi ya engage no sansem we nyina kan hwe me
moka okasai
se o se ye ya kan de na stakeholders ne do so obi su be kan de o su be kan de no obe yim no yim wie na ya on sa ma ho bi o ye betia ne wo ka ti se de wo kan ye yi nti na je se ma be mi su ma be yi anu ha so nka o wie a na ko sa frɛ na ko ka se na me ko ka na bia ga ye na bia odi ko de nye but ya omo nka bio omo sa ma chiri ye be hu ana ko ka ne se ya he se na me ka sa na ti o na nsa mi se asama me ni mu kan ayi IMF ya ade pa omo ba omo ni na mu o hwe ya ye blemu IMF no mu ni ade misremu a moma yen direct ye bibia ne mfa nhyɛ oman mu ne yen nwene nya yi omo bibia ye ka kire omu bia ye wo se wo ba beje bosia na wo se bosia na ba beje no condition da ho me be se me hu se me bosia no betimi atua na na wo cheche mi se kwan se na mefa so a metua na mom ekwan na wo fa so no wo na wo chechere mu wan shaw enti ya ye blemu omo a me edu ba bia ya me nka bi fi se ma miti omo na asem ye kwa ever so ye to me catch omo they were surprised and fair enough do you know something omo kreti ayi no wo GRA for office na mom omo pam GRA for nyina and no say yes stakeholders no ye nka ebuso asem and na me so me kwa na me so a me dwomfo ma no omo ton tomatoes no na ade na me omo di machi na omo kan ne say ne ton tomatoes asem a omo kan na che na matene no me see abrofo no ti omo hwe anim no mo bom tiri nkosa omo tim say hey economy ne ye papa wo gutafie ye ne kan say ne sitie ah masa na me see se VAT no adenti na say ye chiche miensa on ti see be ja sa ade no VAT na nye ye da me na me kan kire wa na nya na so ne African me metena dem anka da so enti ye ya ka say etuo ne esi ye pe ne de chichire man me odwadini me supporto me ko gina ba bia me jarefo me no ma na ye adwuma omo educational ayi platform nyina me te so me bompa ye se aban bi obeba bia me ye mafamu de eno na ye ekura ye kokomu ya ye ko hu fefefe de nyina ye to ene de ye kuro no na mom omo fa to no on eto bia
disturb man for
no ne de compliance level no e wo fom bia no e mato no nkoso
mfaso bia ni so
e mato no enkoso wunya de opese wo achieve no wunya fi se e bia ne support ade a menu kan na omo de dodge no omo de yese enti e be ma wo projections abe ni nyina no onsanka na nso hwe wo de hwemre bia benchmark yi o reduce ye wo ye niam bi se wo de o hwe ya
those were the days now those were the days
those
were the days a wool reporter. So we bookie appointment. It better take you 2 days.
And so what to me
because a man for obedu night trucks no. Ya share.
Why?
Into ye for day one. Day one sometimes it stretches into day 2. Into ye bookie in that mete. Some more containers is here na me MBB area. Obeje dey say me bookie a minya time. Minya time for you.
Okay. Thank you. Yango I agree. So we are talking about the 24-hour economy from food and beverages. From a point of view, what do you think? It has become a point of discussion. And from Momo's side, you know, and you are into production. What do you think?
Yo, thank you. But my main call, tax na sem no. Me mboni te na fe me mbra. Your friend is saying, "Oh, VAT no." Ghana ha. Even sequence na edit ya no in different schedules. Odika kan it's here 22%, 4%, and 3%. Ninya VAT kroya and 19.5%. A service charge for no. That's what they give. But VAT ne fare by no 1995. And yes, implementation. Your president edi enim ka say there be VAT no mo de ba no a killer for the ordinary Ghanaian.
Yeah.
Nti no yen to me engine to. And omo kan ya na they agreed on a certain percentage in emfanye ejuma. Na wonji ntumu no na nka wabe. Na nka either you scrap it or you bring it down. So na mbom no under your tutelage no your VAT no akwa kodu sa figure say 19.5%, 22%, 3%, 4%. So imposing hardship on the people. At the time no mo de buy no. Sa time no IMF ya o. Ena ye bisa say sign on be yambeji says can it try back. Then under President Rawlings, no mo ka say look. Kwesi potwe nana elidi sa your friend saying VAT no utua a one-time payment. That is how it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
Mun nisika no. Na mo be ni say mo be jiska no upfront. Nti agigi wi at the end of the day no. Wa wotua no. Brana be ye o filing. Input and output. The okay. Difference na wo no will pay you back. So you get your money back where you are paid in excess.
Okay.
So are there no. Into no implementation was also once. But in this case, at the time you can say you implementing new VAT now you 12.5%. That was 2017. So you increase here now you can say 3% What happened was the input output no was taken off. In Jumani bebre yesika shi. Esansa abandon interest high no amaye. So are there no. Intino the essence and as a concept no our model yes have that no is to make it a one-time payment. But unfortunately, you pay at the port of entry.
1.
You go to your warehouse, you pay.
2.
Then, if you are not lucky and you are not the final consumer, it goes to the third retailer, you pay.
3.
And you, the final consumer, no, then you go and pay again.
4.
You see the cascading effect. Ade where they ba. Intini yaka say VAT there. You can yes VAT, VAT, value added tax. So where I don't add value, I don't pay. And why I add value, no, one item.
One item.
Intino, once I make sure VAT no was so that no, the person who is coming to pay for it is only for recovery for me. It's not for you to pay and pay government. Intino, the way of money, no, your tax system, no, we need to sit down, look at it, and then baby, entrenching. Let us pay for taxes, but we must be responsible how we collect the taxes.
Okay.
That is how it's supposed to be.
Okay.
Now going back to the 24-hour economy.
Yeah.
On the manufacturing sector, no, and bebre, omoye night shifts.
Yeah.
And you know, if we talk about 24-hour economy, and I say the shift system is to enhance productivity. You relax and do it at the time that it will suit you when that service is being offered.
Okay.
In that at that time. And you know, uyo bia uye wejuma na se o production sector no. Ufi say me fa nipa and 9 and say so mun na be juma at the same time.
Okay.
And you know, ma minchi chem na ensuti e nyina na. Ebi ba no pa they will go at the appropriate time omopon wa na omusuko then the new set will come. Until at best what we can do is to reduce our your friend is saying working hours to maybe 4 to 6 hours so people can go into a company and work for 2 hours and walk away.
Exactly.
Take your money and go.
So which means that day you can do like 2-3 jobs if you have the strength.
If that opportunity is offered, you can do that. And if the atmosphere also creates that, say bit me sana, we can do. Papa yoti ya kan sana, obet me sorry ahmache could be in the shop. because me my friend say eja menya nyama we but betumi abasa amre we but in that metia se me free medwumem na me kwa boso kan ya I'm marking time either I leave my work and drive from my office at Spinters and go down to Abusoka me do ono either so benya abotwe no atwen me ana ono ko baby sa 5 o'clock na so upon no ko baby because we're tuning in who for that. That's true. You know, I have to come at that time. Me draw na me draw on tema me kono ko. I've also wasted more hours without getting anything out of it. But it creates an ambience for people to relax and do their job. Now, you know, the benefit of it, you know, is good. Say, we should improve the security in our country.
That is the demand.
So now, you know, you share areas, you know,
security, energy, and taxes, because most when you say radio stations, grano. Because the light bill you can't pay.
And you know, yeah, not say if really the way I think, you know, Sasana, yeah, Canada, then we should open up. Our economy needs to open up. We should, and now, you're about 5 in now, you're quakwada.
No,
thing come to a sunset, except 1 or 2 productive areas are. And no, still are.
You're drinking sports, yeah. And it
is an
area. Will join them be Wonima. And Nigeria no more.
And you know, if that is the way they want to implement it now, we should allow it to grow. With time, it will expand.
Yeah.
If it expands, it's better for the country.
Yeah.
And you know, 24 hours, our country is running without any problem. We can do a lot between the hours of 5 p.m. and the next 6 a.m. In Crawford can work because you're lucky it to be in the U.S. You leave Ghana here and travel to UK and the U.S. And all the time, your budget, we try to compare ourselves to them, which doesn't make sense. We must look at your environment, you know, and formulate policies that will suit us, that will make the people more comfortable. But advanced countries no more, it takes more years to achieve. Baby to say a friend say electric car assembly. Sure, or no baby, why the research they do all of a sudden you want to go into it without any sweat. You want to benefit from it without any sweat. And you know, when we travel outside and we're able to do multiple jobs, then in our own country, you know, we should also give it a try and see. Say, multiple jobs, you know, a bebwa. Na yen shesa 8-hour work na ye no. Na bosumi so you work for 31 days and not 21 days, and then they give you a pittance salary.
Hey yo.
Well, say to me yes na, you can gain benefit more in your income. As against you sit for 30 days and then they come and give you 1,000 Ghana cedis, 500 Ghana cedis, and then you are not able to do anything with it. But this system, if it's practiced in this country, depending on how they go by it, I'm sure we stand to benefit from.
Okay, so quick comment on your YouTube page. Selfie says, Bobie, I brought C class to Ghana, and the price that is in reference to duty was something else. Trust me, I have to just ask the shipping line to bring back my car to the US of A. It's really bad. Yeah. Amaza, from Momo's side, importers 24/7 economy.
From my side, as an importer freight forwarder, no. To say it is already a system that is running. Within the port doesn't sleep. Unless weekends we work. Me containers Sunday. Me containers. The holidays we don't work holidays. But
So which means doable.
Doable. But you see, it is an incentive for someone to work or run a manufacturing plant or a certain job at night requires security. Because say me a retail shop and I'm a wholesale shop and they expect me to run all through the night, I should be provided with some level of security. 2, the resources to make things work at night in this country. The only thing that seem to work at night, usually a Friday all night. 2, most of these entertainment spots, Ashawo, Sebi, any drinking bars, pubs, those ones are already working. So the 24-hour stuff. But the question is, say may run a 24-hour production or retail or shop or anything, what incentive am I getting? Apart from ABI security, what incentive? If you can tell me that you can run maybe your factory, if you can run your production center, so around 1 or 2 a.m.
Okay. For example, this year banks in Inano, close to 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
So, running a very good business. Nana junior sika day. But on say ATM booths no. Who call baby to say outsider.
They receive
you
cash.
You can pay.
Yeah.
Okay. I had the enemy who say
some usually with backless.
Yes,
backless.
On say selective.
Yeah, so which means if we agree to say you see your ever push the 24/7. That's where these things comes in. Say na me a drop iska because me ya na ju.
Okay. So a whole point of security in war. So on your own, no, you know, if someone is willing to go that stretch, mepon 1, mepon 2, but 2 no. What am I getting? What is the incentive? Obama me some waivers. Obama me some level of
which JM Rezi?
Yes.
Yeah, Rezi tax
they
exemption.
Should be involved.
Then even no say or no junior say companies no more production the night no because of electricity bill no. Anajo they should be able to create lines on you or matoso. So that they will pay less.
Yes.
Now, electricity cost no mere burden.
Those are all incentives.
So
those are all incentives. If the system would allow for it there, take it from me, you would have people who are willing and ready to here. Mibu or have me container in me. Now say me they call warehouse because of baby a warehouse a one within Okanshi. Within Okanshi. So within occasion, ube do hobe 11. Na kaya boys na elsen omo twen.
Navia anajo.
Sometimes who do kantamatwa. Omo yi omo nyoma between 1 a.m. and 4 a.m. Because by 4:30 no, people are coming. Baby I will truck nisin. AOB sitting area for business. Okay. That industry is already working, but we need the government to give people the assurance to enhance it. No. What the government is going to do. What is it? Because we are a country of talkers, few doers.
Yeah.
I will come in just briefly.
And come boss one no.
I'll take it from there. Sure. Adia Jomahama Kano. Politician being over Ghana, why I come to that conclusion that
saying it is one.
No, maybe. Adia Domahama is not sitting down to brainstorm. Before he spoke about it, he had gone round consulting. In fact, he's the first person who has ever done the People's Manifesto in this country. You didn't see that. Say, there be a man penny be so obi person be man penny or say, me ba me yes amount to abama me or say there be. Wa be man penny da. Wa ka bi da. Say me ba me yes amount. But there are 2 things here. One is the master and one is the servant. Masters tell servants what to do. The people of this country are the masters, the electorate. They are the masters. The elected is the servant. And for the first time, I want to be your servant. I won't play the master. Say me na me won nyansa wonim de. Enu nti no me ba be ye we amount. Debbie, let me come to you, the electorate who wants me to be your servant, and ask you, my master, what you want me to do when I become your servant. The first time, ebi see that. And until now, all kasano, okay, security. He has already mentioned security because he knows, sir, you cannot run a 24-hour service. Now, Ghana Police Service, for instance, they go to sleep like we go to sleep. The few ones that you see in the streets of Accra or in town, they are sometimes discussed as the most unlucky ones. Patrolling, wire barrier.
Yeah.
And onuna ojehono kwabra du an hwa na dwo na hu na. I say, oh, a pitiful hatter. Who ne say ye koda on the ogina ho. Oh. Meanwhile, senya say ye nyina ya koda. Enke ye be hu ne normal say oye na adwuma. What I say?
Yeah.
So call police station bia after be 7 8. The police personnel a ube hu no wo during daytime no ube ko no obi ani o na aka nipa mi nipa no mo ti ho.
I want to be your
office.
I want to be your policy at time.
I now set what bread. These are things that happen. And you know, John Mahama is not discussing a 24-hour service in a sense anyhow. No, but he's discussing the broadness of it.
That we can
approach it. Very easy to do. Very easy, and he's mentioning how you can incentivize obia ebetimi aboa na ma ono so afa nipa dodo adwuma ama o marane shift
like what
they say
papa agree
ti hey say owo factory bi na ebia eyensuo factory not to do for minim say ensuo factories ni bi running 24-hour ebedura no pa no na omo plants na ye adwuma ma ensuo na ye more ama boys na omo kwose ensuo na koton no ubedu no ma saline se sa boys no se nya se omo kofa enioma na anadwo na omo de kwa akoma omo ko supplier obekọ na nipa krada enko be fa de na anadwo no e de akọ on twentra no pa ko se kodiki so what I say. So this is about how we are all able to put our heads together. Look, John Mahama is welcoming ideas. And you say waka and static. He is still making inputs. And he called on TUC, for instance, to make inputs. And he is calling on all other civil society organizations. In fact, says here will be big. Also, no,
use microphone.
Okay, so
sorry, but
my information is on near Bishia.
Yeah,
on the same matter.
No, on several.
Sorry.
Broad issues.
Sorry.
On several other issues.
Okay.
John Mahama.
Okay.
You see, what John Mahama seeks to do, no, is one of its kind, and I think, let's embrace it. And more to the point, Kabra. Yenya president. Hwe say you go school na ocho na yeka say wetin baby na ya tro say correction correctina. This is the time I think Ghanaians have an opportunity.
For the first time.
I don't want to play the MPP NDC after all. See but media we media many budget because it will tell me I'm not a team.
Yes,
almost started. You see, John Mahama has become president before. All these Nyoma Yeka were port one in your manual. The last time I went to his office, now we share importers. He wants to find out what will best fit a system like Ghana. What you say? Untimi fa Singapore system ne maha. Because omudia no the way no moye no. It has transformed itself for years and about this quality. Like the Turkish one.
Yeah.
You see how Turkey for the anything no.
Where the major
No.
The Singapore
we are having a conversation.
The Singapore business line. Omo system no. It is trade enhancement. Inti eyema obia owo an idea for trade make Singapore the hub. You know the confusion we have in this country. Our port, we don't know if we designate it as tax base or trade enhancement till a certain government will make that distinction.
Okay.
Say our port is going to be for trade facilitation, not necessarily tax issues. No. We would suffer what we are suffering now. Into JM idea, if he would really make the port a trade hub again, what it was under J. Kufuor, what it was under Mills, what it was under Hima, those were the days. Transshipment goods, trucks, Ghana, running out of the country are in their thousands. Now, transshipment goods goods in transit. In this country, you will not get more than 100 trucks moving out on a daily basis.
Why? So which means it's doable.
It is doable.
Because if we have experienced it under Kufuor, if we have experienced it under Mills,
and under
Mahama,
yes,
then which means we can just go back to the drawing board
and do it right. Oka Singapore na they are not really bothered on the taxes they receive.
No.
Truth is, we are there obefa akwanso. We are there obetia too. We are there obeto fuel. Intino, your port becomes a trade hub. Everybody from Mudia. So one of the challenges I'm having currently, and many maybe yeah, maybe my brother who is an engineer.
So which means that JM then James should start working on the port taxes.
Let us designate our port as a trading hub. Everything else will fall into its place. We're discussing something. Our roads now are in a more deplorable state than it has ever been under the Fourth Republic. The reason is transshipment goods now omo load bear 3 containers into one truck. Omo de bear fire they are not paying toll.
Nothing.
They are not paying anything. You know the funny thing? Omo do Togo. And do Abidjana. They offload everything.
Not much.
Because the French is not going to allow you. Say ube bu omo axle load so. Into ube yegu when yegu they will confiscate it. But yeah they obefa axle load so obe tiaka the same load.
Wonderful. Live on Accra 100.5 Citizens Show of Agri. And go on I think my time is up. Quick offer me about since a quick one. Hello. Oh, Kwame Oko. Okay, offer. Yeah.
Okay. Going forward.
Offer more just 2 minutes.
Oh, you can taxes as same. And yet him will be imposing higher taxes no. The country moves forward. You lower your taxes no, so that everybody can come into the tax net. When we pay and the expenditure goes up.
And that is the
money is raised for revenue.
That is the suggestion from Pepra and Amponsa. That munyana obiantimi mremu.
That is it. Yeah, can maybe that's compliance, you know. I say yes, na ye ni na free one. Ebia, omo ba be consider your car say or the beko parliament nim no. COVID presidential special levy, the 5 component of levies, offense and network charges no. Ni na ye nyim free o. Papa freight forwarder. Before so be file any papers no. On the ton data. It has nothing to do with network. Okay. I say he pays for himself. Sasuna may yet self-declaring woman officer. Me assume me data. Into why the need for us to pay all these components in there. So we have to look at it.
Anyway. All right. Yeah.
Nyame aduma me echina. Me ba be discuss it dan pare.
Okay.
On ade bi wo ho a menua wo ye ne se nipa eyi free wasem so wo de bia obesa ko fa asem fufura
ya dia na
won say wapam wa transfer Alex Mensah the staff officer ni oba wawo and wo say Friday na Thursday
so Alex Mensah
na okobe kwai no
what transfer no
what transfer the staff officer what transfer
and the staff officer
the staff officer and ema mi enu omo ye na adwuma kwabra oba wawo fani say wawo na yes ya transfer wo etan adan a o boss aya ma mi benya asem ti no etan keke
o ada wo ye no ada no na
on transfer no
but enya this ada no it doesn't take effect from that day.
Oh, see, transport officer Afra Bani say, yes, you may found.
Anyway,
what
all
kind
right,
of
so
dictatorship is that?
Imbus about Mesa, police ni Edro, Ghana for sorry, na Munibi, or say a boost immune system pa. Top Choco say, anunso no papa. Inti Ghana for you be 3-in-1 or so more. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. One more day a year Bright Soldier capsules and Bright Garlic Plus capsules. One more Ediaba. Yara, I'll be back.
When we send your police in your draw, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huadeng.
Refuse to grow, and young offense were back.
And what day immune system or Yankopon, and you're ready for Yadmusa Moya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a page immune system Nabribia. Ya Yarientimu.
It is here, Asha for a Citizen TV Ghana. About 2 p.m. 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. At them a Citizen show. At the Bremo on Citizen TV Ghana. Me pacho obo Citizen TV Ghana. There be a them Citizen show. Let them